2001. The dawn of a new millennium. A new presidency. And a new era for NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Hello everyone and welcome to the 2001 running of the Budweiser Shootout. This invite-only preseason event features all of the pole winners from the 2000 season and new for this year, any previous winners of the Budweiser Shootout. The lineup for our 19 starters was set by random draw, with Tony Stewart drawing the pole and Ricky Rudd starting to his outside. Also notable further back is Darrell Waltrip, starting 15th, driving the number 15 Napa Auto Parts Chevrolet for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, that his brother Michael will take over next week. Waltrip won the 1981 edition of this event and is making his final planned NASCAR Winston Cup Series appearance today.
And man, Bill, this is awesome to see Darrell out there. Won last time. What a great career, and I'm just excited to see what he can do with these boys. You know, we got that new aero package on these cars after Talladega last year with the wicker on the roof, and should be exciting. Should be a lot of passing.
Right you are, Chip. And here they come, rounding turn 4, crowd rising to their feet, and the pace car is about to look left towards pit road. Pace car peels off the front of the field. Stewart and Rudd have the field in their hands. Green flag in the air, and we are racing in the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup Series season.
Man, Tony got a great launch on that start.
That he did, Chip. Can he clear Rudd going into turn 1? Almost there.
Yes, yeah, he did it. Look at that.
Nice job. Oh, here goes Rudd to the inside, though. He's going to try to cross him over.
Now, this is interesting. Dale Jarrett, is he going to try to help Tony Stewart and help himself? Or, you know, that's his teammate, Ricky Rudd, there on the inside. You got to go with your teammate, right?
I don't know, Chip. This is a non-points exhibition race. I think there are no alliances here, as Ricky Rudd surges to the lead with Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin in tow. Completing lap 1, cars are fully up to speed now, and lap 1 goes to Ricky Rudd at the line. Gordon now surging on the bottom. With Martin still in tow, we go on board with Rudd heading into turn 1. Rudd leading on the outside. And now Gordon surging to the lead.
24 car almost clear. Is he going to move up, Bill?
Gordon staying on the bottom for now as Bill Elliott starts to fade off the draft. Gordon and Rudd now door to door going into turn 3. We are still 2 wide for the lead. Mark Martin potentially looking to make it 3 wide as we go off turn 4. And heading back to the line for lap 2. It's looking like Rudd is going to get the... We now have just 6 laps to go in this year's edition of the Budweiser Shootout. Ricky Rudd has been the dominant force on the outside, although Jeff Gordon has been holding strong. But things are starting to get interesting, aren't they, Chip?
Yeah, Steve Park here. He's got a great run on the inside, and for the first time all day, we are 3 wide for the lead with 5 to go.
Rudd on the outside, Gordon middle, Park low. Who is going to give going into turn 1? No one. Although it looks like Park with Mike Skinner on that Richard Andy Dale Rad alliance is going to help his manufacturer teammate. Look at Park surging to the lead, although Skinner wants it for himself. Still 3 wide in turn 3. About to round turn 4. Will Skinner stay on the bottom with Jeff Burton? Will he go up to the top, try to block Park? And he goes to the top. Now we ride on board with Dale Earnhardt.
Man, that special Oreo paint scheme he got today looks great. You know, makes me hungry for some Oreos, Chip. That's one fine cookie right there.
Sure it is, Chip. Anyway, Earnhardt pushing his son Dale Jr. as they go around turn 2, although Jeff Burton now leads, but the Earnhardts are going to try to stick together on the bottom and take the lead for themselves.
Here comes Bob Labonte, though. You know, he's the defending champion of the Winston Cup Series, and he's making a run to lead there on the inside.
Still 3 wide as we are rounding turn 4 once again. Who is it going to be at the line? Labonte. Ken Schrader down to the inside with Joe Nemechek and Jeremy Mayfield in tow. Schrader moves up the middle.
Man, this is NASCAR Winston Cup at its best. Just the most talented drivers in the field. Really elite group right here, and this is crazy. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a big wreck though. Oh, we got Dale down to the inside now. Is he going to try to make another run at it?
Yes, the crowd starting to surge to their feet as we're coming up on just 2 laps to go here. Jeremy Mayfield now to the lead, although Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt are coming. 2 to go. Earnhardt with a big push from Stewart now looking for the lead. They call him Mr. Restrictor Plate for a reason, don't they, Chip?
Yes, sir, they do. He's the best in the business of this kind of stuff, although I would not count out that 20 car. He's mighty good at these super speedways as well.
The 3 car now took the lead. Dale Earnhardt has won at least one event in Daytona Speed Weeks every year, dating back over a decade. He looks to continue that streak on his first try as he surges to the lead with less than 2 laps to go. Although now Tony Stewart and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are on the bottom, and it looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to help Tony Stewart pass his father and have the lead coming to the white flag.
Man, everybody, hold on to your hats. Here we go. It's going to be a close one. Terry Labonte coming on the bottom now.
Yes, Labonte on the bottom, looking back from Stewart. We've got Mark Martin on the outside, Earnhardt Jr. in the middle, Labonte Lowe. Heading through turns 1 and 2, we got Labonte looking for the lead. Although Earnhardt now wants to make another run at it, he's going to follow Terry Labonte on the bottom. Although, will there be enough time? Labonte down the block. And Mark Martin is staying very loyal to Tony Stewart there on the top. Can he make a run?
I don't know, Bill. I think Mark might have ran out of time. I think Tony's got it. They got to lay back a little bit if they want to get a run here, and I just don't see that happening.
Coming off turn 4, coming to the checkered flag. And the 22nd running of the Budweiser Shootout goes to Tony Stewart in the Home Depot Pontiac.
Man, what a race. What a race, Bill. Heck of a run, and that's just phenomenal. I mean, it's incredible. Great job by everybody, and I'm excited for the rest of the Speed Weeks now. And nice salute to Darrell Waltrip. We didn't talk about him a lot today, but this is the last time we saw him in a Winston Cup race car. What a great career and a good send-off for him.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, everybody. There are now just 3 days until the Daytona 500. Today, we run the 2 Gatorade Twin 125-mile qualifying races. The starting lineups were set last Sunday by Daytona 500 qualifying, with the odd-numbered qualifiers going into this first race and the even-numbered qualifiers going into the second. 50 teams arrived in Daytona Beach this week trying to make the 500. Only 43 will. This race's field is led off by the number 24 of Jeff Gordon, who scored the pole and is locked into that pole in the main event. The highest qualifying dodge was Kenny Irwin Jr. in that singular number 42 car, who returns to Winston Cup action this week following that scary crash at New Hampshire Motor Speedway last July. He has made a full recovery, and NASCAR has since mandated the Hans device. Also notable in this field, Kevin LePage in that Denny's number 16 car, same number as last year, but new owner, baseball legend Hank Aaron. We also have Truck Series champion Greg Biffle moving up to the Winston Cup Series in that Roush Racing number 97.
I'm excited to see what Greg can do this year. You know, Jack had a hard choice between Greg and runner-up Kurt Busch, but I think he made the right one. Perhaps Kurt is going Busch Series racing, so maybe we'll see him in Winston Cup in a few years anyway.
Further back, we've got Kenny Wallace returning to the Andy Petree Racing number 55 car, and Buckshot Jones moving to Eel River Racing and bringing along desperately needed sponsorship from Georgia Pacific. 25 cars set to go, top 15 guaranteed to make the race. Pace car turns towards pit road, and we are racing. Jeff Gordon and teammate Jerry Nadeau lead them off, as Dale Jarrett gets a little bit of a look to the bottom, but fairly calm so far.
Oh man, it looks like some of those guys near the back, they got close to the wall. I don't know if they got into it. Still side by side up front, although the 24 car Jeff Gordon, man, he's looking good. Trying to surge out in front of his teammate, get a big push.
And it looks like Gordon will clear that 25 car as they head down the backstretch. Gordon leads. Nadeau and Dale Jarrett head-to-head for second. And we've got Kenny Irwin, the highest Dodge, riding on the outside. And rounding turn 4, it looks like Gordon will lead this first lap. Jarrett and Nadeau still side by side for second. About halfway through this twin 125 now. Jeff Gordon still leads, although Kenny Irwin is leading a charge on the inside there with Dale Jarrett. Lots of jostling going on further back in the pack.
Yes, there is. It's starting to get interesting, and those cars that are not locked into the race, they need to really start making their move. A lot of them are falling back, although it looks like, oh no, we got trouble.
Yes, the 10 of Johnny Benson appears to be blowing up, holding out Dale Earnhardt and others. Looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Ward Burton, Ricky Craven, and what a lifeline that is for some of those cars that managed to get through that are not locked into this race, while also putting in jeopardy several major contenders.
Yeah, it looks like Dave Marcus in that 71 car is one of the ones that got through, as well as Hutch Strickland. Both of them, they almost certainly have to get in the top 15 if they want to make the Daytona 500.
Meanwhile, up front, Gordon and Irwin still door-to-door. Irwin leads them at the line this time, as Dale Jarrett and Matt Kenseth look to make a move on the bottom.
We also got to give an attaboy to Jeff Purvis there, that unsponsored 51 car Phoenix.
Gordon and Irwin still door-to-door as we come to 2 laps to go. Now we've got that 16 car, that new Hank Aaron team of Kevin LePage on the bottom, and further back, Dave Marcus, the 59-year-old, appears to possibly be in position to make this Daytona 500 and go on board with Bill Elliott, the Dodge number 9. On the outside, Marcus on the bottom, in that transfer spot as they run right now. Further back, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dale Earnhardt Sr. both appear to probably have to fall back on a provisional to make the race. Ward Burton as well. Rick Mast, I'm afraid, may not. And Ricky Craven, we'll see. Coming to the white flag now, Jeff Gordon, Kenny Irwin up front. That second pack, Dave Marcus in the 500. Can Hutch Strickland or that 27 car of Buckshot Jones get there either? Gordon and Irwin, door-to-door, still down the back.
Man, that 51 car, he's going to be the Cinderella story of this 500. He might start in the top 10.
Yes, Jeff Purvis looking at a potential top 10 start there on the inside. As we've also got Kevin LePage in this pack with that new team. Irwin and Gordon off the corner.
It's going to be close. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so close. They're going crazy. I don't know who's going to get it. I don't know.
Too close to call, but I think it might be Kenny Irwin. And further back, the 59-year-old Dave Marcus in the 71 makes the 500. Jones and Strickland narrowly missed the top 15. And let's take a look at a replay of that finish. And at the very last second here, you can see, Chip, Irwin surges to the lead.
If ain't that just the closest finish I've ever seen. Look at this again. Come on, it don't get much better than that.
No, it does not, Chip. So by virtue of being locked into his starting position, Jeff Gordon will lead the Daytona 500 field on Sunday, but Kenny Irwin, dual number 1 winner, will start third. Now that we've had a moment to reset, we re-rack 25 cars for the second Gatorade Twin 125 of the day. This one is led off by 2000 Winston Cup Series champion Bobby Labonte with his teammate Tony Stewart on the outside. Like Jeff Gordon, Labonte is locked into his front row starting position, while all other outside positions in rows 2 through 15 will be determined by the finishing order of this race, followed by, of course, the next 5 on time, and then finally the 8 provisional slots. Looking back further in the field, let's highlight Ryan Newman, making the first of his 7 starts this season in preparation for a full-time Winston Cup campaign in 2002.
Man, remember, folks, that's number 02. We also got 2 Rusty Wallace. I get confused sometimes. So, yeah, Newman is 02.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Chip. And then further back in the field, we've got the Pettys, 2 of them this time. Kyle Petty in that Hot Wheels Dodge, not Pontiac in 2001. And, of course, his son Adam, the returns to Winston Cup, similar to Kenny Irwin after his recovery from his scary wreck in New Hampshire last year.
And on the outside there, we got that new team, Rock Racing, owned by none other than Dwayne the Rock Johnson. And man, is he awesome.
Yes, Dwayne Johnson bought out the number 60 car of Joe Bessie Racing last year and has hired Hermie Sadler to drive for that new startup team, and has brokered a deal with WWF owner Vince McMahon to have WWF on the hood of that car.
Man, it's a great looking car, although for some reason it kind of reminds me of wildlife. I don't know why that is. Is that what it does for you, Bill?
For legal reasons, I don't think I should answer that question. But anyway, the field now coming off turn 4, and the pace car will be heading towards pit road here shortly. The field now in the hands of Labonte and Stewart. Once again, the crowd is rising to their feet. Green flag in the air, and we are racing in the second Gatorade Twin 125 of 2001.
Good start by everybody. Not too much happening back there. Looks like Mayfield, that 12 car. A little look to the inside. Oh, we forgot to mention Robbie Gordon in the McDonald's 96. He's going to the inside.
Yes, Robbie Gordon, that new second team for PPI Motorsports, bringing over that McDonald's sponsorship that had been with Bill Elliott's now defunct team for several years. Robbie Gordon looks to be making a pretty good early move there on the inside.
And that Rock Racing 94 car is moving around the back too. And here we've got Ricky Rudd in the 28 coming to the inside of Bob Labonte. And looks like Rudd might be having a chance here to lead that first lap.
Yes, Rudd out front. We go on board with him. It's going to be close at the line. But Rudd will edge out Labonte there. And now Steve Park in that one car pushing Ricky Rudd on the inside. Heading down the backstretch now for the third time. Labonte outside. Rudd still to his inside, but we've got Mike Wallace with a push from Jimmy Spencer coming down the inside. And they're 3 wide, almost 4 wide for second place.
I don't know about these boys. They're getting a little tight. Will Rudd be able to get up in front of Stewart here? And is he clear? Oh no, contact. Big wreck, big wreck.
Yes, trouble off turn 4. Rudd involved. The 94 of Hermie Sadler. With the 1 of Steve Park.
Oh no, not Hermie. That 494 car out there will make the race.
Looks like Tony Stewart is involved here as well. Look at the replay. Rudd just gets tagged by Stewart. And chaos ensues. The 94 gets into the 1 car.
Rudd went for quite a spin there. Let's look at it from the helicopter here. Oh man, Rudd just got tagged. Looks like the 21 car there, Elliott Sadler, got some damage. Perhaps even that 36 of Kenny Schrader.
On board with Rudd now at the replay. Yeah, the 7's on the inside there. Looks like he just moves up and nowhere for Rudd to go. Hard hit there by Stewart. Gets a little bit of air under that 28 car. So now we are coming to the restart. Field still led by Labonte with the 26 of Jimmy Spencer and the 7 of Mike Wallace in third.
Man, Mike Wallace is one lucky driver there. You know, he kind of caused that big wreck, and now he's running third. Doesn't seem quite fair to me. You know, I don't make the rules around here.
That's probably a good thing. Anyway, we've got Terry Labonte moving to the inside there, and that Kellogg's 5 car, new for this year, with Tony the Tiger on the hood. Further back, we look at the Petties, number 45 of Adam, number 44 of Kyle, and just like in duel number 1 with Johnny Benson's blow-up, that accident has really provided an opportunity here for some of these cars that have to get in the top 15 to make the show. Particularly that 45 car has almost no owner points, and the 44, I believe, was 43rd last year, so he is by no means safe either. Meanwhile, further up, 1 car that is looking to be in the top 15 is Ryan Newman in the 02. He too has to finish in the top 15, and looks like he may do so.
And don't forget too, actually Michael Waltrip in the 15, that's another car that has to finish in the top 15. That 15 car, the 3rd DEI team, is new for this year as well.
Yes, good point, Chip. Now 3 wide for second place, Terry Labonte and Jeremy Mayfield there on the bottom. Bobby Labonte, the younger brother of Terry, still leading on the outside.
You know, I think that's pretty cool. We got 2 brothers that are both Winston Cup champions. Terry's won 2, and Bobby now is the defending champion.
Yes, a very successful family in this series indeed, Chip. Go on board with Robbie Gordon in the middle here, that 96 car, looking ahead.
You know, Robbie has to get in the 500 on top 15 as well, and he's in great position to do so. And for coming to the white flag.
Yes, white flag is out now. Labonte side by side up front. Robbie Gordon, Michael Waltrip, and Ryan Newman are in position to transfer. It's unfortunately looking like it may not be enough for the Petties further back. The 45 of Adam Petty and the 44 of his father, Kyle. Cars moving around in this lead pack, jostling for every starting position. But again, Ryan Newman and Michael Waltrip on the inside. The Labonte still too wide for the lead.
Here comes Casey Atwood, that rookie on the inside. Yet another car that has to get in the 500 in the top 15, and he might just win this whole thing. Yes, 3 wide. Come on, Casey.
And it's going to be Terry Labonte just
right there, but still, heck of a run.
And just like in race 1, the outside pole sitter finishes second to a car that just gained bragging rights, but is going to have to follow him into 500.
And man, what a run by Casey Atwood. He's going to get to start 6th in the Daytona 500. And great job, Robbie Gordon, that new team. Heartbreak for the Petties, though. Man, that's just too bad. Both a 44 and a 45 are going to have to go home.
Yes, they're both on that list of 7 cars that unfortunately will not get to race on Sunday. Here we are, everybody. It's finally the big day for the 43rd annual running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. Led off by pole sitter Jeff Gordon in that 24 car on the inside. New paint scheme this year, that Flame DuPont car, as opposed to the rainbow scheme that we've been used to the past few years. And reigning Winston Cup Series champion, Bobby Labonte, who is outside. Say, Chip, who are you watching in this race?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm watching that 19 car of Casey Atwood. You know, he's a rookie, just 20 years old, and he had a heck of a run in that Twin 125 on Thursday and almost won that race. And I think he could be a contender to win this race. Real young kid, real smart kid. I can see him being in this Winston Cup Series for a very long time.
For sure, one to watch, Chip. But I'm looking further back at all of those cars that had to use provisionals. Ricky Rudd wrecked out of his Twin 125 and had to go to a backup car. Johnny Benson blew a motor in his 125, had to go to a backup motor, is starting far back. And don't forget the Earnhardts, both of whom got stuck behind Johnny Benson in that race and are also using provisionals. Chip, I know we've had a few good exhibition races this week, but are you ready to get the Winston Cup Championship started?
Are you kidding me, Bill? I've been up all night. I'm on Gatorade and coffee and all those other things. Let's get her done. Let's go.
Well, let's not keep Chip in America waiting any longer. Pace car turns toward pit road. Labonte and Gordon have the field in their hand, and the green flag is in the air on the 43rd running of the Daytona 500.
Good launch for Jeffy G there. He's going to get in front of Bobby. And, of course, you got to remember his teammate, Terry Labonte, and Bobby's brother is back there in the 5 car behind the 18.
We also see Kenny Irwin there, perhaps making an early move. That 42 car was very strong in that 125, won that 125. Again, started 3rd because Gordon had already locked himself into the front row, similar to Terry Labonte there on the outside in the back. But Gordon is still leading for now, though it looks like Irwin is going to get a run here going into turn 3.
Yeah, I've watched that 42. You know, this is Dodge's first race back in Winston Cup. There were 8 of them in the field today. Kyle and Adam Petty did not make the field. There were 10 that tried to, and it looks like they are going to lead the first lap.
Yes, 5 bonus points, the first of the year, to Kenny Irwin Jr. in that 42 car, although it looks like Jeff Gordon would like some bonus points for himself as he comes back to the inside.
Dale Jarrett, haven't talked too much about the Fords yet, but at 88, new sponsor, UPS this year. Go on board with him, and he is pushing Jeff Gordon out front now.
And now it looks like Gordon has a pretty commanding lead. Further back, we go on board with Ricky Rudd, Jarrett's teammate, who is slowly starting to make his way through this field. Still has a long way to go, though, doesn't he, Chip?
Yes, sir, he does. We got Ricky Rudd back there, Johnny Benson, Dale Jr., Dale Sr., Bill Elliott in the 9 car. And here comes the pack off of turn 4.
Gordon and Jarrett still lead the way here at Daytona, almost a quarter of the way through, although we've got Tony Stewart in the 20 car, winner of last week's Budweiser Shootout, making a run here on the inside now.
We got Jeff Burton in that 99 Citgo car, another new sponsor this year, and his teammate there, Matt Kenseth in the 17. We see him looking out in front of Bill Elliott here. Matt Kenseth was the Rookie of the Year last year. They got that special all-yellow paint scheme on there for that. And looks like he's going to push his teammate Jeff Burton out to the lead.
And as the pack comes around turn 4 onto the home stretch, will Jeff Burton get his first bonus points of 2001? Looks like just barely, as his teammate Matt Kenseth has decided to go it alone and see if he can take the lead now.
And I tell you, this aero package, last year, Bill, we had only like 10 lead changes at Daytona 500. This year, we've almost had that already. We're only like a quarter of the way through. We got Bill Elliott up front now, Matt Kenseth, a 93 car of Dave Blaney. Actually, a couple Dodgers there on the inside. We talked a lot about Kenny Irwin this week, but I think those other Dodgers can contend too.
Yes, Bill Elliott, for the first time in several years, is no longer an owner driver. He is driving for Ray Everham, that new 2-car team with Casey Atwood as his teammate. As now it looks like Matt Kenseth led that lap, but another car there on the inside. Actually, that is Ryan Newman, running a part-time schedule this year, making only his second Winston Cup start, but certainly making his presence known.
And look, that didn't take too long. Look, he's on the inside. Both the Earnhardts, father and son, Dale Jr., Dale Sr. I can't believe how quickly they made it through this field. We're not even halfway yet.
Although things do appear to have stalled out a little bit for the Earnhardts, Dale Jr. moves up to that middle line, although Dale Sr. is still leading the charge through on the bottom. 3 years ago, he won the Daytona 500 for the first time after 20 attempts. Can he win it for a second?
And Kenseth still leading here at Daytona. Earnhardt's falling back a little bit. Looks like we got Sterling Marlin there on the inside. Although another one of those DEI cars, Steve Park, is being pushed to lead.
Yes, the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars, all owned by Dale Earnhardt, Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Michael Waltrip. That third 15 car all having a good day, although it looks like 2 Fords are now coming behind Steve Park. That Jasper Motorsports 77 car of Robert Presley, and another single car team, the 16 car, the new Hank Aaron Motorsports team with Kevin LePage and that Denny's machine.
Yes, and don't look now, but Jerry Nadeau, one of those Hendrick Motorsports cars that started today very strong, he's back up to second place and actually looking to go for the lead now.
Nadeau on the bottom, followed by, and the 25 car is still leading here at Daytona. Tony Stewart and Johnny Benson. And look who's behind Johnny Benson, Ricky Rudd. Both of those cars had issues in the twin 125s. Had to go to a backup motor, backup car respectively, and look at this, Chip. They are now leading the Daytona 500. Johnny Benson in the middle, and now Ricky Rudd, who we go on board with, heading to the bottom.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, that's the thing that's amazing about this race. You can go from the back to the front, all in the same run, and I mean, it's just super competitive out there, and I think that speaks to the strength of these teams, too. They were able to turn around and get good cars, even after they put the primaries in the dumpster after...
Rudd and Benson still out front. Ricky Rudd's been leading for a few laps, but now it looks like Johnny Benson is going to try to cross back over on the inside. Things have gotten a little bit calmer up front, Chip. Say this pack is thinned out, more single file, although there's a hungry group of cars back there. If these cars get too far out, they're going to start to reel them all back in.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about that if I was Johnny Benson in that 10 car, although he's having a heck of a run today. You know, he was so strong last year in this race, nearly had it won when he didn't even have a sponsor, but then he got railroaded by those Fords at the end. Here we go looking at the helicopter. We got a couple more Dodgers we haven't talked about yet today. Ward Burton and Sterling Marlin. Looks like Sterling, who's won this race twice, making a move on the inside.
We go on board now with Sterling Marlin leading on the outside as Kenny Wallace in that 55 car returning for another year to Andy Petrie Racing, followed by Jeff Burton there on the inside. Also want to give an attaboy to that 51 of Jeff Purvis. Unsponsored, we didn't even know if he would make the race this week. He got a great finish in that 125 race on Thursday, and now here he is running the top 10 of the Daytona 500 as Stacy Compton, that single car team. Melling Racing, the 92, has taken the lead. Although Matt Kenseth appears to be making another run at it here with Ken Schrader in that M&M's machine, that number 36 Pontiac, coming on the inside as well.
And, we've just seen so many different players in this Daytona 500. I'm not completely sure who the strong car is right now. Although I do have to say, Matt Kenseth looking to lead here again. He appears to be one that can...
Kenseth leading with the 92 of Compton still behind him, although here comes Kenny Irwin again.
And like Matt Kenseth, he's gone from the front to the back and now back to the front. It's going to be close on this lap. Looks like he might get there, get another lap led. Although we got Johnny Benson, Dale Jarrett back on the inside. 10 cars strong. And hey, we got to also point out Dave Marcus there, the 71 car. Another car had to make the race on speed. He's 59 years old, missed the race last year, and having a great run out there. And hey, there he is, my boy Casey Atwood, number 19, rookie. And I said he'd be strong today, Bill. Look at that. He's running a top 10 as we're getting down to the wire in this race, this closing stages.
Yes, Atwood certainly having an impressive run, although Kenny Irwin continues to lead with Johnny Benson to his inside. Yeah, you have to wonder about Kenny Irwin. He's making his return to Winston Cup points racing today. Can he pull this off and get his first career Winston Cup win after returning from that harrowing crash? Johnny Benson once again leading the Daytona 500. Kenny Irwin to his middle, and now Kenny Irwin's fellow Indiana native Tony Stewart coming on the bottom.
And look at that, Ryan Newman 02 car is up there again too, Bill. And don't forget Dale Earnhardt with Jeff Gordon there on the bottom too. Dale Jarrett looking to make a move.
And now, Kenny Irwin still leads, but Ricky Rudd making another run at on the inside. He's actually going to leave his teammate, Dale Jarrett, behind Irwin on the outside.
And Ricky Rudd, as we've talked about several times, had to go to the backup car, came from the back today. And now, as we're coming up on these closing stages of this Daytona 500, he's potentially in position for a win.
Ricky Rudd has been in the Winston Cup Series for 27 years now. This is the start of his 27th season, and he's won 20 points races, had an amazing career, but he has never won this race, the Great American Race. And that's really one of the last things outside of Winston Cup Championship for him to try to accomplish.
And then you talk about the contrast that you got Ricky Rudd, the experienced veteran, and then Kenny Irwin, starting his 4th season, having never run a race. Never won a Winston Cup race. I mean, again, you couldn't get 2 more different drivers. And talk about irony, too. Kenny Irwin, Bill, used to drive that 28 car, the Havoline Ford Taurus for Robert Yates Racing until just a couple of years ago. So that must be a little weird seeing his old ride to his inside as they're door across the line here. Irwin still leading.
And, we haven't talked about him too much since the start, Chip, but Bobby Labonte in that 18 car has started to creep back into view a little bit as well, with Joe Nemechek in that 33 there, and Sterling Marlin once again, followed by Matt Kenseth, arguably the strongest car of the day, behind him. Pretty calm up front right now. Steve Park potentially trying to make a move back there, and this is coming to 2 to go this time by, and it's going to be close at the line, but Rudd is just going to edge Irwin this time.
And And I have a feeling if they stay like this, it's going to be that close every lap from here on out. Although I would not count on these boys staying double file like this. I mean, it's a Daytona 500. They all want to win.
You know, Chip, unlike the other race this week, this is a points race. They don't want to just wad up their cars. They want to win the Daytona 500, but they would also like to challenge for that Winston Cup title at season's end.
Yeah, good point, Bill, but still, I think somebody's going to make a move here as we're coming up on a white flag. Irwin and Rudd, you know, they got a lot of help, but looks like Steve Park may be the one with the move, and looks like Kenny Irwin just barely had him at the line this time.
White flag in the air now from Daytona. We're going to have to see, can Steve Park get a third line going on the inside, and if not, who is going to make it back first? It looks like Bobby Labonte potentially with a look to Rudd's inside now. Can he win the Daytona 500?
I don't know. That might have been his chance right there. Something's going to happen soon. Otherwise, we're going to have ourselves a good old drag race between a 42 and 28.
And that appears to be where we're heading, Chip. Going around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Rudd and Irwin side by side, door to door. Which line's going to get the better push? 42 moving ahead now, coming down to the wire. It's going to be close. Man, that's difficult to call, but yes, Ricky Rudd wins the 2001 Daytona 500. Look at that again, Chip. That is phenomenal.
You know, we've had a lot of close finishes this week, Bill, but that's definitely the most amazing one. And talk about amazing. Ricky Rudd, 21st career Winston Cup win. Been in the series for 27 years, comes in the Daytona 500. First time he's won this race, and he's leading the points now, too.
Yes, with that victory, Ricky Rudd now leads the Winston Cup standings. We've also got Kenny Irwin up there. Good run for Robert Presley in that 77 car as well. Yeah, just a phenomenal race, and I'm excited to see where this season goes next week in Rockingham, North Carolina. Welcome to Rockingham, North Carolina, the site of the second race of the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup Series, the Duraloop 400. Today's field is led off by the number 40 of Sterling Marlin in the first pole for Dodge in their return to the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. There are 8 Dodges in the field today, as once again Kyle and Adam Petty failed to qualify. The other cars going home are Dave Marcus in that 71 car, Rick Mast in the 50, and Hut Strickland in the 90. 3 cars that failed to make the 500 last week were able to get provisionals today, the 32 of Ricky Craven, the 94 of Hermie Sadler, and the 27 of Buckshot Jones.
Man, Bill, it's great to see that 94 Rock racing car in the field today. Such a nice-looking race car, and we'll have to see how they do.
Yes, indeed. Coming to the green flag here, Marlin and Bobby Labonte to his outside. Green flag in the air. And a great jump from Marlin. He will easily clear Labonte on this start.
We got Ricky Rudd, Daytona 500 winner, back there in third place, making a pass on Jerry Nadeau. He's going to clear him off turn 2, and looks like Sterling's really got a fast car here.
Yes, that Coors Light Silver Bullet really has been as fast as a bullet this week. Great in practice, and he will easily lead the first lap for 5 Winston Cup bonus points.
Bobby Labonte, though, that 18 looks pretty fast. The old Pontiac is staying right there on the bumper of Sterling Marlin as they head down here towards turn 3.
Yes, we go on board with Labonte right now, and you can see they're really getting quite a bit of slide through the corners there. It's going to be a race of tire wear today, Chip, to see who can slide the least in the corners and get the speed over the long run.
It looks like Bobby Labonte possibly with a look there to the inside on a 40 car. He's going to wait here for a second, see if he can get a better run off turn 4. It looks like he might.
Yes, Labonte looking low. Marlin will lead, but possibly not for long.
Yeah, Labonte really drove it in there deep, side by side with the 40 car, and he is clear coming off turn 2.
And for the first time this season, the defending Winston Cup champion is out front. Although now we've got the defending race winner, Ricky Rudd, up to second place.
And I think, you know, that win at Daytona 500 last week, it was such a shot in the arm in his 2018 I think they could really make a run at this championship this year. We said last week there were two things Ricky Rudd has not done yet, and that was win a Daytona 500, which he's now done, and win the Winston Cup. So maybe this will be the year he does both.
Certainly something to watch for sure, although we've got Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte's teammate, coming to the inside of Ricky Rudd now. It looks like he's going to easily make that pass. So Joe Gibbs Racing, those two Pontiacs are now running 1 and 2.
And, we got to watch out for old Tony. He had a great year last year, won 6 races. So I think he's going to be another strong car this year, another car that could run for this championship. This is only his 3rd year in the Winston Cup Series, was over in the Indy Racing League for several years, and certainly has made a very successful and quick transition into this series.
For sure, Chip. And it looks like Stewart is actually catching his teammate here. In fact, I think off turn 4, it looks like they're going to be side by side for the lead. Labonte gets back to the line first, but Tony Stewart coming on the inside there. How deep does he drive it into turn 1? Can he make the pass? And it looks like Tony Stewart is clear as they head down the back stretch. So that Home Depot Pontiac, Tony Stewart takes the lead. Won the Budweiser Shootout, but first time leading in a points race. Further back, let's give an attaboy to Casey Atwood.
Yeah, my boy Casey, he's having a great run, running in the top 10, qualified well, and, he could really be a contender for this Rookie of the Year award. Another one of those Dodges, and definitely one to watch out for.
Stewart continues to lead as they go down the backstretch, although Dale Jarrett and Jeff Gordon have now both passed Bobby Labonte for that second position. Coming up on the halfway mark here at North Carolina Speedway, and Tony Stewart has been utterly dominant today. He's starting to make his way through lap traffic and is coming up on a bit of a surprise here. The 3 of Dale Earnhardt is running outside the top 30. They just really seem to have missed the setup today.
Yeah, both those Richard Childress Racing cars are not doing super great. You see the 31, his teammate Mike Skinner just ahead of them, both outside the top 30. And actually, Michael Waltrip, that 15 car for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, car he owns, is also back there a little bit. I don't know, Chevrolets, maybe they just don't quite have it today. But either way, it looks like Dale is about to go a lap down to Tony here. Tony easily gets by on the inside and continues to just absolutely dominate here at Rockingham.
30 laps to go. Stewart still leading. He just got around the lap car of Elliott Sather there, coming to work on Ken Schrader now to his outside with Mark Martin Warburton. Oh, we got trouble down the backstretch.
Oh, man, that 55 car, Kenny Wallace, he's backwards here. We'll have to see as they race back to the line. Tony Stewart, is he going to keep these cars lapped down? It looks like he's going to let some of them go. Skinner gets by, although I think Dale is going to remain trapped a lap down here. Let's take a look at this replay. It looks like Bobby Hamilton just gets into that 55 of Kenny Wallace, and innocent bystander there, the 66 car of Todd Bodine. Looks like the 10 of Johnny Benson gets the wall there a little bit too, as Craven and Rusty Walsh, some of those guys have to be evasive.
And here we are coming down pit road. Tony Stewart has a huge lead coming onto pit road, followed by Labonte, Jarrett, and Marlin. And they are coming towards their pit stalls right now.
Yep, here they come around the corner. Stewart looks like he's going to be the first one in here. I suspect they will all take 4 tires here. Been a lot of wear on these tires. Looks like we got Labonte there, that second box you can see in the middle. He's in this stall. And now Sterling Marlin. We'll see who gets off pit road. Although Stewart had such a big lead, I will be very surprised if that 20 car is not first.
Yeah, Stewart already completed his service. Easily beats everyone off pit road. He's going to be second. You see Jarrett's out, although Bobby Labonte will beat him off pit road. Marlin still receiving service. He's going to lose a couple spots to his teammate Kenny Irwin and to Jeff Gordon.
Coming to the restart here, you see we got Stewart on the outside, got that lap car of Dale Earnhardt on the inside. Can he get his lap back here on this restart? We'll see. Although Tony got a pretty good jump, I'm guessing the 3 is going to remain a lap down.
Yeah, it's definitely not been an easy day for that 3 team. You got Michael Waltrip there, also a lap down, trying to see if he can get a position on Earnhardt. And those 2 cars are going to provide a little buffer here between Stewart and his teammate Bobby Labonte, who still runs second. Less than 20 laps to go here at Rockingham. Tony Stewart still leading with Bobby Labonte in second, and Kenny Irwin up to third. And, oh, we got a big crash in turn one. Looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jerry Nadeau, lots of cars involved. And let's go on board here in the replay of Dale Earnhardt Jr. It looks like just Nadeau and them kind of get slowed up going to turn one, and Jr. just has nowhere to go. And coming to the pit stops here, you know, it's only been about 10 laps since that last caution. Do you pit? It looks like Tony Stewart's going to.
I don't know about that. We'll see. Pit road's looking like a pretty lonely place. I think that might have been the wrong call for that 20 car. Bobby Labonte's going to stay out and take the lead. Oh, we got to 12. Jeremy Mayfield is blowing up there.
Yeah, trouble for Mayfield. That's going to probably end his day. And Tony Stewart's going to be deep on this restart here. We'll have to see if those fresh tires can get him back up through the field. Labonte easily clears the wall trip into turn one. We've got Kenny Irwin now running second. He finished second last week at Daytona, still looking for that first Winston Cup win, although here we've got his teammate Sterling Marlin with a strong run to his inside, trying to take that second place position.
And Michael Waltrip, Kenny Wallace, they're battling. Those are lap cars, but it looks like Sterling is going to try to get them both here heading into turn one. Deep dive there, and we got the 24 car, Jeff Gordon, going around Sterling's teammate, Kenny Irwin there.
And that 40 started on the pole today. We haven't talked about him a whole lot since the start, but he is now looking like, with about 15 laps to go here, that he might have the fastest car and may be able to pass Bobby Labonte for this win.
Yeah, the 40, you know, we talked about at the beginning. It's all about tire management, not necessarily who's going to run the fastest start a run, but throughout the day. And, you know, they're running on these 10-lap tires, and it looks like that 40 just fired off really good. He's managed them well, and now he's looking to the inside of Bobby Labonte and coming to lead with just a little over 10 to go.
Labonte actually got a little loose, tagged the wall off the corner, so huge lead for Marlin. And Jeff Gordon now up to second. On board with Sterling Marlin. Only about 5 laps to go here in Rockingham. And, oh man, we got a big crash. Once again, turn one, Bill Elliott is around. And, oh, there we go. Brett Bodine, upside down, piles in there. Hit from Bobby Hamilton.
They're still wrecking here. We got the 7 car, Mike.
Let's pay attention up front for a second here. They're racing back to the line. This could be for the win. And Sterling Marlin beats Dale Jarrett to the caution flag. And that could have been the race right there. There's only going to be about 4 laps to go here. I'm guessing there will not be a restart. So Sterling Marlin, the likely winner. Let's look back here. Oh, it looks like Bobby Labonte starts blowing up. Gets hit in the back by Jeff Gordon. And then he slides across the racetrack. And look at that. The 55 Kenny Wallace, yet again in a wreck, gets into the side of Labonte. And then after Kenny Wallace gets in there, he hits Bill Elliott, hits the 28 of Ricky Rudd, goes for a spin, and they just all start piling in.
Yeah, that's a lot of good race cars there, just completely torn up. And
so Sterling Marlin now just has to follow that pace car back as we're coming to the white flag. Should be pretty easy for him. Although, what's he doing here? Chip looks like he's actually heading towards pit road.
Yeah, what is going on? We're hearing that Sterling's got a flat tire. Oh, man, that's just heartbreaking.
So Sterling Marlin, leading behind the pace car, coming to the white flag, has to pit for a flat tire. So that now puts Dale Jarrett, who's not led a lap all day, as the leader. And looks like he may just steal one here in Rockingham. And coming to the checkers, the only lap he led all day was following that pace car, but that doesn't matter. Dale Jarrett is going to be the winner here in Rockingham, followed by Jeff Gordon and Kenny Irwin Jr. And what a crazy race we had today, Chip.
Yeah, that certainly was something. Say shout out to Robbie Gordon, that 96 McDonald's car, gets a top 5. Important for them. They do not have owner points from last year, so helping build up their total. That will apply after race 5. And also, we got a close battle for the Winston Cup right now. Dale Jarrett now is tied with Kenny Irwin for the points lead.
Chip, are you feeling lucky today?
Why, sure I am, Bill. You know, I was down at the old casino last night, and I had a great night. I got to tell you all about it.
That was a rhetorical question. Welcome to Las Vegas, everybody, for the UAW Daimler Chrysler 400. And today's field is led off by Daytona 500 winner Ricky Rudd and Jerry Nadeau to his outside. So those aren't the only cars we're watching. 5 drivers are going for $1 million bonus. Those top 5 drivers at Talladega last fall. Those are Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, Joe Nemechek, Terry Labonte, and Kenny Wallace.
So you can also tell who's going for $1 million by the red day glow splitters, spoilers, and numbers on those cars.
Right you are, Chip. Let's take a brief look at the cars that won't be in the race today. Petty Enterprises' rough start to the season continues as 6 cars miss the field. And pace car peels off. Field in the hands of the 28 of Rudd. And here we go. Green flag is in the air. And we are racing at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Good jump by Rudd. Looks like Nadeau really did not get going, and Bobby Labonte is easily going to get alongside of him.
Labonte through to second, and potentially even looking at the lead here, Chip, as they come off turn 2. Very strong run for Labonte in this opening half lap.
Yeah, Bobby's looking down the inside now. Looks like Ricky's going to try to close the door on him for now, but you better watch out. That 18 car is coming fast.
And coming around for the first lap, Rudd does hold on to the lead there, but Bobby Labonte now to his inside, followed by his teammate and last week's winner, Dale Jarrett.
Man, Ricky's way up in the marbles now. He's going to lose 2 spots, possibly 3 there, as Dale Jarrett now going for the lead past Bobby Labonte.
Labonte and Jarrett still side by side through turns 3 and 4. Now Jarrett is clear, although Rudd has gotten back to the bottom there, Chip. We'll see if he can make another run of that lead. He is next to Labonte, getting a big push there from Jerry Nadeau in that 25 car.
You know, Dale Jarrett's really been dominant today, past halfway now. And oh, man, we got big trouble on the backstretch there. No Bull 5 contender for that $1 million. And number 5, Terry Labonte, is in this. And cars everywhere.
Yes, definitely a big mess on the backstretch, although let's just pay attention to racing back to the caution here. Jeff Gordon coming to the inside here of the 88 of Jarrett, but he will not get there. Dale Jarrett retains the lead. What a mess on the backstretch. Let's take a look at this. So Stewart and Terry Labonte, who will not be winning $1 million today, get together.
Oh, boy, Casey Atwood got into that. Casey.
Although he does not get the worst of this, Chip. Tony Stewart thinks he's made it through, but then a whole nother pack of cars about to come barreling in here. Hits Atwood in the side. You get the 92 of Compton getting some air, and then Tony Stewart on his side there. Johnny Benson in the 10 as well. Hard hit for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8. And, yeah, what a mess. Almost half the field taken out. Dale Earnhardt as well. Another of those no Bull $5 million contenders. Look at this, though. Robbie Gordon, that McDonald's 96, manages to thread the needle through there. That's going to be a huge gain in position for him.
Coming down here on pit road, I suspect everybody's going to be taking 4 of those Goodyear tires and 76 race fuel. Looks like Jarrett, Gordon, and Labonte lead us here on the pit road.
Leaders coming down towards our end of pit road now. Jeff Gordon is the first one in his box. Right side's going on. Now going over to the left, Dale Jarrett now in his box. And Gordon is almost completed his service.
Meanwhile, on the bottom there, we got Bobby Labonte. He came in 3rd. Let's see here, race off pit road. Jarrett will beat Gordon out, but a little bit of a slow stop for Labonte there. Looks like a 42 of Irwin is able to beat him out.
Coming to the restart, several cars took the wave around there, try to get their lap back, so Dale Jarrett is going to have to start in some traffic here. He immediately gets to the inside of that 93 car of Dave Blaney and the 26 of Jimmy Spencer.
Man, Mark Martin there in the 6 car did not get a very good start either. Dale is coming up pretty quick on him, although look at this, Jeff Gordon. Go on board with him now. He is coming up here on Dale Jarrett. You know, he's one of those $1 million contenders with that bright red day glow roof and spoiler there to indicate that. Look at that, Jeff Gordon at the inside. I think he wants to win $1 million.
Gordon is gaining on Jarrett Chip, but he has not yet completed the pass. And look at that, the 42 of Kenny Irwin is staying with Gordon pretty well there too.
Yeah, Jarrett, though, is going to get kind of caught up here behind that lap car, 14 of Ron Hornaday, one of our rookies, and that may allow these two to reel him in. Looks like Kenny Irwin there now, getting a good run on the inside, although Jeff Gordon trying to battle back on the high side.
Jarrett still leads. He goes to the inside of the 43 of John Andretti, another lap car. Kenny Irwin up to second place now. Jeff Gordon running third, and Sterling Marlin, Kenny Irwin's teammate, has started to reel them in for fourth.
Now that 11 car, Brett Bodine is holding up Dale Jarrett. Got the 55 of Kenny Wallace. Poor Kenny, you know, he was one of those guys eligible for $1 million, and he's on the verge of going a lap down. But yeah, Jarrett here, it's a real log jam. It looks like he cannot get around this 11 car on the dirty air. And Irwin, Gordon, and Marlin are all riding his bumper right now.
Yes, leaders all single file, stuck in this lap traffic. It looks like Jarrett has finally gotten to the inside of that 11 car of Bodine. And now the question will be, who gets there the quickest? Can Jarrett maintain his lead, or does Kenny Irwin start to get to his inside? It looks like he will. That 42 singular car is to his inside. You know, Chip, Kenny Irwin still looking for that first career NASCAR Winston Cup Series win. This is his 90th Winston Cup start, and he's led the most laps in a race, but he has not yet won one.
Jeff Gordon coming back here to the inside, still wants that $1 million, and perhaps to rub it in there to old Kenny Wallace a little bit as they're about to go by him.
Yes, Gordon holding tight on the bottom here. It looks like he's going to get the lead, although Sterling Marlin is looking to make this a three-wide battle up front pretty soon if the leaders don't watch out.
Yeah, Sterling, you know, he had that race last week at Rockingham in the bag and, you know, got it thrown away with that flat tire in the last lap. You know, he would love to redeem himself here out in Las Vegas and get that first victory for Dodge. They're, you know, back in the Winston Cup Series this year, and they've not won a race yet. So I'm sure Sterling would like to have that honor.
Kenny Irwin way up the racetrack there, trying to make something work on the high side since the leaders are stuck in traffic there on the bottom. Not going to work, though, and he's going to get shuffled all the way back to fifth as Ricky Rudd has caught on to the end of this group as well.
And look at this, Jeff Gordon to the high side, and Sterling Marlin on the bottom is going to get by and use that lap car to 22 of Ward Burton as a pick. Marlin out front here in the closing stages at Las Vegas.
1.5 laps to go. Sterling Marlin was in this position last week, leading, although that was under caution. Can he hold on here and get his first win of the season and the first win for Dodge in their return to the NASCAR Winston Cup Series?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a Dodge victory, but I'm not sure if it's going to be Sterling or if Kenny Irwin Jr. is going to break through and get his first career win if they come to the white flag.
Going down into turn one, Marlin and Irwin both on the bottom side of the racetrack, although Marlin starts to slide up here a little bit. Here comes Irwin in that 42 car. Kenny Irwin had a practice crash at New Hampshire last July and was injured, had a long road to come back to this Winston Cup Series, but now, coming off turn 4, is in position. Kenny Irwin is a winner in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
Man, what a finish. That was an awesome finish. Let's take a look at that again here. So, yeah, Sterling tried to use the lap car. Jimmy Spencer as a pick there, just did not get there.
For the second time in as many weeks, Sterling Marlin leads with the white flag, but does not get it done. Kenny Irwin will be one of the 5 drivers eligible for that noble $5 million bonus at Charlotte in a couple months, and is also now the Winston Cup points leader. Welcome everybody to Hampton, Georgia in the Atlanta Motor Speedway for the 2001 running of the Cracker Barrel Old Country Store 500. On pole today is Sterling Marlin in the number 40 Coors Light Dodge and his teammate and last week's winner, Kenny Irwin, to his outside.
Man, Sterling's really been on a roll lately, Bill. You know, he's almost won the last 2 races, starting on a pole day. Maybe he can finally get it done.
Yes, certainly one to watch today, Chip. One we will not be watching today is Michael Waltrip in the number 15 car. His number 15 team for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated came into the year with 0 owner points, with a large number of teams attempting all of these races, and 2001 owner points not taking effect until race 6 at Bristol, he missed the field. Also, we go on board with Kevin Harvick in that third Richard Childress Racing entry, making his Winston Cup debut today.
Yeah, he's going to be one to watch. You know, it's a great-looking race car, the AOL number 30, and, you know, he's doing great things in the Busch Series. You know, we hear Richard wants to move the Winston Cup full-time in 2002, and I think that would be a great move.
Yes, for sure. We'll see how he does. But first, we'll see how Sterling Marlin and Kenny Irwin do as they lead off this field towards the green flag. And we are racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Good start by Sterling, although, you know, Kenny got a good enough start there on the outside that I think he'll be able to get down here in front of Bobby for second place.
Actually, not quite there, Chip. Looks like Kenny Irwin is going to go up the track a little bit, and Bobby Labonte. You know, Bobby Labonte was runner-up last year, Chip, in that photo finish with Dale Earnhardt in this race. He's always a great driver here in Atlanta. We'll see if he can maybe get another victory here today.
Yeah, we got you know, Jeff Gordon there coming to the inside of Bobby Labonte. All the Hendrick cars qualified really well. Jeff Gordon's teammate Terry Labonte there's right behind him, and we saw back there a little further back the number 25 Jerry Nadeau, the third Hendrick car, also had a good qualifying run. I think they could all be contenders today.
Getting, looks like almost 3 wide there for second as they come down the backstretch. Marlin still leading. Jeff Gordon, though, is in hot pursuit, and looks like Sterling's going to slip up the track a little bit, try that high line off turn 4. He will continue leading here, leads lap 2 easily at the line.
Yeah, we go on board here with Jeff. Looks like he's got a run on that 40 car as they come off turn 2. Going to be side-by-side drag race down the back, although I would guess that Jeff may just get Sterling here going into turn 3.
Gordon drives it in deep, goes low, and it's looking like not quite clear off turn 4, although Jeff Gordon is going to get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points for leading that lap of the line. I have a feeling going into turns 1 and 2, they will be single file. Further back, though, let's give an attaboy to Greg Biffle, rookie in that number 97 Roush racing car. He's running in the top 10 right now as we go on board with defending race winner Dale Earnhardt, and he's just been really impressive so far this season, hasn't he, Chip?
Yeah, you know, Greg, he's a little bit older for a rookie, 31 years old, but you know, comes with experience. And it looks like Sterling has gotten back on the inside here of Jeff Gordon. He's going to cross him back over to lead lap 4. And this pack's getting pretty tight up here. Tony Stewart, Kenny Irwin, all of them really battling for position.
And this just ahead of where Greg Biffle and that sort of second pack is. Looks like we've got 6 cars in this lead group. Stewart, Marlin, Irwin, Rudd, Labonte, and Gordon. And then not too far behind them there is Jerry Nadeau and Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, and Kenny Irwin, you know, coming back here on the inside. We got 2 Indiana drivers out front now, Tony Stewart, Kenny Irwin. And, you know, we just cannot say enough about what Kenny has done this year. He's been amazing, and I would not be surprised if we see him win another Winston Cup race before the season is over.
I mean, the way he's running right now, Chip, he might even be in this championship conversation, leading the Winston Cup points and you know, looking to get another top 5 today. We do see Bobby Labonte there on the apron. He came in for a problem, unscheduled pit stop, but his car is back running again. He's going to get back on the track, though he will lose a lap.
Yeah, you know, Bobby, defending Winston Cup champion, you know, a lot of people think he could contend for another one this year, but set him back a bit. Although, look at this, we got Kenny Irwin is coming for the lead. You know, maybe looking to hold on to that Winston Cup points lead, although we're 3 wide again, go on board with Jeff Gordon, and he wants that lead back.
Yeah, no clear favorite so far, Chip. We got now 7 cars practically under a blanket here. Lots of 3 wide action up front. All 3 Hendrick cars trying to see if they can make it 1, 2, 3 right now as Terry Labonte is clear for second and Jerry Nadeau.
Jeff Gordon's still leading here, although look at this. The 3 Hendrick cars are about to be 3 wide for the lead. Jerry Nadeau is coming to the inside of Terry Labonte here off the corner. And Sterling Marlin's trying to get back into this conversation as well.
we've had a lead change almost every lap here at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and we cannot say enough about this reconfiguration of this racetrack. Looks like Tony Stewart got the wall a little bit there off the corner, but Atlanta has just become such an incredible racetrack. With this quad oval shape, similar to Charlotte, and we're seeing a phenomenal race today.
Yes, we are, Bill, and look at that. We got Sterling back out front. He really badly wants to win one of these races. Been leading on the last lap the past 2 weeks, and just has not been able to get it done.
Sterling Marlin still leading here as we round lap 14. Things will settle down a bit up front. Oh, we see a caution light on. Looks like Terry Labonte is around, and Kenny Irwin as well. Right in front of the pack. Ooh, hard hit for Kenny Irwin into the 16 of Kevin LePage.
Dale Earnhardt. Dale is rolling over and over down the backstretch.
Yeah, let's get the replay here, Chip. Looks like they try to go almost 5 wide off of turn 2 here.
Yeah, you can't do that, boys. That's for sure. And, man, it looks like Jeff gets into the 5 car in the 88, and there goes Terry Labonte around.
And looks like a fairly mild wreck at that point, but then we go on board with Dale Earnhardt here, and this is where it starts to get really crazy. All these cars just start piling in. Dale thinks he's gotten through, and then he hits Terry, and that's the moment where we lost the camera.
Yeah, let's look at a helicopter here. So, yeah, Dale gets into the back of the 5 car, and his teammate Mike Skinner gets into him, and then a 10 car sends him over and over on his roof. And I'll tell you, folks, that really just speaks to the safety of the Winston Cup race cars. You get a crazy crash like that. Dale's already gotten out, walked away, and said he's excited for next week, hoping to get back into it.
Yeah, certainly been a tough season for Earnhardt so far. Cars making pit stops here. Pretty much every team, it looks like, is going to come down pit road. Should be enough time to go to the end here on fuel. See, Kenny Irwin there, last week's winner, is out of the race after that wreck, so he will likely lose the Winston Cup points lead. As leader Sterling Marlin hits his pit box and begins his service. Jeff Gordon's in as well, as is Ricky Rudd further back there. Rudd has actually completed his service already. Looks like Sterling Marlin is going to beat him off pit road. Slow. Coming to the restart here, Sterling Marlin, single file restart with the lap cars on the inside. Bobby Labonte. First car 1 lap down. Going to see if he can get his lap back here after that unscheduled pit stop earlier. Good start for Marlin, although it looks like Ricky Rudd, haven't talked about him yet today, is coming into the picture.
Yeah, it's a lot of good cars got taken out or got some damage in that wreck. Kenny Irwin, Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte. So, yeah, we could see some new players up front in this race. As Ricky Rudd is actually going to easily pass Sterling Marlin here for the lead, and see if he can put Bobby Labonte a lap down again.
Yeah, Ricky Rudd, Daytona 500 winner, continues to have a good season at Robert Yates Racing Ford. Although Jerry Nadeau, Jerry Nadeau is the defending winner at this racetrack, got his first career Winston Cup win back in November here in the season finale. He's looking to see if he could take the lead once again here.
Yeah, Jerry is somebody that, he kind of had a breakout season last year, first year driving for Andrew Motorsports, and a lot of people I've heard in the garage area really think that Jerry could become a star in the Winston Cup Series, win a lot of races.
Yeah, and Nadeau now leading here. Although look at this, Sterling Marlin. He clearly has a fast car once again today. The question is, can he keep it there? Last few weeks he has not been able to.
Yeah, looking back here from Jerry Nadeau, got Sterling Marlin. Look at that. Who's going for 3rd place? Greg Biffle. We talked about him earlier in the broadcast. He's just making his 4th Winston Cup start today, and he's just done a phenomenal job so far.
Yeah, Greg Biffle is doing great. Another driver doing really well today is that 94 Hermie Sadler. Rock Racing is running 14th right now, their best run to date. They're one of those teams that do not have great owner points coming into this year, and has missed a couple of races. And look at this, Greg Biffle passes Sterling Marlin for the lead, and is going to be briefly out front here as Bobby Labonte is a lap down. Actually, he gets those 5 bonus points for leading lap.
Yeah, and that's going to be great. Move that team up in the standings in a Rookie of the Year battle. And we see another one of his Rookie of the Year contenders back there, Casey Atwood, in 19. My boy Casey is having another great day here.
Ricky Rudd leading here at Atlanta, although Tony Stewart now is looking to come to his inside as these two cars have separated themselves a bit from the rest of that pack there, although Greg Biffle, Sterling Marlin, and actually Jeff Gordon has come back into view as well, are in this lead pack.
Yeah, great job by that 24 team on repairing that car. You know, he was in that wreck.
Tony Stewart leading, although Ricky Rudd looking to come back to his inside. These two, again, have continued to pull away from the rest of the pack. And Bobby Labonte looks to at least hold on for a lead lap finish here ahead of both of these.
Yeah, you got Stacy Compton back there using the wreck. He's missing a hood, just riding around, seeing if he can collect a few points. And Rudd just driving away from Tony now. Let's see if he can put some distance on him.
Tony Stewart back to the inside of Ricky Rudd. We're after halfway here in Atlanta. These two cars appear to really be the dominant force of the day, especially now that a lot of contenders are out of the race. But it seems like one gets by the other. And once again, Ricky Rudd has caught Tony Stewart. He's going to see if he can get to the inside here, going through turns 1 and 2. And looks like he will, and he's going to try to make the pass going out of the backstretch, see if he can use Tony Stewart's teammate, Bobby Labonte, as a pick.
Yep, he gets a little draft there, and goodbye. Ricky Rudd is back to the lead.
And looks like we're going to trade places once again here. Tony Stewart drives in really deep. He's going to get to the inside of Ricky Rudd. Has a look here. Rudd will lead at the line this lap, but Tony Stewart now gets that draft off teammate Labonte. Drives it in. Rudd slides up the racetrack a little bit, and coming off of turn 2, they are going to be side by side for the lead.
Yeah, and you know, we're starting to run down there on laps a little bit, and there is some lap traffic coming up here. That could be what ends up deciding this race. Tony looks like he's going to get the lead again, although I imagine Ricky will just regroup, and we'll be talking about him again in a few laps.
And you called it, Chip. Ricky Rudd coming back to the inside of Tony Stewart here. Nobody seems to really be able to separate themselves out of these two. Ricky Rudd has won a race this year. Tony Stewart has not. If he can win, we'll continue our streak of, that would make it 4 different winners to start the season.
You know, and that manufacturer, Pontiac, is yet to win a race. We've had a Ford at Daytona and Rockingham. We had a Dodge last week at Las Vegas, but yeah, none of the GM makes, Pontiac or Chevrolet, have won a race yet this year.
Looks like Tony Stewart is not going to let Ricky Rudd lead for long this time. He's going to try to cross him back over here just the next lap after he lost the lead as they come up on lots of lap traffic ahead. And here he goes, Tony Stewart once again going to the bottom through turns 3 and 4. Into the closing stages here at Atlanta, Tony Stewart and Ricky Rudd still battling for this lead, and I think what's going to settle it is this big hornet's nest of lap cars in front of them.
Yeah, you got the 36 of Ken Schrader, the 18 of Bobby Labonte, 32 of Ricky Craven. You know, this is a great opportunity for Bobby Labonte to pass some cars, get some Winston Cup points back, because, you know, he's been kind of stuck all day.
Yeah, even surprising there, we see the 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Isn't having a great day, you know, made it through the wreck, but still just not doing very well off the pace and potentially going to get lapped here.
Yeah, and Tony is very effectively using these cars as a pick. He's been able to separate himself from Rudd a little bit, and yeah, that could end up being a race right here. You see, outside of Craven, while Rudd is still stuck behind the 36 of Kenny Schrader there. The only question here is now they're too wide in front of Tony because Brett Bodine is in that outside lane. Is that going to pull him up a bit and potentially allow Rudd to reel him back in?
Looks like Tony's going to take him 3 wide off of turn 4. Pretty daring move there for the leader, but it's going to pay off.
Yeah, although once again now Tony's stuck with 2 wide traffic. The 14 of Ron Hornaday, actually a little bit of contact there between Hornaday and Benson and 10. We're actually 3 wide. Tony Stewart in the middle with his teammate Labonte on the bottom. And all of a sudden now, Ricky Rudd has crawled back into this battle.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here. Can Tony Stewart squeeze between the 32 of Craven and his teammate of Labonte? So they come by the line, white flag in the air, and Ricky Rudd is caught back up to Tony Stewart here. They are nose to tail going through turns 1 and 2.
I don't know, though. I think if Rudd had a couple more laps, maybe, but Tony Stewart's got a pretty solid lead now.
And Rushville, Indiana's Tony Stewart won 6 races last year, the most of anybody, and just race 4 this year looks to take the checkered flag once again. Coming off turn 4, checkered flag in the air, and 10th career Winston Cup win for Tony Stewart comes at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
And great run by Tony there, and another good run by Ricky Rudd.
And after Kenny Irwin's crash, Dale Jarrett vaults back to the Winston Cup points lead, while Tony Stewart's win moves him up to 6th. And here we are in Darlington, South Carolina for the 2001 Carolina Dodge Dealers 400. Jeff Gordon leads from the pole with last week's race winner Tony Stewart to his outside.
You know, Bill, Jeff is still looking for his first win in 2001, as is all of Chevrolet, the only manufacturer yet without a victory.
Yes, that's true, Chip, and another big point of discussion will be the owner point situation. Today was the final race using 2,000 owner points, so some of those cars like Casey Atwood and Robbie Gordon, who missed the field today, should be easily locked in starting next week, while some of those other teams lower in the standings that have been banking on last year's points will be in trouble come Bristol. Pace car has already come down pit road. It's going to be a second here till Jeff Gordon gets the green. Fans rising to their feet now, and the 2001 Carolina Dodge Dealers 400 is underway.
Gordon and Stewart there, pretty even going into the first turn, although I imagine that low line is just so much better here, Bill, and Jeff should very easily get the lead here off turn 2. Looks like Kenny Irwin possibly, with a look at the inside, looks like he thinks better of it for the moment. But Jeff Gordon leading into turn 1 now.
And, you know, we've talked about Jeff Gordon being consistent. Oh, and some trouble back in the pack there. Looks like Jeff Burton goes for a spin. We're going to follow racing back to the caution here. Jeff Gordon easily gets at the stripe. But, yeah, let's take a look at the replay here. It looks like Jeff Burton just gets a little too hot off the corner there. Michael Waltrip, returning after missing the race last week, gets through that. Not too bad of an accident, though.
Yeah, certainly nothing like Dale Earnhardt's crash last week. That was, well, lots of people were in that wreck. But, yeah, so not too bad. But we got an interesting situation here. Everybody is going to come down pit road, but I'm not so sure they can make it in on fuel right now.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is more for tires, Chip. You know, this track really eats those tires. Looks like a lot of teams are, I'm hearing, probably just going to put 2 tires on here. Terry Labonte is already out of the pits, and Kenny Irwin, great stop for him. It looks like he's actually going to beat Jeff Gordon off pit road. Jeff Gordon's going to fall all the way to 3rd. Or actually, no, Terry Labonte did not beat Jeff Gordon off pit road. That was very close. As Kenny Irwin is going to lead them back to green with the 36th car of Ken Schrader taking the wave around in front of him.
Yeah, Kenny Irwin, name we've been saying a lot lately, you know, got caught up in that big accident last week, so that's what cost him the Winston Cup points lead he had coming out of his win at Las Vegas, but could very easily get back in this fight for the championship.
Looks like Terry Labonte, who narrowly lost that race off pit road for second to his teammate Jeff Gordon, takes a look to the inside there, although... and now Jeff Gordon, after losing the lead on pit road, under that first caution, wants to get it back here. Coming off turn 2, ooh, a little bit of a scrape of the wall there for Kenny Irwin. That's going to be the first of those Darlington stripes for him today. And Jeff Gordon easily sails out to the lead now with Irwin in second and his teammate Terry Labonte still riding in third.
Looks like, if anything, though, Bill, that little hit of wall might have put some more horsepower in that.
Kenny Irwin, looks like that scrape earlier has not hurt him too much as they start to work lap traffic. The 11 of Brett Botine and the 22 there of Ward Burton. Jeff Gordon is going to see if he can pass him on the outside, but that's actually going to let Irwin come to his inside here.
Yeah, I don't know what's better, being stuck behind a lap car or having to ride on the outside. Neither is great here at Darlington. And, yeah, look at that. Jeff gets loose and marbles up there, and Kenny Irwin is going to get to his inside. He will get a good run off the corner. Going to be next to Ward Burton here. But looks like Irwin may take the lead back with Jeff Gordon's teammate, Terry Labonte, set to follow him through here.
go on board with Terry Labonte here. Yes, he is clear for second now. Ward Burton managed to get through that group of cars and stay on the lead lap for the time being. And the other Labonte, Bobby Labonte, has now crept into the picture here a little bit as well.
Yeah, you know, Bobby was fighting being lapped down all day last week at Atlanta. Having a good run here, although look at this, Terry is going for the lead into turn 3. Looks like he's going to easily pass Kenny Irwin. I don't know if, looks like, yeah, Bobby is going to follow his brother through. Kenny gets the wall again off the corner.
And after the halfway mark here at Darlington, looks like we're going to have some green flag pit stops. Somebody got in a little bit hot getting into pit road there, lots of smoke. But we do stay green. The leader, Terry Labonte, followed by Dale Jarrett and the 42 Kenny Irwin, as well as Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, and, you know, this whole lead group stayed together pretty good. I think this is going to be a crucial pit stop here to see who might win this race. Not been a lot of passing today, so pit crews are about to earn their money here.
And Labonte comes across the line and is heading towards his stall. I believe he'll be the first one to hit his stall out of this group. Comes in, they're filling him up with fuel. Looks like right sides are going on. Jack about to drop. And now going over to the left side. 4 tires here, just 2 tires on that first stop of the day. And Jack drops on the left side, and the 5 car, Labonte, is off and on his way.
Looks like he beat Jarrett out, beat the 42 and the 24 easily. The question is, where is he going to blend onto the racetrack here, Bill? Looks like we got some lap cars coming. I don't know if there's any lead lap. Actually, yeah, that 28 car, Ricky Rudd, is on the lead lap, and with that little bit of an undercut there, he's going to easily pass by Terry Labonte here.
You know, I'm honestly surprised undercut is in your vocabulary, Chip. Have you been watching Formula One or something?
Hey, I know words, Bill. I know a lot of words.
Sure you do, Chip. It looks like Terry Labonte has caught back up to that 28 car, Ricky Rudd. It took him a little bit to get going, but that 11 car of Brett Bodine about to go another lap down has served as a potentially good pick here for Terry Labonte to get back to the lead.
Yeah, and he's in a Yates Racing sandwich right now. We got the 28 leading in the 88, the teammate of Dale Jarrett back there, go on board with Terry now. He's caught Ricky, but catching him one thing, passing him another.
Yes, for sure. Look at that. Jeff Gordon is shot out of a cannon there on the outside. He has not been caught in this lap traffic. And trying to see if he can make something work on the outside, although once again, turns 1 and 2, you just have to run the bottom here, Chip. There's just no grip to be found up there. It looks like 28 Rudd is going to clear Brett Bodine here, so this may open it up for some more racing up front.
Yeah, it looks like 5 car is going to stick to his bumper here, although Ricky Rudd holds the bottom pretty good through 3 and 4, and going to lead another lap. Still not had a 2-time winner in 2001.
Although, look at that, he gets a little loose going into 1 and 2, and look here by Terry Labonte. Let's see, is he going to make the pass? Yes, almost got into the side of Rudd.
Man, that was aggressive by Terry, but look at that. He has the lead. He is sailing away there now from those 2 Robert Yates cars.
And coming up on the white flag here, Terry Labonte has put on an absolute clinic here at Darlington today. He won his first career Winston Cup race at Darlington in 1980, but has not won here since. He also went winless last year in the 2000 season, but the 2-time series champion looks to be returning to victory lane today.
And you know what, Bill?
What, Chip?
Last week we had Tony Stewart. This week we're going to have Tony the Tiger.
And, definitely an important observation. Thanks for that, Chip. But anyway, coming off turn 4, Terry Labonte comes down the front stretch and easily wins the 2001 Carolina Dodge Dealers 400 at Darlington Raceway. And after this race, Dale Jarrett maintains his Winston Cup points lead while his teammate Ricky Rudd moves back up to 3rd.
We've got to give a shout-out, too, to Greg Biffle, rookie. He's 8th in points right now, having a heck of a year so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Yes, we'll have to see what happens next week at Bristol Motor Speedway, but until then, this is Bill and Chip signing off. And welcome to Bristol Motor Speedway here in Bristol, Tennessee for the Food City 500. The field is led by Winston Cup Series defending champion Bobby Labonte, with Jeff Gordon to his outside.
And Bill, both Jeff and Bobby are two very good drivers in this series. They have not won races yet this year. Looking back here, we see Casey Atwood, another great start for him there in 6th place. And starting 7th, we got Ty Bodine in the 66. Good to see him up front, too.
Yes, both of them definitely storylines to watch today. Field rounding turns 3 and 4 on this very short pace lap. Pace car heading towards pit road. And Bobby Labonte coming towards the green flag. We are racing here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
And good start for Bobby there, although that outside line, you just do not get moving. Looking at Jeff is already getting passed by Ward Burton there. It looks like he's going to easily clear for 2nd. And Bobby's getting a solid lead here. Going to easily get those 5 bonus points that first lap.
Labonte appears to be extending his gap over Burton a little bit now, as Jeff Gordon perhaps hoping to take that 2nd spot back here shortly. But up front, it is all that number 18 car of Bobby Labonte.
And Bobby's starting to get into some traffic here.
Yeah, a little smoke up top there too. Oh, and Labonte gets a little bit loose on the apron. Gordon to his outside. They're going to split that 43 car of John Andretti. And Jeff Gordon on the outside manages to get around Bobby Labonte and take a commanding lead here at Bristol. Gordon was able to use that lap traffic as a pick there. That's something that will come into play all day long. This track has been described as trying to fly an airplane inside a gymnasium. There just really is no room to be found here.
You know, I tried doing that once, Bill.
What?
Fly an airplane in a gymnasium, man. It started out awesome, but didn't end too well. I tell you, we ended up in a big hole in the wall and a big smoking. It was crazy, I tell you what.
Gordon still leading at Bristol here past the quarter-way mark, catching more lap traffic here in the 92 of Stacy Compton, and I hear we might have trouble. Yes, big spin there in turn 1.
Oh man, we got Jeff Burton rolling down the banking. Let's take a look at the replay here. Yeah, you go 3 wide, you just cannot do that. Bristol, look at that, the 66 car and the 31 of Skinner, they all just pile in there, and then Steve Park hits the 99, and he goes rolling.
And looking down at pit road, or I should say one of the pit roads, the one that most of the leaders are pitting on, Jeff Gordon is in his box, way ahead of the field. He should be able to complete his service before many start theirs. Pole sitter Bobby Labonte pulls into his stall, as well as we got the 42 of Kenny Irwin there, and now the 19 of Casey Atwood is in on the bottom.
And Jeff Gordon, look at that, he's already done. He's going to easily win this race off pit road. Looks like Kenny Irwin had a good stop there. He's actually going to come out 2nd, followed by Tony Stewart and Dale Jarrett.
And the leaders, Gordon and Stewart, are going to be mired back in traffic here on this restart. We've got the lap traffic to the inside there, and a couple cars taken away around. Oh, look at this. The 42 of Kenny Irwin, who is supposed to start 2nd, is smoking on pit road.
Man, that's just too bad for Kenny to be out of this race. Yeah, so Jeff coming back to green here, 66 Ty Bodine. He's a lap down, got a pole in front of Jeff. And, of course, that number 36 car there, Ken Schrader, took the waiver down trying to see if he could get back on the lead lap.
Stewart staying pretty well with Gordon off the restart. He's going to be immediately in traffic here with Bodine and Schrader in front of him. That should keep these leaders pretty close together. And Gordon's still trying to negotiate his way around that 36 of Ken Schrader. We've also got the 99 of Burton running again up there. Oh, and the 12 of Mayfield got a bit loose there, and Tony Stewart is able to use him as a pick, and he easily gets around Jeff Gordon. It looks like he's going to be able to lap Jeff Burton here as well.
Yeah, and Tony is out front again. You know, he won just 2.
Stewart still leading here in Bristol, trying to make his way through an absolute swarm of lap traffic in front of him. Oh, and it looks like some of that traffic back there is starting to crash.
Yeah, Ken Schrader, that 36 car, has been running with the leaders all day. Actually, we got to focus up front here. See, Tony should win this race back to caution, but yeah, let's see what happened here with Schrader.
Looks like the 19 Atwood, the 12 of Mayfield, just go 3 wide. You cannot do that here at Bristol. Jeff Gordon narrowly missed that wreck. That could have been really bad for him.
Yes, it could have, Bill, but he made it through. He's still running second. And coming to the restart here, Stewart on the outside with the lap car, the 33, and Nemechek to his inside.
And Nemechek really drives in deep here. He wants his lap back. He actually almost looks like he does push Stewart into the wall there a little bit.
And that's going to give Gordon an opportunity here, though. Mark Martin, oh, we're wrecking in turn 1. Big crash, big crash.
Let's take a look at this. Yeah, the 31 of Skinner gets into the 97 of Biffle, and the 2 of Rusty Wallace. Oh, and then hard hit that 94 car of Hermie Sadler. Let's go on board with him. Get that special WrestleMania paint scheme this week, which, as you can see, we saw a little bit too much of that hood featuring The Rock and Steve Austin there. And coming back to the green flag, Tony Stewart still leading with the lap car of Mark Martin to his inside. Mark Martin is going to be aggressive once again, trying to get his lap back here on this restart. Stewart is able to avoid hitting the wall this time, although here comes another one of those Fords. Jeremy Mayfield to Stewart's inside, getting his lap back, and that has allowed Jeff Gordon to reel him in here. And it looks like Gordon now looking to take his lead back.
Yep, Jeff Gordon out front here at Bristol once again. Sees 31 Mike Skinner there on pit road. Now it's his turn to try to make his way through this lap traffic as we're starting to approach the closing stages of this race.
Gordon coming back to the line, 10 to go. Oh, and caution lights are on. Let's take a look at what happened here.
Yeah, look at that. The 40 car just gets in there way too hot. Sterling Marlin, and he takes out Bobby Labonte. Looks like the 77 of Robert Presley gets some at the 4 of Bobby Hamilton, the 21 of Elliott Sadler. They just all get in there. So hard to avoid.
And now with that caution, there's only going to be a 5-lap sprint to the finish here with no lap cars due to it being a late race restart. It's just going to be an all-out grudge match between Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart.
Gordon getting a good lead here. Coming to 4 laps to go. Lots of clear track in front of him. We'll just have to see. Can Tony get that thing wound up again and bring any kind of a challenge? Tony does seem to run a little bit better of a line, kind of there on the bottom in the corner. Gordon's been a little bit higher up, although this time he's really going to hug the bottom, and they're coming up on 3 to go. I just think Jeff might be cruising towards the first victory of the season. Go on board here with Stewart. He does hug the bottom once again, good there in 1 and 2, but Jeff seems to get through 3 and 4 just a bit better.
Better find something quickly if he's going to find anything at all. Coming to 2 laps to go here with Jeff Gordon pulling away. And, you know, this 24 team, we've not talked about them a lot this year, but they certainly have been consistent in the top 5 in points heading into today, and now he's 1 lap away from a victory here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
And smooth sailing here for Jeff. He's just going to make 2 more corners. Looks like he should easily.
Yes, he will. And coming off turn 4, Jeff Gordon wins the Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Gordon moves up to 2nd in the standings with his win, but Dale Jarrett holds on to his points lead that he attained last week at Darlington. Welcome, everyone, to the Texas Motor Speedway for the 2001 running of the Harrah's 500. Today's field is led off by Dale Jarrett with Tony Stewart to his outside. Kevin Harvick makes his 2nd of 7 planned Winston Cup starts today in that number 30 Richard Childers racing car. Also, Adam Petty has now missed his 7th consecutive race to begin the season. We're hearing there may be some changes coming to that team soon to try to get them in the field.
Yeah, it's really kind of a shame that 45 teams not been running better. There's just, you know, too many cars trying to make these races for everyone to get in. Somebody has to miss them, and guess that's what happens. But yeah, we're going green here. Dale Jarrett leading at Texas.
Good jump there by Jarrett. Easily clears Stewart off the start.
You know, Tony Stewart, last time we were on a 1.5-mile track back at Atlanta, he was the winner there, so continues to have a good run at these type of racetracks this season.
Yes, and as does his teammate, Bobby Labonte there. See Stewart drifting up the racetrack a bit as Jarrett is going to easily lead this first lap here at Texas Motor Speedway. 5 Winston Cup bonus points for him.
Looks like we're starting to go 3 wide there.
Jarrett still leading here at Texas with several laps complete. We've got Kenny Irwin, though, in hot pursuit. Looks like he's going to get down to Jarrett's inside, coming off of turn 4, and should easily make this pass here and become this race's second leader.
Yep, it's 3 wide there for third place. Ricky Rudd trying to get under Jeff Gordon. Tony Stewart trying to creep back up into this picture as well there. Behind. Oh, we got a big crash here at the back. Looks like Craven. Actually, we got to follow the leaders. They are going to race it back. Looks like Irwin's probably got it for the lead, although it's going to be close between Rudd and Jarrett there for second place. But yeah, let's go on board here with Dale Earnhardt. Take a look at his replay. Yeah, it looks like the 16 car Kevin LePage, that new Hank Aaron team, just kind of gets loose there in front of that big pack and takes a lot of that. Dale barely made it through that crash. That was very lucky for him.
That it was, Chip. He just cannot seem to stay out of trouble this year. Kenny Irwin now leads them back to the green. Jarrett in second and Rudd in third. Single file restart as no cars are a lap down yet.
Jarrett got a good run here on Irwin down the back. He may be able to just take this lead back as they go in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he got into that corner well. Load line, Irwin a little bit loose up the racetrack. And it's looking like at the line here it is going to be Jarrett.
Oh, we got another caution though. Rusty Wallace spun. It looks like got clipped by Michael Waltrip there. Yeah, Rusty gets into the inside wall there, slides back into traffic, and yeah, Mikey just gets in the side of him.
Most of the leaders are going to pit under this caution, it looks like. Jarrett, Irwin, and Terry Labonte lead them down pit road. I believe Jarrett will be the first one to hit his stall, so we head down towards that end.
Yep, the 88 is in, as is the 42 and the 5. Looks like it's going to be 4 tires all around for all these drivers, although it's important to note a few drivers did stay out under this caution. It is still early enough. There may be some strategy going on that could pay off, so I do not believe whoever wins this race off pit road is going to be the race leader after this. Looks like Jarrett will easily win a race off pit road, but again, not a leader. Uh-oh, it looks like we got trouble further back here.
Yes, it's 1 lap till green on this restart, and, oh man, his horrible season just continues. Dale Earnhardt is blowing up here at Texas Motor Speedway. He is still yet to get a top 10 finish this season. You know, we thought before things started perhaps he could be a championship contender this year, but so far it just does not seem meant to be.
Coming to this restart here, a lot of changes up front. So you see Jeff Burton now leads here at Texas. He did not pit under that caution with Brother Ward and Todd Bodine behind him. The lap car of Bobby Hamilton there to his inside. But Jeff Burton, is a guy that, consistently wins the races every season in this Winston Cup Series. I've talked about him a lot yet this year, but certainly it's going to be a force to be reckoned with today now that he's got that 99 car out front.
Yes, he will be, Chip. Burton takes the green flag and gets a good jump on Hamilton to be single file for that lead. Let's see what his brother Ward is able to do with that 4 Kodak Chevrolet.
Yep, Ward getting held up there a little bit by Bobby Hamilton in that 4 car. Looks like Robert Presley's trying to get under the 66 of Todd Bodine there for 3rd place. But Burton looks like he's getting a pretty comfortable lead here off this restart.
Burton continuing to lead. It looks like the 66, the lap car of Hamilton has now gotten underneath of Jeff Burton, and it looks like that's going to allow Steve Park to get a run there on the bottom. Park won his first Winston Cup race last August at Watkins Glen, driving for Dale Earnhardt, and he, I think, definitely is poised to win another one of those this year.
Yeah, Steve, he's a good little race car driver, and one of those guys from the Northeast that's come down here to.
And now we've got Elliott Sadler and that Wood Brothers car getting underneath Steve Park. This is his 3rd year in Winston Cup. Has not won a race yet, but had some solid results, and I think potentially could do that, perhaps even today.
He's got a lot of hungry hounds behind him, though. We got the 25 of Nadu, the 5 of Terry Labonte there. Nadu won on a 1.5 mile track last November at Atlanta. Terry Labonte, of course, won at Darlington just a couple weeks ago. And then look at that, Bill Elliott. Bill has not won in about 6 years. And that new Everham Dodge team this year, he's making some noise today as well.
Yeah, a lot of the talk has been about the Ganassi Dodges being the strong cars out of that fleet, but those Everham cars of Bill Elliott and Casey Atwood definitely have put together some solid runs as well so far.
Now Terry Labonte's out front. Terry, Texas native, trying to see if he can get a win here at his home racetrack. That'd be pretty cool.
Go on board here with Steve Park now. Looks like Park is going to get backed by Bill Elliott for second place. Terry Labonte still leading. Oh, and we've got trouble behind him. Looks like the 66 of Todd Bodine got spun there coming off of turn 4.
Coming to restart here. We've got Terry Labonte and a lap car Mark Martin on his inside. We see also lap car Kevin Harvick in the 30 there. First time we've really talked about him a whole lot today, but his second start in Winston Cup Series.
2 Pontiacs behind Tony Stewart now to the inside of Terry Labonte, trying to take the lead with Jeff Gordon in tow. Looks like Stewart is going to easily clear Labonte coming in the corner here, but now Gordon is going to the inside. We go on board with him.
Yeah, Jeff, got his first win of the year at Bristol last week, and trying to see if he can make it 2 in a row. It looks like Terry is going to come down behind Jeff and see if he can follow him through, or actually maybe even retake this lead here off of turn 4.
Yeah, Labonte actually led it at the stripe there, and coming down to turn 1, Gordon's a little loose, and it looks like he's actually going to hold up Stewart as well and potentially give Ricky Rudd an opportunity to get into this battle.
Now, looks like Jeff Gordon is going to try to take a look to the inside of his teammate, Terry Labonte here. And not quite clear off the corner, although I think he is going to lead this lap. And now Ricky Rudd has gotten past Tony Stewart for 3rd place.
Overall, I think I'd have to say I think Gordon has the best race car right now. He seems to be able to get the lead and stay there, and when he loses it, he seems to be able to drive past these guys.
Yeah, although I'm interested to see what Ricky Rudd can do with these cars up here. It's the first time he's been this far up front all day, and his sponsor Texaco, I'm sure would love to see that 28 car get in victory lane here at Texas Motor Speedway.
Looking down from the helicopter, it looks like Tony Stewart now is to Gordon's inside, wants to get another run at Rudd for that lead. Kenny Irwin, Bobby Labonte, and Steve Park there are running 5th through 7th, not too far behind this lead pack.
Rudd way up high off that corner into the marbles a little bit. That's going to allow Stewart past. He actually scrapes the wall a bit. And Labonte trying to see if he can make a 3 wide for the lead.
Just like at Atlanta, these mile-and-a-half tracks continue to put on just phenomenal racing here in 2001. We're going to continue to be 3 wide for the lead with Jeff Gordon now going down to the inside.
Jeff Burton, too, is up to 6, got around Steve Park. He led a bit earlier after the caution, kind of shuffled up the field. Oh, no! Stewart and Labonte hit in turn 4, and that's too great. Oh, no, Park in it, too.
Yes, cars spinning all over the place. Let's take a look at the replay here. So it looks like Labonte tries to close the door on Stewart off of turn 4 and just gets there a little bit too late and gets into the side of Stewart, and 2 great contenders in this race are now all out of it. Jeff Burton just barely made it through there, but he does continue. Steve Park, hard hit though. Jeff Gordon now leads them back to the green with Bobby Hamilton and Kevin Harvick, the lap cars on the inside. And now Ricky Rudd is staying with them pretty good here on this restart. Gordon is actually not going to clear the lap car of Hamilton coming through turn 2 onto the backstretch. So that could open the door for Ricky Rudd or Kenny Irwin to get the lead here.
Yeah, it looks like Rudd is trying to make it 3 wide up there. Thinks better of it. Just saw that crash with Stewart and Terry Labonte. Decided maybe not to make it 3 wide off of turn 4. But look at this, Kenny Irwin. He's another driver who's won on a mile and a half this year. Is coming to the inside here, and now we go on board with defending Winston Cup champion Bobby Labonte, who is still yet to win a race in 2001. Oh, and wrecking again back here, the 96, the 14, and the 31.
Yeah, Richard Childress, an expensive day for him with the 31 of Skinner out. Single file restart as we're very late in the game here as Kenny Irwin leads Jeff Burton. And Jeff Burton, got into this front pack on strategy today and now is poised for a podium finish, if not better.
Yeah, Burton seems to really be coming at the head of steam here. Oh, yeah, he really drove it in deep into turn 4 there, and he's going to come out with the lead. And Jeff Burton trying to become the first driver to win multiple times here at Texas Motor.
Burton still leading. Caution light is on. Mayfield and the 93 of Dave Blaney involved. And so with so few laps left, I think all Burton has to do is just make it back around to the yellow flag, and he will have his first win of 2001.
Be the first for Jack Roush as well.
Yes, that's true, Chip. So yeah, Jeff Burton comes to the line, and Jeff Burton just has to follow that pace car back to win here at Texas Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon second, and the 18 Bobby Labonte is third. Jeff Gordon takes the Winston Cup points lead here at Texas for the first time this season. In a pretty chaotic and crazy race that definitely jumbled up those point standings. Welcome to Martinsville, Virginia for the 2001 Virginia 500 at NASCAR's shortest racetrack. Kenny Irwin Jr. scored the pole position in yesterday's qualifying session with 2000 Series champion Bobby Labonte to his outside. At the tail end of the grid is another storyline we're following. For the first time all season, the number 45 Petty Enterprises team has made the field, thanks to Petty Enterprises bringing in three-time Winston Cup Series champion Darrell Waltrip and his past champions provisional. Waltrip will drive the number 45 car for the next 4 weeks in hopes of getting it up in the point standings.
The big irony, Bill, is that the 45 making the field today came at the expense of the other two Petty cars, the 44 and a 43, as well as that 94 of Hermie Sadler.
Yes, for somebody to make the field, somebody else has to be out, and we are racing here at Martinsville. Kenny Irwin Jr. got a great jump there on the start.
Yes, he did, although Bobby was able to get down in front of 28 of Rudd there in the start, so he's not going to get caught on that outside line. That is not where you want to be here at Martinsville, the outside. You're going to go straight to the back if you get stuck up there, as looks like Jeff Gordon is right now.
And Irwin leads that first lap and now has a pretty comfortable gap there on Labonte. Irwin still leads at Martinsville as we complete lap 8. Oh, and the yellow is out. I see a couple cars smoking on the backstretch. We're going to have to take a look at the replay here to see what happened.
Looks like, oh man, that 77 of Presley gets into the 33 of Nemechek, who goes flying through the air. That's crazy.
Nobody is going to pit, at least up front, under this caution as it's so early in the race. So Kenny Irwin still the leader, coming to that single file restart, and is once again pulling away from Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, I imagine these boys are going to want to calm down a little bit. You don't want to wreck any more race cars too early in this thing.
Irwin still leading, although he has company now from the 28 of Rudd, the 99 of Burton, and Bobby Labonte. Ooh, Labonte goes flying around the outside there. It looks like Irwin got a little bit loose there on the inside.
Man, I tell you what, it's pretty hard to make a pass on the outside of Martinsville, so props to Bobby on that one.
And Bobby Labonte now cruising away from the rest of the pack. On board with Bobby Labonte over halfway through this race here at Martinsville Speedway as the 2000 champion continues to lead. Another former series champion worth noting is Dale Earnhardt. He's had a really tough start to this season with 2 DNFs and no top 10 finishes. But look at this. Chip, Dale appears to be on his way back to the front. He is passing Johnny Benson in that Eagle 1 number 10 car for the 10th position to potentially get his first top 10 finish of the 2001 campaign.
Yeah, he's pretty deep in the points. I don't know if he can make a run at the Winston Cup, but getting a solid finish like it looks like he might today would be the first step towards that.
And coming around here, 2 laps to go. Bobby Labonte has a massive lead, and with so few laps to go, even if the caution were to come out, that would pretty much just end the race.
Yeah, I think Bobby's got it in the bag. He's really kind of stunk up a show here today. A lap car. It looked like Mike Wallace back there is going to hold up the other drivers to prevent them from having any chance of catching him. And here Bobby comes the white flag. Just has to get around these corners 2 more times, and he's going to have himself the first win of his 2001 season.
His teammate Tony Stewart won back at Atlanta, but now as he begins to round turns 3 and 4, Bobby Labonte is going to give Coach Gibbs and Pontiac their second victory of 2001. The 2000 champion is a winner in 2001.
Good run there by Bobby, and Dale, held on for his first top 10 finish of the year. Also worth noting, Jeff Gordon there gets a second place and continues to lead these Winston Cup Series points.
Buckle up, Chip. It's going to be a wild ride today. We're at the biggest beast of them all, Talladega Superspeedway in Talladega, Alabama. Dale Jarrett leads from the pole with Terry Labonte to his outside, as drivers will have to complete 500 grueling miles today around this 2.66 mile track.
Speaking of long, grueling runs, we want to point out and congratulate Dale Earnhardt, who is making his 656th consecutive Winston Cup start today, and he got a special card too.
Yes, to commemorate becoming NASCAR's Iron Man, passing Terry Labonte for that record number of consecutive starts. Dale Earnhardt has that special iron colored number 3 car today, and
coming to the green flag here, Dale Jarrett, Terry Labonte, and they've got it. The green's in the air. We're racing at Talladega.
Jarrett and Labonte pretty even on that start. Field staying pretty orderly 2 by 2 so far, but I imagine they will not stay that way for long, Chip.
No, I don't think they will. This is one of NASCAR's craziest racetracks, if not the craziest racetrack. And so poor DW, he thought he retired, and now he's back out there today in a 45, replacing Adam Petty in this hornet's nest.
Yes, so we'll see how he does today. We got Tony Stewart surging to the lead now with a good push there from Jeff Gordon, and Kenny Irwin Jr. pushing Gordon now past Stewart.
Yeah, we're using that same aero package we did last fall in Daytona in February, so we should see a lot of passing today. Drivers going from the front to the back, back to the front.
Irwin and fellow Dodge driver, the 22 of Ward Burton, are giving Gordon a great push there, although Daytona 500 winner Ricky Rudd now is trying to form a third line there on the inside.
Yeah, one of his Ford teammates, the 6 of Mark Martin there, and actually also the 96 of Robbie Gordon, they try to give him a push as Irwin now coming the inside of Gordon, which we see here from the helicopter.
Yeah, and Irwin is going to clear Gordon. He has top 5 finish here at Talladega before, but has never won at this racetrack, so we'll have to see if he can maybe get a second career win today. He had a great run at Daytona in February.
That he did. Narrowly lost that race to Ricky Rudd. And we see Dale there, that silver Ironman car in the middle of the back, having a good run. Still on board with Rudd now. Looks like he took a brief look to the inside there of the 22 of Ward Burton, but decided better of it.
Looks like Gordon is going to try to get back past the 42 of Irwin on the outside there, Tony Stewart in tow. And we also see Jeff Purvis, that 51 car. Jeff Purvis is back in the field today after racing at Daytona in February as well. His plan is to run all 4 of these super speedway races this year.
Yeah, great to see a small little team, Phoenix Racing, out there having another good run. And looks like Jeff Gordon continues to lead that 96, Robbie Gordon, followed by the 15 of Michael Waltrip, trying to get something started there on the inside. Oh, we got trouble.
Waltrip, Benson, Greg Biffle, Mike Skinner, a hard hit. Lots of cars involved.
This is what we always fear at Talladega. Now we got to pay attention up front here. They are going to race back to the caution. It's going to be a drag race between Gordon and Kenny Irwin, it looks like.
Yeah, Irwin's got a run there on the inside. 2 Dodges followed by 2 Fords. Going to see if they can beat a Chevrolet and a Pontiac back to the stripe. Looking like they might right now, though Gordon is going to get a good run there on the outside.
Yeah, I think Jeff might just get it. Yeah, especially with Rudd pulling out of line, that's going to hurt the inside's draft, and Gordon will maintain the lead. Let's take a look at a replay.
Looks like they get 4 wide there. You just cannot do that, Chip. And yeah, Matt Kenseth gets clipped by the 40 of Sterling Marlin. Then meanwhile, it looks like Michael Waltrip sort of separately gets loose ahead of them. And then they start piling in. So yeah, Biffle spins into traffic, and Jerry Nadeau gets up on top of Dale Earnhardt Jr. there. Ron Hornaday at the last second. Now Dale Earnhardt, look at this. He just narrowly misses that 10 car Johnny Benson, and you know, maybe one of the reasons he's so successful at this racetrack is his ability to just survive.
Yeah, you got to be there at the end to be able to win, and you know, all these cars that are, you know, restarting right now still are in this race. So Jeff Gordon got a good restart there. A little bit of a gap. You don't want too much of a gap there on Kenny Irwin Jr. Looks like Tony Stewart going to get a good run on the outside there too.
Yeah, Tony Stewart, definitely another one of these good restricted plate racers. He's been up front all day. And it looks like, you know, Robbie Gordon in that 96 car starting to creep into the picture again. And an aggressive move there by Ricky Rudd to the bottom. Going to not follow his teammate in that Dale Jarrett in that center line, but going to see if he can take the lead for himself there.
Yeah, he's surging ahead. Looks like he's got some help coming there. That 26 car of Jimmy Spencer, another Ford, may be able to get him pushing the draft. Kenny Irwin led that lap. But, yeah, we're going to be 3 wide for the lead here with Rudd, Spencer, and Steve Park, possibly Robbie Gordon now, all on the inside.
Jimmy Spencer's only 2 career wins came back in 1994 in these super speedway races at Talladega, and then also one at the summer race in Daytona. So another great run for him today, good track.
See, Jeff Purvis in 51 also got through that wreck in his lead pack, and now Ricky Rudd, Daytona 500 winner, is out front here at Talladega, looking to go 2 in a row perhaps on these restricted plate tracks.
Yeah, another good run for Rudd, although it looks like Spencer is trying to take the lead there on the bottom. You can see Dale Earnhardt, that gray, iron gray, number 3, is creeping into this picture. You know, he came from outside of the top 20 to win in the last 5 laps in the fall. So as long as he is in this race, we go on board with him. I think he certainly has a chance. Came off that great top 10 finish last week at Martinsville, his first of the year, and hoping to continue his rebound in the Winston Cup points.
We got Steve Park and Ken Schrader now out front. Looks like Park's going to try to go up to block Spencer, but he's going to get stuck in that sucker hole there in the middle. It looks like he did not get in front of 26, so possibly Ken Schrader is going to take the lead here. They're getting pretty wide back there again, 3 by 3 by 3. They just need to make sure they do not go 4. That's when they got themselves into trouble over there.
Look at this, Jeff Purvis, that 51 team, is going to actually take the lead here, at least briefly.
Yeah, and he's got that 7 car, Mike Wallace in tow, as well as the 96 of Robbie Gordon. All 3 of those Ford teams, smaller Ford teams that normally we don't see up front on Sundays, but you know, the draft is a great equalizer bill. It allows all these teams to have a chance at these big racetracks in Daytona and Talladega.
Yes, certainly everyone has a chance, unless, of course, that 3 car is controlling the field, which it looks like he very well may be soon about to do, as he is coming to the inside and looking at second place to follow Terry Labonte through to the lead.
Yeah, Dale, you know, he's never won, I don't think, in a special paint scheme. You know, he's ran different cars over the years, the Tasmanian Devil and the Wrangler and stuff like that. So maybe he can finally get one in one of those special 3 cars today.
And the 55 of Kenny Wallace is now going to come to the inside of Terry Labonte. You know, he finished second here last fall. That's what made him eligible for that noble $5 million bonus at Las Vegas, and actually probably could have won that race if he realized that his teammate Joe Nemechek was behind him.
Yeah, reportedly he just was not aware that his teammate was behind him because he was running a special paint scheme. So, yeah, hopefully, I guess Mike's comes out of the race. I was going to say it would be good if he knew that Dale was in that iron car today. Maybe we need to say that on the broadcast a few more times. Dale is in the iron number 3 car today, everybody. Don't get confused, folks. I've got confused a couple times. If you're one of his teammates, one of the cars he owns, he's in the iron number 3.
Okay, Chip, I think everybody's got that. Thank you very much. Ward Burton now out front. You know, he's another great restrictor plate racer. And don't count out Tony Stewart in that 20 car. I think he probably is the strongest car, I would have to say, so far today. Would you agree, Chip?
Yeah, I think so. He's, led several times, seems to be able to fall back a little bit and then move back up and retake the lead. Although, look at this, Jeff Purvis in the 51, maybe retaking the lead here.
Tony Stewart still out front. It looks like Jeff Gordon is going to try to get back by him with help from Ricky Rudd. The pack has thinned out a little bit here. Things are gotten a little calmer here. Nobody wants to wreck their race cars at least too soon, so a little bit spread out. We've got Gordon leading, Stewart in second, followed by Rudd, Ken Schrader, and then Rudd's teammate Dale Jarrett. Also got to shout out Todd Bodine in that 66 car, Jimmy Spencer's teammate. We talked about Spencer earlier, but Bodine also having a good run.
Yeah, for sure, Bill. Jeff Gordon is leading here once again, strong car. But what did we tell you, folks? Tony Stewart, we said he might have the best car, and looks like he's trying to lead again.
Yeah, that Home Depot Pontiac easily goes to Gordon's inside, and even without much help from the draft, is going to get back out front here at Talladega. So we're coming up on some lap traffic here. It looks like Jeremy Mayfield. Stewart still leading. 2 Fords, though, are about to railroad him. That 28 of Rudd and the 66 of Bodine. And he's going to fall back even more as the Chevrolets of Labonte and the 55 of Kenny Wallace are going to try to get around him. We go on board with Dale Earnhardt, kind of in the middle of this group. We've got Ken Schrader to his inside, and we're getting down to this last quarter of this race. The intensity is ratcheting up, and the pack is starting to come back together.
Yeah, we got Rudd now leading once again. Terry Labonte with help from Kenny Wallace, and now the 77 of Robert Presley all coming to the inside there. And Presley wants to lead this race here at Talladega.
Yes, 4 wide there for second place. I don't know. Oh, yeah, just like earlier, that's not going to work, and they're wrecking behind the leaders.
Oh, no, Tony Stewart had the best car today, and now is going to be on the tow truck. Let's look at this replay. Yeah, you just cannot go 4 wide at Talladega, and Kenny Wallace, Tony Stewart get together, and there goes Todd Bodine. Look at that, Dale Earnhardt just squeaked through there once again.
As we said earlier, surviving these races is what you have to do to be able to win them, and that's what Dale Earnhardt is great at doing, is just getting through the big wrecks here at Talladega. He restarts 5th as Ricky Rudd leads with Terry Labonte, Robert Presley. Rudd still leading. We've got Terry Labonte looking to make a pass here on the outside with help from Rudd's teammate Dale Jarrett. He's going to follow Labonte as opposed to Rudd. And it looks like Dale Earnhardt there is starting to fade off the front of this lead pack. Still may get a top 10 finish, but probably not going to be contending for the win here as we're coming down to the closing stages.
Yeah, Rudd, Labonte are door-to-door here off the corner. Let's see if that 77 of Robert Presley can come up and give Rudd a little bit of help, because looks like overall the outside line is much more organized here. Yeah, it looks like, whoa, yeah, the outside got real slowed up there in the turn 1, and Rudd's able to side draft and get out front.
And coming to the white flag, it's going to be quite the fight for the finish here, Chip. We've got 3 seasoned veterans, Ricky Rudd, Terry Labonte, and Dale Jarrett on the outside, and then a few underdogs, the 77 of Robert Presley, the 7 of Mike Wallace, and the 22 of Ward Burton on the inside. Say, Presley and Wallace have never won a Winston Cup race.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be aggressive coming around this final corner, although they just do not seem organized. See, we've got Ward Burton is not going to follow those 2 cars through. He's going to try to make it 3 wide, and that means we've got 3 cars versus 2 cars, and I think 3 cars are going to win out.
Yes, coming through the trioval, remember the start-finish line is all the way down to the other end of the grandstands, and it's going to be Ricky Rudd who's going to get back there first and continue to dominate at the restrictor plate tracks here in 2001.
Yes, that's 2 wins in a row for Ricky Rudd on the Super Speedway, 2 wins in a row for Robert Yates Racing on the Super Speedways.
And that win here at Talladega, Chip, will vault Ricky Rudd back to the points lead by 2 points over Jeff Gordon, heading into next week at California Speedway. The beautiful sunny Southern California for the 2001 Napa Auto Parts 500.
And fittingly enough, Bill, the field is led off by Napa Auto Parts number 15 car, Michael Walker, with Tony Stewart to his outside.
Yes, and further back in the field, there are a few storylines we are following as well. The number 30 Richard Childress racing car is back this week, but not with Kevin Harvick. Rick Mast, who lost his ride after the number 50 Midwest Transit Racing team shut down a few weeks ago, has been brought on board to help bring that car further up in owner points by having it run more weeks.
Further back, we got the 62. Brendan Gaughan is also back this week. He made the field at Las Vegas, had a good run there, and he decided to enter another one of these West Coast races at Orleans team.
6 cars got sent home on qualifying day yesterday. Shauna Robinson, her number 84 Michael Krenifus Racing Ford makes their first attempt of the year, but that ends up with them going home. Buckshot Jones, Ron Hornaday, Hermie Sadler, John Andretti, and Kyle Petty also join Shauna Robinson on that D&Q list.
And don't forget Darrell Waltrip in the 45 car again this week. This will be his 3rd or 4th planned races in there to try to get them up in the points.
Yes, Darrell to watch in the back, but Michael Waltrip leads them to the green flag, and we are racing here at California Speedway.
Good launch there by old Mikey. He's had a few good runs in that 15 car so far this year, but we haven't talked about him a whole lot. And look at this though, Tony is already looking to his inside as they come out of the backstretch.
You see Waltrip's teammate, Steve Park, and actually all 3 of those Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is also in that draft on the outside, but it looks like the inside will prevail going through turns 3 and 4. And Stewart, with Mike Skinner and the 40 of Sterling Marlin in tow, will lead lap 1.
Yeah, we've got the battle of the home improvement stores up front right now. We've got the Lowe's versus Home Depot. Skinner looking to the inside. He had a great run here last year, I believe, and still looking for that first Winston Cup win. And I have to imagine too, seeing Mast in that 30 car run so well, Harvick, his seat's got to be starting to get a little warm if he doesn't have a good year this year.
Probably best not to speculate about driver contracts this early in the season, Chip, but yes, Skinner getting a great push there from Marlin around Stewart, and he will lead the second lap as defending Winston Cup Series champion Bobby Labonte comes into view.
Bobby got that big win a couple weeks ago at Martinsville, and he's on board with Sterling. He's going to make a pass on the inside of Skinner for the lead. With Sterling now heading down the backstretch with Labonte, Jeff Gordon, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in tow behind him.
Sterling Marlin has generally had a pretty good start to 2001 through the first 9 races, but is still looking for a first win. We'll have to see if he can get that here today.
Bobby Labonte, though, is sticking to that rear bumper at 40 car pretty good right now. He could be leading this thing in a lap or 2 if Sterling's not careful.
Yes, Labonte with a look to the inside there through turns 1 and 2. Mostly single file now up front, although we do have a little bit of action further back there with Skinner now to the outside of Jerry Nadeau.
Sterling, here he goes up the racetrack a little bit. This may give Bobby a chance to get to his inside. We also got to point out his teammate, Kenny Irwin, is also running the top 5 right now. Both of those Chip Ganassi Racing Dodgers are looking great today so far.
Yes, they are, Chip, as Bobby Labonte now appears to have a fairly commanding lead, getting a little bit of space there between him and Jeff Gordon, as the 30 car of Rick Mast is trying to look into the top 5 for the first time.
Man, that's just got to feel great for Rick. He's usually running the back in his Midwest racing cars just to have a chance in an RCR car. It's great for him.
Yes, it is. Bobby Labonte pulling away. Coming up on the quarter-way mark through this race, and Kenny Irwin is right on the heels of Bobby Labonte now. He's been out front for a little while now. Look to the inside there. May not be making the move quite yet, but you know, he seems to really have a knack for these intermediate tracks this season, doesn't he, Chip?
Yeah, well, you know, Kenny actually led the most laps at Atlanta in early 1998, one of his first races on these intermediates. So, you know, we've always known he has skills here, but yeah, he won Las Vegas, and now he's leading out here at Fontana. Although, look at that, Dale Earnhardt Jr., another one of those juniors, is right behind Kenny Irwin Jr., and we got Kenny Irwin's teammate, Sterling Marlin, who led earlier, trying to come back into this conversation as well.
Yeah, things have settled down a little bit up front. Say, Steve Clark, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team. And Kenny Irwin has caught some lap traffic, but I think he's also getting ready to come down pit road, and he's bringing a whole bunch of leaders with him.
Yes, he is, Bill. His teammate Sterling Marlin, the one at Park, Terry Labonte, Stewart, Bobby Labonte, going to be feeding time down here on pit road, and we'll see if Kenny Irwin can maintain his lead here as he heads towards his box.
Leaders have reached their stalls. Irwin is in, Labonte is in, there comes Earnhardt Jr. Should be 4 tires and fuel all around, maybe some minor adjustments on a few of these cars as well. Looks like Irwin is almost completed with his service. Terry Labonte down as well. But look at this, Sterling Marlin, Kenny Irwin's teammate, is going to beat him in that race off pit road.
Yeah, great job there by Sterling, and who knows, maybe that'll end up being a race down the stretch. We'll have to see what happens as they blend into traffic and get back up to speed here. But right now, it looks like one way or the other, Chip Ganassi Racing is sitting in the catbird seat right now.
The lap car there of Robbie Gordon gets around them to the outside and gets back on the lead lap. But yes, now Sterling Marlin leading at California Speedway.
And now Marlin trying to relap the 96 there of Robbie Gordon, his teammate Kenny Irwin, still right behind him. It's a 2-horse race right now. Sterling up the racetrack a little bit, got a little loose there. And now Kenny is coming down the inside. Going to be a drag race side by side down the backstretch.
Overall, I'd say the 40 pit crew did a great job getting him on and off pit road there. Got him the lead, but that 42 just seems to be a little bit stronger today. I heard that they are using that same car they won with at Las Vegas back in March, and I can see why. That thing is just flying away from Sterling Marlin now into a very comfortable lead. We're coming up on the closing stages here of the Napa Auto Parts 500. And coming to the white flag, Kenny Irwin Jr., followed by his teammate Sterling Marlin. Looks to be in position for his second career NASCAR Winston Cup Series victory.
Yeah, well, just like at Las Vegas, Marlin got second there, but he had to make a last lap pass at Las Vegas to pass Marlin for that win. Today, he's smooth sailing, got a couple car lengths between them. Just has to be smooth through turns 3 and 4, and he will have himself another win.
Coming off turn 4, Kenny Irwin Jr. is going to win here at California Speedway for his second win of 2001.
Nice job by Kenny there. So that win will move him up in the standings a little bit. Looks like up to 6th. And Jeff Gordon now has retaken the points lead by just 6 points over Ricky Rudd, who got it last week after the win at Talladega.
Time for some Saturday night short track racing. Welcome to Richmond, Virginia, where the last driver to win on a short track, Bobby Labonte, leads from the pole, with last week's winner, Kenny Irwin Jr., to his outside.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr., the winner of this event last year, starts 3rd. He'll definitely be one to watch tonight.
A few less entries here tonight at Richmond than we had at California Speedway last week. The 3 cars going home are Kyle Petty, Hermie Sadler, and Hut Strickland. Also worth noting, this is the first time that Darrell Waltrip has not had to use his past champion's provisional to make the field. He actually did qualify on time this week.
Buckle up, folks. This is going to be a wild ride. Green flag in the air here at Richmond International Raceway.
Good jump there by Bobby Labonte. Looks like he's going to clear Irwin into turn one. Can Irwin get down in front of Earnhardt Jr., or is he going to be stuck on the outside for a while?
There's a little bit of a gap there. He wants to get down, but he does not take it. Looks like Jr. is going to get by through to second there as Bobby Labonte easily leads on the start there. Mike Skinner looking to follow Jr. through as well there.
We also see Dale Earnhardt back there. Got his first top 5 of the season last week at California Speedway, riding a streak of 3 consecutive top 10 finishes, which has really helped him recover in the point standing.
Yeah, we go on board with his son, Dale Earnhardt Jr., right on the heels of Bobby Labonte. He wants to lead. Oh, we got trouble in turn one. Ward Burton slides up on the wall. Caution flag is out. And we're going to have to re-rack him here. Looks like Bobby Labonte will win the race back to the line.
Pace car in, and once again, Bobby Labonte will lead the field to green, although this time on a single file restart. Good gap there between him and Earnhardt Jr. as they go into turn one. Sterling Marlin, who narrowly got out-dueled by his teammate Kenny Irwin Jr. last week, runs 4th now, with Irwin, it looked like, back there in 6th. Labonte still leading here at Richmond International Raceway. Oh, more trouble. Rusty Wallace and the 21 of Elliott Sadler. Let's take a look at this replay here. It looks like Jeff Burton gets into the back of Rusty. He goes spinning around and right in front of a bunch of cars there.
Yeah, and boom, look at that. Into Elliott Sadler. Say Darrell Waltrip there in the 45. That's a little too close for comfort.
And coming back to the restart, Bobby Labonte leads Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Mike Skinner. Not too much shifting in the top 5 there. We see Jerry Nadeau creeping into view a little bit there with a look to the inside of Kenny Irwin Jr. And Bobby Labonte now. Bobby Labonte is still leading, but Sterling Marlin has gotten by Dale Earnhardt Jr. for second place and is now looking for the lead.
Yeah, Sterling has had some close calls this year, including leading on the last lap at Rockingham and Las Vegas. But especially with his teammate getting 2 wins, he definitely wants to get one this year and fast. And that may come tonight. That 40 car really is a silver bullet tonight.
Yes, it is. He gets around Labonte, although Labonte gets a look back to Marlin's inside. But Marlin will lead this lap here at Richmond. Sterling Marlin still leads at Richmond. Oh, and Steve Park with a slide in turn 1. That will put us under the caution for the 3rd time. And with the restart, Sterling Marlin leads over Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Jr. now. Want to see, can he keep that lead? Jeff Gordon does have a win on a short track earlier this year at Bristol Motor Speedway. I'm sure he would like to add another one to his win column. Oh, in trouble further back, the 4 of Bobby Hamilton, and once again, Steve Park in a wreck in turn 4. Looks like Kenny Wallace got a piece of that as well. Sterling Marlin still leading as we restart after that 4th caution. Jeff Gordon still in 2nd, followed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Bobby Labonte, who led much of the early stages of this race.
Yeah, Bobby is still in this for sure. Look at that. Dale is up to 6th place, right behind his teammate Mike Skinner. And,
yeah, definitely another good run for the 3-car of Earnhardt as he's returned to his championship form. Marlin still leading here at Richmond, over halfway. Jeff Gordon behind him. Oh, and look at that. Darrell Waltrip, as well as Kenny Wallace again. Lots of cars piling. Oh, and the leaders are sliding.
Yeah, they just got woed up a little late there. Look at that. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will win the race back to caution then.
Coming to the restart here, Earnhardt Jr. with the lap car of Ricky Craven to his inside. Sterling Marlin, again, set back after sliding, trying to avoid that accident, with Bobby Labonte behind him.
And again, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the defending winner of the spring race here at Richmond. Won here last year. That's actually his last win to date. So we'll see. Maybe he can get another one here tonight. Pulling away. Got the battle of the beer wagons up front right now, Bill. We got the Budweiser 8 car and the 40 Coors Light Dodge.
Yeah, I guess we do, Chip. Junior still holding pretty well there out front, although it looks like Marlin may have the faster car as they're coming to life here on these new tires on the restart.
Yeah, the 8 car gets really good around the straightaways, but Sterling seems to have better drive through the corners. Junior leads another lap there. He, like his father, started somewhat deep in the standings this year, but had some good runs lately, and Bristol could become a championship contender this year as well.
Look at this though, Sterling, you actually used the bumper, it looked like a little bit there to get to the inside of the 8 car, and he is going to be back out front here at Richmond International Raceway. We're coming up on the closing stages of the Pontiac Excitement 400. Sterling Marlin still out front here. Less than 2 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is still behind him, but I don't think he's going to get there. Sterling Marlin nearly won Dodge's first race back at Las Vegas, but his teammate Kenny Irwin Jr. got it done there. Irwin also got it done last week at California Speedway. But the number 40 is looking like it's going to come home a winner tonight.
Yeah, that was a big win for Sterling. It's been a few years since he got one of these, and we got the Winston next week. That win will lock him into that race, and Sterling Marlin wins at Richmond International Raceway.
And look at this, Dale Earnhardt gets another top 5, 2 top 5s in a row, 4 top 10s in a row. As Jeff Gordon extends his points lead, and Marlin jumps to 3rd. Welcome to NASCAR's All-Star Night. We begin with the Winston Open. Any driver who has not won a race in the past year or is a defending Winston Cup champion finds themselves here. 1996, the Winston winner, Michael Waltrip, is on the outside of the front row with Ryan Newman, who's just running a partial schedule this year in hopes of running a Rookie of the Year campaign next year, is to his inside there.
Yeah, Ryan really laid down an impressive qualifying lap, and there's still a lot of big names in this race that he helped able to get here.
Now, Chip, who's your pick to make the big show tonight?
I don't know. I got to go with that 97 car of Greg Biffle. Started 3rd. He's had a lot of great runs this year. What about you, Bill?
I don't know. I think Michael Waltrip is probably the strongest car, at least equipment-wise. Not yet in the main event, but we'll see. We're going to have the first Winston Open segment here a little longer, followed by the Winston Mobile 5 Sprint for a second slot after it. Pace car down pit road.
And green flag is waving here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Ryan Newman and Michael Waltrip lead them to the start of the Winston Open. Johnny Benson way up high there trying to form a 3rd lane. There's not a lot of time in this race. It's a sprint. Double file start there. Here, they're going to be pretty lenient on the officiating tonight too with cautions, so it really is just all out. Look at that, Greg Biffle though, running in 3rd, although Johnny Benson has managed to get to the bottom and is actually to Newman's inside coming here to the end of the first lap.
Yeah, Johnny Benson, he's come close to winning a race a couple times in the past year, including the Daytona 500. Oh, and Kevin Harvick spins through the infield, back into traffic. That could be really bad. Gets, hard hit from Dave Marcus there into Harvick. But the leaders are still going. Benson is out front, followed by, you called it, Chip, Greg Biffle to the inside of Michael Waltrip. We go on board with Waltrip now, and Biffle potentially looking at the lead.
Yeah, that 97 has just been really good on his 9.5 board. good run at Atlanta earlier this year, and this is a very similar setup to Atlanta. His teammate, Jeff Burton, had won at Texas a couple weeks ago.
Bobby Hamilton is actually now in the mix. Number 4, Morgan McClure Motorsports Chevrolet creeping into view, and Jimmy Spencer as well in the 26 car there. Benson still leading as there's just 3 laps to go in this abbreviated race. Oh, Benson way up the track there. Going to get into the wall, and that will allow Biffle to briefly lead, although the 4 of Hamilton is looking at Biffle's inside.
That would be such a massive win for that Morgan McClure Motorsports team. They've not won anything in years, so that would be huge for them. Although, look at this, another small team, the 26 car, Jimmy Spencer for Travis Carter and that Kmart Ford. Although, now we've even got the 16 car of Kevin LePage coming into view. That new team, Hank Aaron Motorsports. Not talked about them a ton this year, but they've made every race and really put together a solid little season.
Yes, that would be huge for Kevin LePage, although don't count out that 43 car coming into view now. John Andretti comes to the inside of Kevin LePage as we're on the white flag lap here. And Elliott Sadler also trying to battle his way into the Winston as well.
That would be just so big. The year that Petty Enterprises has had lots of cars failing to qualify out of that shop, for them to make it into one of the biggest events of the year.
I think it might just happen.
Oh, we're going to be 3 wide.
Yes, Bodine to the inside, and it's Elliott Sadler. But at the line, John Andretti will transfer to the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, and Sadler and Bodine will get a second chance in the no-bill win.
So yes, with John Andretti locked into the main event, the second and third place cars from the Open, the 21 of Sadler and the 66 of Bodine, start on the front row for the sprint. Pace car is in, and you thought the last race was wild. Just wait until you see this one. Green flag is out, and good jump there by Elliott Sadler. Another one of those historic teams hoping to have a big night here in Charlotte.
Yes, it'd be big for him. It'd also be big for Todd Bodine as well. Although Mike Skinner, I think, driving for a bigger team like Richard Childress Racing would just love to, in some ways it's almost a requirement for him to make a good race.
If that's the second time in 3 weeks you've kind of gotten on Mike Skinner's case, Chip, I don't know. Do you have it out for him or something?
No, I'll just tell the truth, Phil.
Well, Skinner does have a good run there. Oh no! He gets into the side of the 66 of Bodine, and that takes Bodine and Elliott Sadler out of contention here. Skinner now running away, although that 16 car of Kevin LePage is coming back into view. Going board with Michael Waltrip getting out of a 3-wide battle there to the inside of Ryan Newman. Skinner now coming to 2 laps to go, appears to be in pretty solid position, although LePage and Waltrip are beginning to reel him back in.
Of course, only one Waltrip in the field tonight. Adam Petty is back in his 45 car tonight. I don't think he's going to transfer into the Winston, but he does stand a good chance of making the Coca Cola 600 next week now. And Michael Waltrip is coming to the inside of the 31 of Skinner.
Yes, white flag in the air. 2 Richard Andy Dale Rad affiliated cars. They're going to battle for the win, although Kevin LePage would like to crash their party.
As would Ryan Newman, too. He's coming back into this. What a great run that kid has had tonight.
Yes, he has, Chip, but I don't think it's going to matter as the 3 cars go 3 wide for second place, but Michael Waltrip is going to get that last qualifying position into the Winston, and the Winston's 1996 winner will transfer in once again for another run at it.
Yeah, Michael's never won a race in points, but he has won a Winston.
And now it's time for the big show, the Winston. Steve Park qualified first for this event, followed by Jeff Gordon. And then we've got the Dale and Dale show on row 2. Dale Earnhardt in that special inverted paint scheme tonight, and Dale Jarrett to his inside.
Yeah, great run for parking qualifying, and all three Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars did make the big show tonight, as Michael Waltrip entered into that final spot.
Yes, Michael Waltrip made it, as well as John Andretti for Petty Enterprises. Great for both of those drivers to get to be on NASCAR's biggest stage tonight.
Yeah, we go on board with Michael Waltrip here. He does have to start tail of the field, but there's 3 segments, 2 longer segments, followed by a short dash to the finish, so he's got plenty of time to move up. That is just a great look back at an amazing field of drivers.
21 of NASCAR's best will battle it out tonight for a prize of over $500,000.
Man, what I would do for $500,000, Bill, I tell you what, I could really use that money. I would love to have that.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, Chip, as would all these drivers. And we're going to find out who's going to get it here as they come to the green flag. Steve Park and Jeff Gordon stay head-to-head on the start. If anything, Gordon is actually edging ahead of Park into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, but I do think that bottom line is going to prevail off of turn 2. Gordon falling back a little bit, and Dale Jarrett now getting a good push behind Park.
Tony Stewart as well coming into view. Looks like Jarrett, who won at Rockingham earlier this year, is going to look to the inside of Park. Park will get credited with leading that first lap, but Jarrett is looking to take the lead here, although even Tony Stewart now, winner at Atlanta, is looking to make a big pass here.
Yeah, it's going to be just tight quarters all night like this, Bill. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Terry Labonte coming on the bottom there now, too. Junior, another special paint scheme car tonight, that MLB All-Star Game car.
Stewart leading the on board with Dale Earnhardt Sr. right behind his son, as they are now in the top 5. Earnhardt Sr. has really been on a roll the past few weeks. 4 consecutive top 10s, 2 consecutive top 5s, as Stewart gets a little bit of a gap here down the backstretch. Earnhardt Jr. now looking to make the pass for second on Terry Labonte, as his father tries to follow him through.
Yeah, Junior is looking to lead now, and the crowd is just starting to go wild here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, he won this race last year as a rookie, and is looking to perhaps keep up a perfect record here in the Winston.
Yeah, that was some feat last year, winning 2 races in the first 11 weeks, and then winning against NASCAR's best in the Winston. Although his father's pretty good in this race. Oh, and his father is spinning around. Look at that. The 3 car in front of traffic. Ooh, and a hard hit by Rusty. Oh, no, and the 20 of Stewart is flipping over. More cars flipping. Waltrip, Burton, the 6 car of Mark Martin. Everybody's wrecking.
Yeah, the field just got a lot smaller. I think we're counting 7 cars were in that accident, so only 14. Say, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is going to hold out Bobby Labonte to win segment number 1 here in the Winston at Charlotte.
Yeah, he has 7 less competitors now in segment number 2.
We've reset for the second segment, same length as the first. Coming to the green flag, double file restart with Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
That 8 car sure is a rocket ship tonight, Bill. He ran great segment 1. It's really too bad his father didn't still in this race too, because it looked like he had a pretty fast number 3 car as well.
Yeah, he has to fend for himself now, as both his father and his teammate Michael Waltrip are out of this race. Ricky
Rudd now has come up to second place and is hounding Earnhardt Jr. for that lead. Rudd and Terry Labonte, 2 of the oldest drivers in this field besides Earnhardt Sr., looking to prove that they still are worthy of being in NASCAR's All-Star event.
Yeah, Rudd is, talk about an all-star performance. Already won 2 races this year, led the points a couple of times, currently second in points. Definitely looking to be one of the best drivers in the series right now.
Yeah, Terry Labonte now looking to Rudd's inside. Got his teammate Jerry Nadeau in tow. Jerry is very good at these mile-and-a-half racetracks in Atlanta last year and led a lot of laps here at Charlotte in the 600 in the spring as well. We're back here further. Steve Park is in the middle of his furnace next, and he starts in the pole. But he's starting to come back into view as Terry Labonte leads 3 wide, though. Looks like Jerry Nadeau and now the 88 of Jarrett are going to go to his inside. Jarrett once again leading here as Park tries to follow him through.
Looks like the 25 car of Nadeau got the wall off the corner there, and that's going to give Jarrett a little bit of breathing room out front here in the segment. And coming off turn 4, Dale Jarrett is going to win segment number 2 with Ricky Rudd, his teammate, in second. And here it is, the run for the money, the final segment of the 2001 running of the Winston. It's a short dash compared to the first two. Teammates Dale Jarrett and Ricky Rudd lead them back to the green flag.
Good launch by Terry Labonte there on the outside. He is going to try to make this 3 wide, but I don't think it's going to work. Jarrett got a pretty good launch too, and actually cleared his teammate Rudd as they come down the backstretch.
Yeah, I would say probably it's between Jarrett, Rudd, and Steve Park. Park is in third, but he started from the poles, had a good car all night. And then the 2 Ford teammates out front. Look at this, Ricky Rudd to the inside of Jarrett. It looks like he is going to get there, make that pass.
Yes, Rudd now to the inside and is clear of his teammate Jarrett with Steve Park in tow. Man, what a win this would be for him.
He won the Daytona 500. He won at Talladega. He's led the points. The season of Rudd continues here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Ricky Rudd beats Steve Park to the line to win the Winston.
We said Daytona was one of the biggest wins in his career, Bill, but this has got to be up there too. And that's a great practice run for NASCAR's longest night next week, the Coca Cola 600.
Yes, it will be exciting to see what happens in the Coca Cola 600. Until then, this is Bill and Chip signing off. As we come on the air tonight at Lowe's Motor Speedway, we have some breaking news. This afternoon, Tony Stewart completed his childhood dream in winning the Indy 500. But the post-race celebrations have held him up in Indianapolis, and he has not made it back here in time for the start of tonight's race. Joe Gibbs Racing's Busch Series driver, Jason Leffler, will make his Winston Cup debut in that 20 car, with Stewart hoping to hop in midway through the race. For the second consecutive year, Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the pole for NASCAR's longest race. And to his outside, we have the number 30 of Kevin Harvick running that limited schedule.
Yeah, that was quite a lap that Kevin put up in qualifying, and certainly great to see him in the show tonight.
There are also 5 drivers going for $1 million bonus tonight. Those drivers are Kenny Irwin, the winner at Las Vegas, and positions 2 through 5 at Las Vegas, Sterling Marlin, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, and Ricky Rudd. For the first time all season, the number 45 car of Adam Petty for Petty Enterprises has made the field.
And it appears their gamble, bringing in Darrell Waltrip to drive that 45 for a few weeks, paid off. It's great to see Adam in this field tonight, and he's making his first start of the year, as is, of course, Jason Leffler, and that 20 car filling in for Tony Stewart.
Now on board the pace car, looking back at Earnhardt and Harvick. Pace car headed towards pit road, and we are ready at Lowe's Motor Speedway for the 2001 running of the Coca Cola 600.
Good launch there by Kevin Harvick on the outside. He actually is edging ahead of Earnhardt Jr. for the time being.
Yes, good launch by Harvick, although it looks like Junior is going to battle back to the inside here, and Jerry Nadeau is going to try to follow him through.
You know, Nadeau had a great run in this race last year. Like Junior, had led a lot of laps and probably could have won this. And of course, his only career Winston Cup win came at a mile-and-a-half quad oval Atlanta last fall, so he'll be one to watch.
Little bobble there out of Nadeau, though, and looks like they're 3 wide for second place. Oh, we got trouble further back. Looks like the 92 of Compton got hit hard. Oh, another hard hit there by Blaney.
We want to follow up front here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. racing back to the caution. Looks like he's going to easily win that, so we'll head on over to replay here in a second of that crash, see where that got going.
It does look like Bobby Labonte is going to outduel Jerry Nadeau for second place, but yes, let's take a look at the replay. On board here with Blaney, just nowhere to go into the back of Compton, and a couple other cars collected there as well.
Well, to run 600 miles, that is not a good start there. We're coming to restart here. Dale Earnhardt Jr., single file. Hopefully things will be a little bit calmer.
Yes, good clean start for Junior. We see his father once again on that special paint scheme he ran in the Winston last week to the outside there. Bobby Labonte, though, one of the drivers that could win $1 million tonight, is right on that back bumper of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yes, and going into turn 3 here, it looks like Bobby is making a run to lead. And he is another driver, really good at these mile-and-a-half tracks. Defending winner here at Charlotte Motor Speedway last fall.
And actually, we're going to go 3 wide for the lead. Another one of those $1 million contenders, Ricky Rudd, to the inside in that special Need for Speed paint job tonight.
Yeah, that's one fast-looking hot rod. Looks like Bobby is going to hold on to the lead for now, but Ricky is still there, and maybe Junior will regroup here and make another run at it here in a lap or 2 as well.
Labonte, comfortable lead now, has earned those 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Looks like Ricky Rudd trying to make another run at it as they go into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Ricky seems to get through the corner pretty good, but Bobby, I think, gets off a little better. We'll have to see going down the backstretch here if he can reel Bobby in.
Yeah, there he goes again. Rudd to the inside of Labonte. It looks like he's going to get there this time. Labonte may lead at the stripe, but I think by the time they get to turns 1 and 2, Rudd will have the field in command.
Well, we see Jerry Nadeau there already decided to make his pit stop on the apron. He will go a lap down, so you better hope there's no caution here before the rest of the field cycles through.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to get that far behind on strategy this early in the race, but who knows, maybe it'll pay off for Jerry as Bobby Labonte now and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are coming back to the inside of Rudd. Rudd will lead at the line this time by, but looks like that lead could change again quickly.
Yeah, we see Rudd's teammate there, Dale Jarrett, starting to come into view as well. Go on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. now. Bobby Labonte is taking the lead back. Lots of good racing up front here. We even see Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, Steve Park, coming into view there as well.
And crowd appears to be rising to their feet, getting excited as Little E is coming back to the inside here, and Earnhardt Jr. tries to lead this race once again.
Well, Bobby held him off into turn 1.
Going down the backstretch, Earnhardt Jr. finally back to the inside of Bobby Labonte, and it looks like he is going to be leading the Coca Cola 600 once again.
And he's got 2 of those Robert Yates Fords right behind him, Dale Jarrett and Ricky Rudd lined up. Let's see if they can do something with him. As we see now, several of Earnhardt's teammates or alliance teammates there, Steve Park, and then his father and his father's teammate Mike Skinner creeping into view as well.
Can't count out Jeff Gordon in that 24 car as well in this lead pack as well.
Yeah, if there's anybody who I think could be playing the long game in this race, it's Jeff Gordon.
And look at this, we are 3 wide once again for the lead with Earnhardt Jr. on the outside, Jarrett in the middle, and Rudd, and oh, there's a little contact, and Jarrett into the wall, spun off the front of his teammate.
Man, you just cannot do that. You cannot wreck your teammate.
So disaster for Robert Yates Racing there. And we come back to the green flag here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. still leads. We got some lap cars to the inside, including Jerry Nadeau.
Yeah, I knew that was a bad idea to pit that early. Now he's stuck a lap down, and looks it's going to be hard for him to get back into this thing. He's going to need a caution at the right time.
Earnhardt Jr. gets a massive jump on the start thanks to all those lap cars. Ricky Rudd is the second place driver to the outside of Ron Hornaday. And Earnhardt Jr. now has company from Bobby Labonte, who once again wants to lead this race.
Man, Bobby really wants to be a millionaire. Well, he's probably already a millionaire. He won a championship last year, but he'd love to have another $1 million tonight. Although, look at this, Steve Park, he was coming into view as well.
Yeah, Park, you know, he got his first Winston Cup win last year at Watkins Glen, and has had a pretty good season so far. Like many of those Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars, a little bit of a slow start, but been running well as of late and is now up to second place. And once again, now we have Ricky Rudd looking to the inside of Bobby Labonte. Another one of those noble $5 million contenders with Dale Earnhardt Jr. right behind him.
Yeah, these seem to be the three best cars all night, Rudd, Labonte, and Earnhardt Jr. It's just really going to come down to who can stick it out through the long run. This is definitely a test of endurance here tonight, and we'll have to see what happens.
Earnhardt Jr. once again to the inside. Actually, Rudd gets the wall a little bit, and that's going to allow Jr. to scoot away for a little while from the other two.
Yeah, I think that's the largest lead Dale Jr. probably had all night. I'm sure it'll close back in later.
We do want to check in on Adam Petty. He's still out there, which is more than a few other cars. And you know, just having a solid run. I think his goal should be, you know, run all 600 miles tonight. We also look at Jason Leffler in that 20 car. Is still in the race. We're hearing they may put Tony in. He has arrived here in Charlotte, so they may put him in on a future pit stop. But remember, Leffler gets the points no matter what. And Earnhardt Jr. still leading here, coming up on some lap traffic. Ooh, and he gets a little loose on the apron, and that's going to allow Bobby Labonte to move way out front. Now he's going to have to deal with that lap traffic of Kenny Wallace and Ward Burton.
Yeah, too wide lap traffic is never what you want to deal with here. It looks like Ward might have a little damage on the back end from one of those early wrecks as well, so that's slowing him up a bit, although it doesn't look like this is going to be too much of a problem for Bobby. He's going to continue to lead here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Massive lead now for Labonte, very comfortably out front. He appears to be the dominant car tonight. Oh, and teammates, once again, Steve Park gets spun around by Dale Earnhardt Jr., and that will bring out the caution. First it was Jarrett and Rudd, now it's Earnhardt Jr. and Park.
Yeah, you got to just stay away. And speaking of teamwork, looks like everybody's going to be coming down pit road on this caution. See some lap cars already on pit road, but here come the leaders, Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton. I believe that 16 car of Kevin Page is a lap down, but still in the race. Looks like Jeff Burton's going to be the first one to head towards his pit. We're not talking about him a lot tonight, but good run. And
you know, Burton, Chip, actually won the last time we were on one of these quad oval tracks at Texas Motor Speedway, so probably shouldn't be that much of a surprise that he's creeped up there. We see Labonte in his pit, as is Rudd, receiving their service. It should be 4 tires and fuel all around. Now, Earnhardt Jr. has made it down to his pit as well. He has that #1 stall by virtue of winning the pole. Looks like Labonte will easily win this race off pit road. And look at this, Matt Kenseth, last year's winner of this race, is going to come out second as they hold Dale Earnhardt Jr. for some repairs.
a bunch of cars took the wave around there to get their lap back, so Labonte is not the first starter coming to the green here. Look at all those cars in front of the leaders.
So yeah, Labonte now leads. We've got Matt Kenseth, the defending winner of the Coca Cola 600, up to second. And then Ricky Rudd in third. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is now a little bit deeper in the pack due to waiting on those repairs after that pit stop.
And what a hornet's nest right now in front of Labonte. We've got lap cars and wave around cars, probably about 15 of them there. We see Kevin Harvick and Pablo Dine, the first one he's going to have to pass. There's 3 wide in front of him. That's not the position I'd want to be in as the leader.
And, oh no, they're wrecking. Looks like Casey Atwood's in it. Oh, and they're continuing to pile in. And, oh, Atwood is upside down. And, oh, that is the leader, Labonte. That was all those lap cars and wave around cars. And they're just going to keep piling in.
Yeah, Labonte is in that. Looks like Junior is going to get through. He'll be the new race leader. But, man, what a bunch of torn-up cars. Dale Sr. is in it. Looks like Elliott Sadler, Jimmy Spencer, Kansas got through 2. Looks like Jeff Burton mostly unscathed, but man, a lot of good cars, including Bobby Labonte, taken out. So yeah, it starts there with looks like Robbie Gordon and Bobby Hamilton. Adam Petty gets into the 19 there of Atwood. The 43 of Andretti there. And look, they just keep piling in. Atwood goes for a wild ride. Keeps getting hit over and over again. There's where Labonte gets into the 96 of Robbie Gordon. And yeah, let's go on board here with Bobby. He's behind Harvick, and there's smoke everywhere, nowhere to go. Did a pretty good job of getting through that initial wreck there with Mike Wallace, but then goes right into it. There's no way he could have seen that 96 of Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, too bad that after what a run that 18-car Labonte had tonight, he is going to be going home on the tow truck. But look at this, Matt Kenseth, who made it through that wreck, and he did win the race back to the caution over Earnhardt Jr. leads. And look at this now, Jerry Nadeau is back on the lead lap after being lapped down one of only about 10 cars on the lead lap at this point, so he could very well be a contender as we head into the closing stages of the Coca Cola 600. Kenseth takes the green flag and is now leading here at Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte.
And yeah, a lot of traffic further back there, a lot of beat up cars, so Kansas will be able to get a pretty comfortable lead here over Earnhardt Jr. on that restart. Jr. stuck on the inside there behind the lap cars and some wave around cars. We'll have to see how long it takes for him to get through those cars. Although Kenseth has his own problems here with the 36 of Ken Schrader, it looks like. He will get to the inside of Schrader.
And look at this. Matt Kenseth has company in the form of Jerry Nadeau. What a comeback. With a lap down after that off-sequence pit stop, has made it through the wrecks, has gotten the wave around, is now looking at the lead in the Coca-Cola 600 in the final quarter of the race.
You know, he had a great car last year, arguably one of the top 3 along with Kenseth and Earnhardt Jr., and you know how much he wants to win this race, especially, you know, his teammates, Jeff Ford and Terry Labonte, already have wins this year. Can Jerry hold on here for just a few more laps? We'll have to see, because that would be one of the biggest wins of his career, I imagine.
Coming up now, 4 laps to go here in Charlotte at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Jerry Nadeau has a comfortable lead, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. is coming. Earnhardt Jr. has closed the lap. Earnhardt Jr. has closed the gap every lap the past few circuits. And now Nadeau coming up into some lap traffic. Jeff Burton is to his outside. It looks like he is going to clear Burton, but now he's coming up on Bill Elliott. A little bit of damage on that Nadeau car, going a bit slower. Let's see what happens. Oh, and look at that. Earnhardt Jr. has closed in massively as Elliott slows up Nadeau.
Nadeau is going to get to the inside here of Elliott, but look at all that ground he lost to the 8 car there. Earnhart Jr., though, is going to have to get around Elliott. He's going to get slowed up as Nadeau coming around now. He is now looking pretty comfortable, actually.
Coming to the white flag, Jerry Nadeau has a massive lead. Earnhardt Jr. has gotten through that lap traffic. Nadeau got his first win at Atlanta Motor Speedway last fall. This is his second year driving for one of NASCAR's top teams, Hendrick Motorsports. The expectation at Hendrick is that you win. And tonight, that appears to be what Jerry Nadeau is poised to do. The number 25 car comes off turn 4. Danbury, Connecticut's Jerry Nadeau wins NASCAR's longest night, the Coca Cola 600.
Woo! What a run by Jerry there. He'll be eligible for that $1 million bonus at Daytona, as will Earnhardt Jr. and Kenseth back there as well. What a crazy night here in Charlotte. That was...
After missing the race last week in Charlotte, after being late getting back from Indianapolis, Tony Stewart looks to redeem himself this weekend at Dover International Speedway. A track that was really his playground last year. He won both races here and starts from the pole today.
Yeah, that 20 car is going to be tough to beat today, and I think Tony's back with a vengeance. He wants to prove to Joe Gibbs, his owner, and the NASCAR community as a whole that he is taking this season seriously, and that he can win, and even after missing a race, is still in the championship hunt.
To his outside there, we see Steve Park had a great run last week. Further back, Dave Marcus makes his first race since the Daytona 500, all the way back in February. Good for him. We see 94 of Hermie Sadler there to his outside. Missed a few races recently as well. Field now in the hands of Stewart and Park as the pace car gets ready to pull towards pit road. Good qualifying effort there for Mike Skinner and the 31 as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting day today. See Mike Skinner, see Michael Waltrip, a couple drivers that have not won a Winston Cup race, starting in the top 5, green flag in the air, and Tony Stewart leads them here at Dover International Speedway.
Good launch by Stewart. Looks like Skinner, and that inside line there is going to prevail going through turns 1 and 2, and Park is going to lose at least one spot to Skinner, if not two, to his teammate Michael Waltrip as well.
Stewart should easily lead this first lap here. Oh, Park gets the wall a little bit, and is going to fall back behind Jarrett Labonte and possibly there. Rick Mast, once again, in a 30 car this week, had a good qualifying effort.
Stewart now, looks like may have some company soon from Mike Skinner. Stewart still leading. Ricky Rudd now on his bumper. Rudd has 2 wins on the season in points races at Daytona and Talladega, plus the Winston All-Star race a couple weeks ago. Looks like he is going to go to the inside of the 20 Home Depot Pontiac here, going into turns 3 and 4, and come out with the lead. And Stewart's teammate, Bobby Labonte, looks to follow Rudd through.
And both these cars had amazing runs last week at Charlotte that were cut short by that massive accident.
Rudd now in heavy lap traffic. Greg Biffle, Kyle Petty, others, and look at this. Mike Skinner is going to go through, and Jeremy Mayfield gets loose on the inside there. So Skinner now leads with Steve Park also looking to try to pass Rudd.
Skinner's going to have his own problems with lap traffic here in a moment, as the 11 car Brett Bodine's not too far in front of him.
So we look back, the 30 car of Rick Mast here is further back on the pack. Say a lot of speculation in the garage is that Mast and Skinner are essentially competing for that 31 ride next year, and certainly getting his first career win would help secure Skinner's job for 2002.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough call there by Richard Childress, because Mast has certainly had some good run in that 30, and I mean, this is Skinner's 5th year in Cup, and he's not won a race yet. He's outside the top 20 points in 2001, so definitely could be on the hot seat. But he does look to be in good position today, although Ricky Rudd has made it back through that lap traffic, and potentially is looking at the lead here once again.
Yeah, Skinner got a little bit high off of turn 4, and that's going to allow Rudd to come to the inside there. Steve Park and Tony Stewart behind him, and actually Sterling Marlin there as well, though Sterling might be a lap down, actually.
Yeah, it gets confusing, these races here at Dover, because...
Rudd now, still leading at Dover, is going to make a green flag pit stop. See Skinner back there in second. Can you believe this? Rudd is actually on the verge of lapping Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, that just tells you when you have a long green run here at Dover, just how strung out the field can get. It's a short little racetrack, and a lot of good cars going a lap down.
So here comes Rudd into his pit. You see Skinner and Park as well. Should be 4 tires all around. Teams completing their service. And let's see what happens here. It looks like Rudd will easily win this race off pit road.
Question, though, is where is he going to blend in relation to Tony Stewart in that 20 car who pitted the lap before. Look at this. Here comes Tony off turn 2. And Tony is going to pass Ricky Rudd and get a pretty sizable lead here heading into the closing stages here at Dover.
Yes, Tony Stewart has been on rails all day, led the early portions, and now appears to be in good position to win. Tony Stewart caught up behind the lap car of Rick Mast, but that is not a concern. He missed the race last week at Lowe's Motor Speedway after completing his childhood dream of winning the Indianapolis 500. But today, he is proving that he belongs on this Winston Cup circuit as well. Go on board with Stewart as he rounds turn 4 and gets the white flag. Ricky Rudd with several lap cars behind there. Looks to be smooth sailing. Yeah, Stewart's had a great run today.
Great comeback, and this is going to be his third win in a row here at Dover. He won both races here last year and his second win of the 2001 season.
Coming off turns 3 and 4, Rushville, Indiana's Tony Stewart is going to win at Dover International Speedway.
And that hopefully will shut up all the people that say that Tony doesn't take his NASCAR commitment seriously after last week. What a drive by Tony, moving him up in the point standings a little bit, and that second win, big as well, puts him in the elite group for 2001.
And here we are at the Kmart 400 in the Irish Hills of Michigan at Michigan International Speedway.
Man, what a beautiful, this giant racetrack we have here, and a beautiful field of Winston Cup stock cars, led off by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ricky Rudd.
Yes, great qualifying effort for both of those cars. A not so great qualifying effort by the teams you see on screen right now. Large number of entries this week, including Rick Mast in the 30 again, and Shauna Robinson in the 84, led to all those cars failing to qualify.
Yeah, and Shauna's the first woman to start a Cup race in over a decade, so that's exciting. Oh, it looks like what's happening with the Rudd car, he's blowing up.
Yeah, what a disaster for Ricky Rudd, who came in here as the points leader and looks to likely finish last after being on the outside pole and is now blowing up on the apron coming to green.
Yeah, they're going to have to take that back to Robert Yates' engine shop and see what happened there, because that certainly is not what you want to see.
So with Rudd pulling onto the apron, Sterling Marlin fills out the front row with Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his inside. Pace car heads down pit road, and we are racing at the Irish Hills of Michigan.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. there got a good start on Sterling Marlin. Looks like Sterling's going to try to fill in that gap there between Dale Jr. and Dale Jarrett. Really in a Dale sandwich there.
That he is. Chip, looks like Dale Earnhardt Jr. Gets a good jump there off turn 2, and mostly single file up front right now with Earnhardt, Marlin, Jarrett, and Irwin, your top 4.
You got two Chip Ganassi Dodges, up there with Marlin and Irwin. They've had a lot of speed this year. Definitely led the way for Dodge to return to NASCAR. We also see there Steve Clark, Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate, and Jerry Nadeau, who just won a couple weeks ago at Charlotte. Although look at this, Sterling is head to the inside of Dale Jr. right now.
Yeah, Marlin wants the lead for himself. He's already won this year at Richmond International Raceway in early May, but he's looking to see if he can get another one here at Michigan today.
It looks like his teammate there, 42 Irwin, might have a look to the inside of Jarrett as well. Dale Jr.
Marlin still leading here at Michigan International Speedway. Dale Jarrett in second, followed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Mostly single file up front. Looks like Marlin gets a little bit loose off the corner there. That's going to allow Jarrett a run down the front stretch here.
Here we go on board here with Jarrett. He's had a good car all day running top 3, and now he comes to the inside of Sterling and might just be able to take the lead here.
Of course, Jarrett also has a win already this year back at Rockingham. Actually, he won that race since we stole it from Sterling Marlin after Marlin blew a tire on the final lap under caution.
Yeah, I'm sure Sterling still remembers that, and that's got to be a sore spot for them, although they both do have wins. Well, I'll tell you who has 2 wins, that 42 car there, Kenny Irwin. And, last time we were at a 2-mile oval track like this, California, he won, so he's going to be another one to watch today.
Jarrett gets those 5 Winston Cup bonus points. And Dale Jarrett still leading at Michigan here. Sterling Marlin and Kenny Irwin right on his heels, teammates. It's like Irwin looking to the inside of Jarrett now, running that Special Olympics paint scheme for the entire month of June.
Yeah, that car looks great and it looks fast.
Although look at this, we got Steve Park with a look to the inside of Irwin, and now Marlin is coming to Jarrett's inside. Actually, Jarrett gets the wall there a little bit, and Marlin will easily clear Jarrett coming back to the start-finish line.
Yeah, and they're going to go 3 wide for second place here, it looks like, with Park to the inside of Marlin. Marlin has a clear track in front of him.
Sterling Marlin still leading here at Michigan, although we've got a new contender coming into play, Jeff Gordon in that 24 car. He, like Sterling Marlin's, has one win this year, which came on a short track back at Bristol in March, and he is going to come to the inside of Marlin, perhaps get a little bit of drafting help from his Chevrolet teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr., and should clear Marlin going into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, we see Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s other teammate, Michael Waltrip, coming into view, and then, of course, his father and car owner, Dale Earnhardt Sr., now running the top 5. Dale's really been on a roll the past few weeks. We also see there Rick Mast, once again in that 30 car this week, having another good run, and he's actually up to 7th.
And what a shocker this is, looking back from Jeff Gordon. Rick Mast is coming to his inside. Talk about what could be a great potential audition for that 31 car next year. Mast is now leading in the Winston Cups. Oh no! And Michael Waltrip gets into the side of Jeff Gordon. Looks like Terry Labonte and Mike Skinner spin trying to dodge that. Well, oh no! And then Casey Atwood just plows into the back of Gordon there.
While Rick Mast is cruising away with this thing, lots of room. He's going to easily win this race back to caution. But yeah, what was Michael thinking there? Let's take a look at the replay. You cannot do that. He just drove into the back of Gordon, spins him around, and then Gordon spins in front of the whole pack here, and he thinks he's made it through. Car looks pretty clean. He could continue. And then Casey Atwood just has nowhere to go, and yeah, bam, right into the back of him. He's had his fair share of hits in this rookie season so far. Casey has.
So one thing we can say for certain, Chip, is that Jeff Gordon will not be getting his second one of the year today. Oh, and actually there's another hit there, it looks like, from Kenny Wallace, too. If you can go on board here with Jeff Gordon in that rear camera. So, again, he hits the outside wall, not too much damage. Looks like he's made it through. Spins down into traffic, and that was the end of our camera there.
Yeah, it's been an expensive year for us, Bill, on cameras, that's for sure. We've lost a lot of them.
But take a look at this. Rick Mast leads them back to green with just a handful of laps to go, and Michael Waltrip, although it would be kind of a controversial win, is in second. Neither of them have a Winston Cup victory.
And Jerry Nadeau is in the hunt there as well, looking for his 3rd win.
But don't count out Dale Jarrett there, the veteran. He is looking to steal the thunder from all these underdogs.
I don't know, though. Rick Mast is holding a pretty wheel right now, and he may just come home with this thing. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Michael Waltrip does not seem to have anything for him. Perhaps he has a little bit of damage from that collision with Jeff Gordon.
And Jeff Gordon's teammate, Jerry Nadeau, is trying to redeem Hendrick Motorsports here today. He's coming to the inside of Rick Mast here, and he is going to lead here at the stripe for the first time all day.
You know, we've talked about Jerry, won at Charlotte a couple weeks ago, and that actually resulted in a contract extension with Hendrick Motorsports through at least the end of the 2003 season. You saw there the 30 of Mast got a little bit loose off the corner. Now Michael Waltrip coming to the inside of Nadeau.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's the car Rick Hendrick does not want to see win today. And, well, watch it there, Michael. Don't take out another one of Rick's cars. Don't hit Nadeau.
Michael's little slide there is going to allow Mast to get back into this and actually come to the inside. Nadeau gets the wall, though, off the corner. Gets 3 wide, doesn't quite work here. Waltrip does lead them at the line, but it looks like Mast is going to be back in command of this race here in a few moments.
You know, Dale Earnhardt, both of these drivers, really, he's always believed in that if they got a chance, they could win a Winston Cup race. And look at this, they're 1-2, potentially about to be 1-3 if Marlin gets by Waltrip here, and Dale is right out back there in 6th or 7th, just watching them, cheering them on.
Yeah, what a performance it would be really for either of these drivers if they could pull off for their first career win today, although it looks like Sterling Marlin has something to say about that.
Yeah, Sterling was really fast early in the race, fell back a little bit, but after the chaos happened with Jeff Gordon and all that, he has gotten back into this.
Mask up the hill a little bit off of turn 2, and we go on board with Marlin now, playing cat and mouse, just trying to reel him in.
Yeah, he's getting much larger in the rear view there, not a lot of lap traffic ahead, so it's going to be 1v1 here, although it looks like Mask got a better run through turns 3 and 4, and he is going to continue to lead here.
What does Marlin do? Does he try to follow Mask? Does he try to drive it in deeper in the corner and see if it sticks?
I don't know. I think you just got to be patient right now. He was not there, though, and that's going to cause him to slip up and allow Dale Jarrett to pass him for second.
And all that is just playing into the hand of Mast, who gets a even larger lead here. Although, yeah, Michael Waltrip's getting into the second place fight as well. If they keep just battling amongst themselves, that AOL 30 car may have this.
We see 2 Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars there, the 1 of Park and the 15 of Waltrip. All there in the top 5. Say Dale Earnhardt Jr. At least spun in the Gordon crash earlier, so he's fallen back a little bit, but other than that, it's really just been a banner day for Richard Childress Racing and Dale Earnhardt Incorporated.
Coming up on some lap traffic here, the 4 of Bobby Hamilton. That is going to allow Jarrett to get caught back up the mast here, and looks like more lap traffic is ahead. Rick Mast just running a partial schedule for Richard Childress Racing. Looks to hold on and win for the first time, while Dale Jarrett goes for his second win of the year in pursuit of his second championship, coming to the white flag.
I think Jarrett's got the upper hand right now. We go on board the helicopter, but we'll see. It's going to come down to this lap traffic. Who's going to get through cleaner?
Jarrett way up the racetrack, slides, gets in front of Mast. That's going to force Waltrip to check up as well. And that may have been it, although look at this. The lap traffic is now in front of Jarrett, and that's going to allow Mast to get back to his outside.
Yeah, this is going to be too close to call, I think, Bill. Let's see here. Jarrett, good run through 3 and 4. The question is, can he get under Terry Labonte? Looks like he does. That will allow him to get by.
Dale Jarrett is once again going to steal one on the final lap. He wins here at Michigan. Steve Park second, and Rick Mast finishes an impressive 4th.
Yeah, he finishes 4th to Dale Earnhardt there, got up there to 3rd, and that's going to help move him up to the point standings. He's in the top 12 now.
So despite getting wrecked by Waltrip, Jeff Gordon actually becomes the points leader thanks to Ricky Rudd's pre-race incident blowing up. But the Bill and Chip here excited to bring you the 2001 Pocono 500 from the Pocono Raceway. Today's field led by Kenny Irwin Jr. and Ricky Rudd, once again in the outside pole. Hopefully he does not blow up this week. A little bit smaller field this week, Chip, in terms of cars attempting to qualify for this race. Only 47 entries, the slimmest in several weeks. Petty Enterprise is still struggling to qualify. Irwin and Rudd lead into the green, and we are racing here in the Pocono Mountains.
Good jump there by Irwin. They're pretty 2x2 down the front stretch. Very wide front stretch here at Pocono. They're going to have to funnel down here going into turns 1 and 2.
See Dale Earnhardt and his driver Michael Waltrip there, both trying to make a move on Marlin and Rudd. It looks like Waltrip will get up to second here off of the first turn, and it looks like Dale Earnhardt is going to try to follow him through.
Waltrip had a great run last week, had a chance at getting his first win. That big 0-1 streak is now over 470 starts for Michael, getting close to J.D. McDuffie's record. But Michael maybe has a chance to break that today, as he has got a run on Irwin, and he has his car owner, Dale Earnhardt, right in his mirror, helping him along.
Once again, a strong early performance from all those Dale Earnhardt Incorporated and Richard Childress Racing cars. We see all three of the DEI cars there in the top 10, as well as the two RCR cars of Earnhardt and Mike Skinner.
Mike needs a good run today, especially after how good Mass was last week. That's for sure.
And look at this, Waltrip, as we go down the straightaway here between turns 1 and 2, is going to get the lead here at Pocono.
Yeah, Mikey is, he's been strong lately. He may just break through and get that first win. Although, look at this, I think Dale Earnhardt might want to get the lead for himself, especially after what happened here last year.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt was leading in this race on the final lap last year when he got spun by Jeremy Mayfield. So certainly he would like some redemption here at Pocono Raceway. We go on board with him, looking ahead at the car he owns, the 15 of Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, Dale just, he started a little further back than Michael did. He's picked his way through his field. Michael gets loose going into the first turn there, and Dale gets to his inside, and he's going to be leading. We've not seen Dale lead a lot this season, but he started off a bit slow, but he's been getting much more consistent these past few weeks.
Yeah, especially after finishing second in the points last year, we thought that Dale Earnhardt potentially could be a contender for an 8th title this year. Still not convinced that that is in the realm of possibility, but at least another solid top 10 points finish and maybe a win or two, which could come as soon as today.
And the Dale and Dale show up front here. We got Dale Jarrett coming to the inside of Dale Earnhardt. Actually, it's about to be the Dale and Dale show because we got Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming into view. That's too many Dales for me.
Chip, that's only 3 Dales.
Well, yeah, besides, I got my name's Chip, and, Chip and Dale, so that's a 4th Dale. And, Dale Inman was Richard Petty's church seat back in the day, so there's a lot of Dales out there.
That there are, Chip, I suppose. Dale Jarrett does get the lead out of that battle, although now Dale Earnhardt Jr. And Dale Earnhardt is battling back to the inside of Dale Jarrett with his driver, Steve Park, in tow. Although now Dale Jarrett's teammate, Ricky Rudd, is behind Park. Who's he going to go with? It looks like Rudd is going to go to the inside of Jarrett and force him to the outside. Yeah, no, we also see Terry Labonte coming into view. Pocono is one of these tough racetracks, really favors these veteran drivers like Earnhardt and Labonte and Jarrett. We go on board with Dale Earnhardt once again. A smooth, clear track in front of him. Let's see, can he hold on for his first victory? And once again, Earnhardt and Jarrett are trading places for the lead. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has sort of fallen out of this lead group a little bit, but we also see now Jeff Gordon is coming into view. He arguably had one of the best, if not the best car last week at Michigan, but of course he got wrecked by Michael Waltrip, so he would like to redeem himself, get his second victory of the season, which of course Dale Jarrett, our current leader, did do last week. He's going for his 3rd win of 2001.
Yeah, Jarrett certainly a contender for his 2nd title this year.
And Jarrett leads the front pack onto pit road right now. They have to get under that pit road speed. Jeff Gordon made up a little bit of ground coming into the pits there on Jarrett, it looked like, but we'll have to see as these pit crews get ready to go over the wall who's going to come out first.
Gordon will hit his stall first here, it looks like. Should be 4 tires and 76 racing fuel all around. Had a long green run here. See Irwin in, Earnhardt, Waltrip, who's going to be the first one out. Wait and see here a second. It's going to be close. Looks like Gordon's the first one out of his pit. Will Jarrett beat him off pit road? It's going to be real close. Jarrett does maintain the lead.
Yes, that could be key going down the road. It can be a little bit tough to pass here at Pocono, so that great stop by Dale Jarrett's number 88 UPS team could be the difference that gets him to his 3rd victory of this 2001 campaign. Jeff Gordon has caught back up to Dale Jarrett and Steve Park in tow as well. Steve Park's only victory came on a road course, Watkins Glen, last year, and some have described Pocono as like a road course. Let's see if he can factor in here, but Jeff Gordon, speaking of great road course racers, is now in command here at Pocono in the closing stages. Although there is some lap traffic coming up. Looks like Brett Bodine on that 11 car and also the 96 of Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Jeff can get through this traffic, but overall, though, I think he's probably in good shape to potentially get a second win here. Although it looks like Jarrett will have a little bit of help here. His teammate Ricky Rudd has gotten around Steve Park for third.
And coming up on the white flag here in the Pocono Mountains, Jeff Gordon is going for his second victory of 2001. Nearly got it last week before being involved in an accident that was not of his own doing.
Hey, don't give Michael all the blame there.
What do you mean, Chip? How could that not have been Michael's fault?
Well, Jeff Gordon, he should have just been looking out the back of the car.
Looking out? Are you kidding? Anyway, Jeff Gordon just has to negotiate the way around some lap traffic here. He gets around Mike Skinner. That will give him a comfortable lead as they go through the tunnel turn down the short chute. And Jeff Gordon appears poised for another win here in 2001.
Yeah, they will not catch that lap traffic there, Ward Burton, before they get to the start-finish line. So as long as the tires stay on it, help do what Sterling did at Rockingham, he'll be just fine.
And Jeff Gordon comes to the line to win the Pocono 500, his second win of 2001. And Gordon's second victory of the year gives him a somewhat commanding points lead, although Ricky Rudd and Sterling Marlin remain within striking distance. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fight throughout the summer for this Winston Cup title, and I'm excited to see what comes next. It's going to be a wild ride. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series heads out west for the 2001 running of the Dodge Save Mart 350 at Sears Point Raceway. Today's field, led off by Kenny Irwin Jr. and Ricky Rudd, contains several road course ringers. This includes Scott Pruitt in the number 27 car instead of Buckshot Jones. Kyle Petty takes the week off for Wally Dallenbach to pilot the number 44 Petty Enterprises Dodge. Boris Said takes over the number 94 Rock Racing car for Hermie Sadler. And Chip Ganassi Racing brought a third entry for Dorsey Schroeder in the number 41.
Yeah, don't count out, well, the number 96, Robbie Gordon, he's a series regular, but he'll be one of those unusual contenders as we go left and right today.
Kevin Harvick also in the field today, a driver making 7 starts this year in preparation for a full 2002 campaign. This is his home track. And we've also got several high-profile drivers failing to qualify. Those are Jeremy Mayfield, Elliott Sadler, Casey Atwood, Ron Hornaday, and Mike Wallace.
Yeah, when you have a large number of entries, that's what happens. Are you kidding me? This again?
Yeah, it sure looks like it, Chip. Ricky Rudd, just like at Michigan, is pulling off of the front row, although this time at least we are hearing that it is a blown tire, not a blown motor. So that will not end his race, but still, what another tough start after another front row qualifying effort for the 28.
So that moves Sterling Marlin to the front row as we head for the green flag. So 2 teammates of Chip Ganassi Racing, Kenny Irwin Jr. and Sterling Marlin, getting ready to take the green flag here.
Yes, 3 Dodges now up front with Dave Blaney in the 93 car starting third. We've also got Steve Park, the last driver to win on a road course at Watkins Glen last August, starting fourth. Green flag in the air, and we are racing here at Sears Point Raceway.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Can everybody get cleanly up the hill this first time? Looks like the 40 and 42 are pretty even. I believe Marlin is going to have the preferred line as we head up towards turn 7 here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it looks like Park has gotten around Blaney. Irwin way off track there, and that will actually allow Park to clear for second. And Marlin now has a fairly comfortable lead over the field. Oh, we got Dale Jarrett spinning into the tire barrier there. No caution, but still a little chaos. Now coming through the S's, Marlin and Park single file, with Irwin third and the number 93 of Blaney fourth.
Yeah, things starting to calm down up here. I'll tell you what, though, Steve Park, he seems to have a pretty fast hot rod today. He's already right on the heels of Sterling Marlin. He'll be one to watch.
And we see Kevin Harvick there, running in the top 10 to start with. Good showing for him so far today. We come around turn 11. And on board here with Steve Park, coming up on around the quarter mark in this race. He has caught the bumper of Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Can he get it done here in turn 11? They're going around here, Park with a look to the inside. I don't think he's going to get a run this time. And oh no, he just spun Sterling. He spun him.
Yeah, that's one way to pass him. Let's take a look at a replay here. See, it looks like Park just gets down a little bit too hot there, and Marlin. I'm going to put that mostly on Marlin coming to the right there and just getting into Park. So yeah, Steve Park now with a fairly comfortable lead coming up here to lap Ricky Rudd, who had to make that unscheduled pit stop at the start of the race, and looking to go two in a row on road courses here in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
Yep, I think Park's cruising away right now.
Under 10 laps to go. Steve Park still leading with Kenny Irwin Jr. in a distant second there. You see Tony Stewart and Sterling Marlin are running third and fourth. Say Marlin, after that spin earlier, is actually hanging in there pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he got spun around, but not really real damage, and just got going again. And working these road courses, next big accident to have caution. Say we see Ricky Rudd back there. Of course, he is not on the lead lap, but still good to see him on the racetrack at least. Battling there with the 92 car of Stacy Compton. We see Jeff Gordon back there running fifth. He's always a threat on these road courses.
Yeah, a little surprising in some ways not to see Gordon any higher than fifth, but I think that just shows you maybe how the field has caught up to him a little bit. The highest road course ringer right now is that 27 of Buckshot Jones. Running right around the edge of the top 10 there. We see right behind him Robbie Gordon, who we thought would do well today, and Wally Dallenbach in the 44 car.
Yeah, Wally's a good road course racer. Of course, he's out of a job full-time this year, but Petty Enterprises decided to give Kyle a week off. And we see here the 96 of Robbie Gordon making a pass there on the 27 of Scott Pruitt. In for Buckshot Jones this week.
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke earlier. Yes, Pruitt in the 27. But yeah, Park is really pulling away here, and final lap here at Sears Point Raceway. Steve Park, the only car in sight is that lap car there, defending champion Bobby Labonte. I would say don't even worry about trying to pass him.
Yeah, I agree. There's no pressure on him. So we look back here. Sterling Marlin has made his way all the way back up to third place behind his teammate Kenny Irwin. Pretty impressive comeback for him, but yeah, he's not going to be catching Park. Neither is Irwin. Looks like Park can just cruise right here.
And say, assuming Park holds on here, this would be the first win of the year for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated as well. That team had one win with Park last year at Watkins Glen, as well as two with Dale Earnhardt Jr. But a little surprising not to see them get a victory in these first 15 weeks.
I tell you what, though, they've been pretty strong the last few weeks, so Park wins here. I doubt that's going to be the only one they get this year. It looks like he is going to try to pass Bobby going off turn 11 here, and he will do that. And take it away, Bill.
Yes, rounding the final corner, Steve Park wins at Sears Point Raceway. His second NASCAR Winston Cup win, both victories coming on a road course.
Jeff Gordon maintains his points lead there with his top five finish, but I tell you what, Sterling Marlin with that third place, that moves him to second place, just 28 points behind Jeff. It's going to be interesting to see this battle continue throughout the summer here.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Series returns to Daytona International Speedway under the lights for the 2001 running of the Pepsi 400. Once again, we have Ricky Rudd starting on the front row. Hopefully he can stay there this time with Mike Skinner to his outside. And starting right behind them, we see Dale Earnhardt Jr. In the special paint scheme tonight. He's one of 5 drivers going for the Winston Noble $5 million bonus. The others being Coca Cola 600 winner Jerry Nadeau, Johnny Benson, Michael Waltrip in the 15 car, and Matt Kenseth in the 17. 160,000 fans on their feet here at Daytona. Pace car coming down pit road. Ricky Rudd will lead them to the green flag this week, and we are racing in the Pepsi 400.
Good start by Ricky Rudd. You know, he won here in February going for a Daytona sweep. Nobody's done that since, I believe, Richard Petty. So that'd be a big deal if he could pull that off.
Yeah, Rudd is going to clear Skinner going into turns 1 and 2 right here, although we see 2 Chevrolets, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 5 of Terry Labonte with a good run there on the bottom. And Jr. edging ahead off of turn turn 2 as the crowd rises to their feet.
Yeah, Junebug's got a pretty fast car tonight. We see his father there with a peek to the inside trying to get a third line going. Yeah, that 8 car is pretty fast so far.
We see last week's winner and Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s teammate there, Steve Park, with a little look to the inside of Dale Jarrett. Looks like Jerry Nadeau, one of those drivers going for the $1 million bonus, is going to be the first one to try to make it 3 wide here as he goes to the inside of Park. Go on board with him now. Nadeau, not somebody we typically talk a lot about on the super speedway, but anybody could really win tonight. So, and again, those 5 drivers were the top 5 at Lowe's Motor Speedway, and they do have to win to get that $1 million bonus.
Yeah, we see Junior, one of those 5 is leading, although Terry Labonte now has left him to try to form his own line, as Labonte's teammate Nadeau, with help there from Robert Presley, is making a lot of progress on the bottom.
Yeah, I think Junior on the outside there will prevail over Labonte off of turn 4, but maybe Nadeau with the 77 of Presley in tow, and now Sterling Marlin is going to lead them at the line.
Yeah, Nadeau gets 5 Winston Cup bonus points there to lead that lap. He's had a great season so far, 2nd career victory, and now leading at the World Center of Racing.
Say Robert Presley there up to 2nd place, and now actually looking for the lead under Jerry Nadeau. One of those drivers that, with the great equalizer that the draft is, we don't often talk about on the other racetracks, but could definitely be a contender here tonight at Daytona International Speedway.
And he's got help from one of the best in the business there, too, Sterling Marlin. Great restrictor plate racer. Looks like both he and Marlin are about to clear Terry Labonte there. Actually, 77 is going to go up to block Nadeau. I don't know if that was the right call or not, since Marlin now looks to his inside.
Presley does get his 5 bonus points for leading a lap there, but yeah, I agree, Chip. Marlin looks like he's coming pretty fast there on the inside.
Yeah, Jarrett now has to decide what he's going to do. Is he going to follow Terry, or is he going to follow Sterling? Looks like he's going to follow Sterling. And behind him, Steve Park has now got his owner, Dale Earnhardt, pushing him. Although now it looks like Dale may be thinking about going it alone here on the bottom. Dale's not known to be too much of a team player, even with the cars he owns, but yeah, Dale Sr. here coming to the bottom and looking potentially for the lead here. He's going to go 3 wide underneath Jarrett and Marlin.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive there, Chip. Without even much help at all, looks like Earnhardt's at least going to get to 2nd place. Marlin has gotten single file for the lead, so that may keep him there for a little while. The question now is, will Park, the car that he owns, try to follow him there on the bottom?
Yeah, Dale being by himself seems to be stalling out that lane, although here comes Park with a look under Jarrett now. We see also Ron Hornaday, driver for AJ Ford. Of course, he used to drive for Dale in the Busch Series last year. He's going to go 3 wide, although now we're back double file up front with Earnhardt under Marlin.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, Chip, that middle group does not seem to be good. Does not seem to be as good as the top or the bottom. But that doesn't seem to matter for that 3 car. Dale Earnhardt now leading here at Daytona, the track where he is the all-time wins leader. Single file around the top with Sterling Marlin right behind Dale Earnhardt. Marlin is going to hop out of line here with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Earnhardt's son, giving him a push now. That's going to allow him to get around the 3 car. And looks like Ricky Rudd, the February winner in Daytona, is going to follow them there in that 2nd line as well.
Yeah, Earnhardt really just got hung out to dry there. They know that Dale's got a fast car, and they cannot afford to let him just monopolize this race.
Yeah, Rudd actually is going to take them 3 wide there as we come off turn 4 and see if he can get the lead for himself. That will allow Marlin to be single file out front for the moment, just like he was earlier. And now we see Jerry Nadeau coming back into view. It looks like if a driver is going to win that $1 million bonus tonight, it's probably going to be either Earnhardt Jr. or Nadeau. They seem to have the 2 best cars. Haven't heard much from Kenseth, Benson, or Waltrip yet. Although we do see Waltrip having a decent night there, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, we also see there Kenny Irwin Jr. Haven't talked about him yet tonight. He narrowly lost the Daytona 500 to Ricky Rudd, and he's now in the top 10 as well.
Yeah, Rudd, Earnhardt Jr., and Marlin, 3 wide for the lead as we look from the helicopter.
It's helicopter, Bill.
Sure. helicopter. That's what I said. But anyway, Sterling Marlin is going to get passed there by Rudd. Rudd leading on the outside, but here comes Nadeau and last week's winner Park on the inside.
Yeah, Park's really got nothing to lose, you know. He already got a win this season. Why not get up there and mix it up a little bit? He's got his teammate there, Dale Earnhardt Jr. to the outside. Now we see the two Yates cars, Jarrett and Rudd, side by side down the backstretch.
Yeah, Park now leading that inside line. Seems to not be quite as strong as Nadeau in the 25. Now we've got two of those $1 million bonus drivers, Nadeau and Earnhardt Jr., running nose to tail on the outside.
Yeah, it looks like, though, Park and Dale Jarrett got a good run there. Also see Buckshot Jones there in the 27 car coming on the inside. You know, he was out last week. They decided to put road course ringer Scott Pruitt in that 27, who got around the top 10 finish, I believe. So great run for that team. But it looks like tonight, Buckshot's showing why they got him in that car here on the Super Speedway.
Yeah, if you're a smaller team like that and you're unlikely to win the Winston Cup, why not put the best drivers for each type of racetrack in the seat each week? Putting Pruitt there in the 27. We see number one of Park is still pretty even there with Nadeau. Nobody's really making much progress in these first few rows of double file. Although, look at this though, Jones has gotten all the way up to that fifth row, actually working on the fourth row there of Gordon and Marlin. Gordon, of course, in that special Pepsi paint scheme tonight.
Wonder why that is. Maybe it's Pepsi 400 or something?
Chip, were you paid to say that? I cannot confirm or deny this. Anyway, we've got, looks like a new challenger for the lead. Dale Jarrett has decided to stop following Steve Clark on that second lane. On the third one on the bottom, he's going to jump down in front of Buckshot Jones to go on board with him here. Stalling out a little bit, though, because Jones is not right behind him. Actually, the hole that he left in that second line is going to allow Nadeau to get ahead a little bit there. Though it looks like Jarrett is getting a better run through turns 3 and 4. Terry Labonte comes down to help him. And as they come off turn 4, Jarrett is going to clear from bottom to top and get in front of Jerry Nadeau.
And here comes Terry Labonte, and looks like Buckshot Jones now has gotten all the way up to the front there. Got Rookie of the Year leader Greg Biffle behind him, and a name we haven't really talked about much at all this year, Rusty Wallace, the 2 car, is now in the top 10.
Yeah, Rusty's really had a tough go of it this year. Outside the top 30 in points, as his teammate Jeremy Mayfield. So I think Yates and Roush have really pushed that Penske Racing team down to sort of third on the pecking order with Ford, and it's definitely negatively affected them this year.
And look at this, Buckshot Jones is going to at least lead a lap here in that 27 car. That team was worried they weren't even going to make it to this race with sponsorship, but then Jones brought that Georgia-specific deal in, and that's awesome for him.
Buckshot Jones has gotten shuffled out of line a little bit, but still is in the top 10. Lots of lead changes here at Daytona. We see Todd Bodine battling with Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon up front. Looks like Bodine is going to try to block that top line. Now Gordon in the Pepsi car comes down the middle lane with Steve Clark in tow. And look at this new player, Kenny Irwin, who we documented earlier, finished second at Daytona in February in that close photo finish. He wants to try to get a win here as well.
Hey, don't count out the 4 car, Bobby Hamilton, Morgan McClure Motorsports, always good here at Daytona. They got 2 Daytona 500 wins with Sterling Marlin just a few years ago. Another single car outlet, Ultra Motorsports, a 7 car of Mike Wallace pushing him.
Irwin now side by side with Gordon. A little bit of a hole there behind him, though. It looks like Hamilton may come up to fill that as Mike Wallace on the bottom.
Going up on the lap car here of Mike Skinner, the 31 car, and we see Dale Earnhardt Sr. with the car he owns, a 15 of Michael Waltrip, pushing him, trying to use that car as a pick here to get around Irwin. Waltrip decided to actually go up high there, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Dale's got a great run going in turn 1 here.
You said earlier you do not want to let that 3 car out front tonight. He seems to be able to make passes just on his own, unlike really anybody else. He's staying even with Irwin without much help, and now Irwin's teammate, Sterling Marlin, is going to come down to give him a little bit of a push. Marlin trying to go for the lead himself, actually. Going to be 3 wide with Irwin, the only one, having help there on the outside.
Yeah, but now what's Michael Walker going to do? Or Dale Earnhardt. He could potentially help Dale get the lead, as could the one car of Steve Park. 2 of those DEI cars right behind Dale Sr.
Yeah, this is going to really be a chess game of who's going to push here. It looks like Marlin has decided better of running that third line, decided to get behind Earnhardt, and that at least makes Earnhardt even with Irwin coming off of turn 2.
Yeah, we head down the back. We do see the left car coming up there. I believe that's the 18 of Bobby Labonte. We see the 92 of Stacy Compton is the first one going 3 wide right now. Lots of those Dodges up front, 42, 40, 92. And look at this. Yeah, Dale is going to use Bobby, and that's such a Jurassic Park car tonight, as a pick and gets a massive lead here at Daytona. Maybe too big of a lead, although with how strong that 3 car is tonight, I don't think any lead's too big for him.
Coming the white flag. Earnhardt still leading, although Marlin is now looking to the inside, and it looks like his son, Dale Earnhardt Jr., has a decision to make. Will he follow his father to the win, or is he going to try to win $1 million for himself?
Bill, I wrecked my father for $1 million. Heck yeah, Dale needs to follow Sterling and try to win this race. Heck, I'd wreck your father for $1 million, Bill.
Yikes, good to know. But yes, Earnhardt Jr. is still on the inside here. He's got teammate, Richard Andy Dale Alliance teammate Mike Skinner and his actual teammate Steve Park behind him. It looks like they're going to try to follow Earnhardt Jr. past Marlin. And Dale Earnhardt Jr., father, is going to be outdueled by son here at Daytona. Coming to the flag, Earnhardt Jr. goes up high to block Marlin, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins $1 million in the Pepsi 400.
Man, what a move on the last lap by that 8 car. He's been watching that 3 car all night, and I think he might have learned a few tricks from his old man there to get around him. Say Dale will be one of those 5 drivers eligible for the $1 million bonus at Richmond in a few weeks, as will Sterling Marlin, who with that second place finish takes the championship lead from Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, Marlin has really been on a hot streak lately, although he still only has 1 win on the season. And here we are for the first time at the brand new Chicagoland Speedway for the Tropicana 400. The 2 drivers that almost won last week, Sterling Marlin and Dale Earnhardt, lead from that front row. Earnhardt still looking for his first win of the year, while Marlin looking for his second as the current Winston Cup points leader. Of course, this is the halfway race in the season. We're really starting to see who the contenders are going to be in this championship battle. And pace car heads towards pit road, and for the first time, the NASCAR Winston Cup Series will be racing in the Windy City. Sterling Marlin takes the green flag. We are racing in the Tropicana 400.
Yeah, great launch for Sterling, although it looks like Dale is going to easily get down there in second place. Of course, Dale's teammate, Mike Skinner, there had a 4th place start, and that's awesome for him as well.
And of course, there's sort of that ongoing competition between Mike Skinner and Rick Mast for who's going to be in that 31 car next year. Our understanding is that Dale Earnhardt and Kevin Harvick are certainties on that Richard Wilders Racing team when they expand to 3 cars, but the 3rd driver is still unknown. Marlin with a massive 2 laps in here now. It looks like Ricky Rudd has caught up to Sterling Marlin, as has Steve Park, and we see Kevin Harvick making another start in that 30 car this week. He is having a very impressive run so far in 4th place.
As we come off of 2 here, it looks like Rudd really got it wound up good in 1-2. He's going to get a huge run on Sterling down the backstretch, and is going to clear for the lead. It looks like Park's going to try to follow him through as well.
Yeah, those Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars really have just been on fire the last couple weeks. 2 wins in a row with Park at Sears Point and Earnhardt Jr. at Daytona. You see Harvick now up to 3rd in that AOL 30 car.
Also making one of her limited starts today, Shauna Robinson in the Tropicana 84 car. Her 3rd attempt this year and her 2nd start. Hoping to make at least 2 more attempts, we're hearing. And yeah, having a great run, and may try to run the whole season next year.
Rudd now pretty comfortably ahead of Park here at Chicagoland Speedway, although we see Marlin is... Jeff Gordon has now caught up to Ricky Rudd. He and Sterling Marlin are in that fierce points battle right now for the championship lead. Gordon is yet to lead this race today. He at very least wants to get those 5 bonus points.
Yeah, I think Sterling may pass both these guys in a moment here. But yeah, getting those 5 points for Jeff Gordon, that's going to be crucial as really all 3 of these cars are in a championship hunt.
Gordon now with a slim lead at Chicagoland Speedway. He's won at a lot of the Winston Cup racetracks that we go to, but obviously never here. Nobody has, as this is a brand new racetrack this season.
Yeah, it looks like Sterling had a look there underneath Jeff, but didn't work, and that's actually going to allow Ricky back to his outside. It's great we see multiple grooves here, and
Marlin making another run at Gordon here down the slightly curved backstretch here at Chicagoland Speedway. It looks like he is going to get to Gordon's inside, going through turns 3 and 4, and Rudd is going to try to follow him through as well.
Yeah, Jeff and Ricky already have 2 wins in this group. Sterling only has 1, but he's been a little bit more consistent. That's why he was points leader, but he certainly would like to probably tie his 2 main championship adversaries in win column as well today. We're over halfway here.
Coming up on the closing laps here. Oh, and we've got a caution on the racetrack. Tony Stewart and Ron Hornaday, 2 Pontiacs, get spun around. Going to race back to the line here. It looks like Gordon to the inside, and Gordon narrowly beats Marlin back to the line. Take a look at the replay. Actually, 3 Pontiacs involved in that. Starts with Johnny Benson in the 10. Gets into Stewart, and man, that was a very narrow miss with all those cars coming at Ron Hornaday there.
Coming down pit road. Going to be a busy place here. A lot of cars still on the lead lap. Gordon leads them down. Marlin will have that number 1 pit stall. That could be an advantage here. Gordon started the furthest back, so he's going to hit his stall first. I assume since we're over halfway, it's going to be 4 tires and fuel for everybody here.
Rudd now in, as is Marlin. Gordon, they're now going around to the other side of the race car. He will be done with his service here shortly, but it's going to come down to that timing line at the end of pit road in terms of who's going to get out first. Gordon is out of his box. Marlin, they're still putting the final tires on. Rudd is out of his box too. And look at this, Marlin gets to the line first and takes the race lead on pit road.
So we're going to start here in some traffic. You got the 7 and the 16, the inside line, the 12 and the outside line. Green flag here. We'll see how he can navigate this. It's going to be a pretty busy place up front.
You see, Gordon fell all the way back to 4th on those pit stops. His teammate Jerry Nadeau, as well as the 28 of Rudd, got around him too.
Man, Sterling is dealing with 3 wide traffic right now. It's a hornet's nest. I don't know where he should go. Running out of room to go any higher, and see if he can get the outside here in the 12 car. I think he might have went a little too high there. Or no, actually. Oh no, he got the wall off of 4, and that's going to allow Rudd, Nadeau, and Gordon all to get by there. What a disaster for Marlin. There's a restart as Rudd now going to the inside of Mike Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield, hoping to clear the traffic. Looks like Sterling did get a much better run in 2, and just going to try to follow Rudd there by Mike Wallace.
Looking back now from Ricky Rudd, Jeff Gordon is caught back up here, although we have a new player, last week's winner, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 8 car.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was really good at Charlotte a couple months ago, another mile and a half, or Lowe's, sorry. Got to shout out my sponsor there, but yeah, at Lowe's Motor Speedway, he was very fast. Rudd gets a really high run off of turn 4 there. As Gordon now leads, and he's closing laps.
Yeah, Earnhardt Jr. and actually his teammate Michael Waltrip now both in the top 5 cars under a blanket off of turn 2. Looks like Earnhardt Jr. has a run on Gordon. No driver has won back-to-back races so far this year. Can he be the first? Also, all 3 Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars are in the top 6 right now. We have Steve Park there, just out a few in 6th place.
Earnhardt Jr. leads the line, 5 bonus points. As Michael Waltrip now goes to 4th place.
Jr. is clear for the lead. Marlin now, that crucial spot on Jeff Gordon as they battle for the points lead, although looks like Michael Waltrip wants to try to get both of them.
Jr. just loves seeing this in his mirror. He's just going to cruise away right now.
Coming to 1 lap to go. fans on their feet here at Chicagoland Speedway. The fans of Dale Earnhardt Jr. apparently are everywhere, even here in the state of Illinois. They are being really rowdy in the crowd right now. Yeah, and I don't think Jeff's going to catch him either, so old Junebug is going to go 2 in a row here. Coming off turn 4. 50 years from now, when we look back at the first winner at Chicagoland Speedway, we will see Dale Earnhardt Jr., who gets his 4th career NASCAR Winston Cup victory.
Jeff Gordon did beat Sterling there, but will not be enough to take away the points lead as Sterling gets 3rd place.
And NASCAR heads up north to the Granite State. Here we are at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway for the 2001 running of the New England 300. Jerry Nadeau leads the field, hometown favorite from Danbury, Connecticut, not too far from here. We also got Tony Stewart, who won here last year. Also, we have a first today. Kyle Petty and Adam Petty, for the first time, are going to start a Winston Cup race together. The 44 and 45 have been in a couple races together this year with different drivers. We had Dallenbach and Adam at Sears Point, and when Darrell Waltrip was in that car, I believe the 44 and the 45 were in together. But Kyle and Adam making their first father-son start today.
Yeah, that's awesome. And of course, this racetrack is where Adam had that terrible crash last year, and I'm sure for both him and Kenny Irwin Jr. starting 4th there, it's an emotional and an exciting day to be back here at New Hampshire. Pace car down pit road, and Jerry Nadeau leads them with green flag.
Yeah, Tony Stewart won here last year, and certainly will be one to watch. He and Jeff Burton, the 2 race winners. We see they're also got a shout out Jeremy Mayfield, like his teammate Rusty Wallace, outside the top 30 in points, but qualified 3rd today and working on Stewart for 2nd.
Yeah, Jeremy got a little loose there in turns 1 and 2. Yeah, I think maybe Pinsky's starting to figure things out a little bit here in the second half of the 2001 season. Nadeau leads lap 1, just pulls 5 bonus points. Stewart
does fall into 2nd there. We see Johnny Benson trying to get around Kenny Irwin there off of turn 2. Looks like Irwin actually got a great run there on the outside and gets even with Mayfield for a moment, but that won't last too long, I don't think. Mayfield now with a decent run to the inside, and we also see championship leader Sterling Marlin there, just outside the top 5, currently ahead of both of his rivals Ricky Rudd and Jeff Gordon.
Meanwhile, Nadeau's just on a Sunday drive up here. Oh, and we got trouble. Dave Blaney. Some trouble. Looks like we're going to look at the replay here. So, yeah, it looks like on the front stretch, the 33 car, Joe Nemechek, is turned, gets into Craven, and then we go from the helicopter, and then that's what spins Dave Blaney around. So, first caution very early here at New Hampshire.
We're going to re-rack them single file this time. Nadeau the leader, followed by Mayfield coming to the green flag once again here at New Hampshire.
Trying to see what Jeremy can do on this restart. Not having to deal with Stewart. He's got a fast hot rod today. Let's see what happens here.
Single file everywhere going through turns 1 and 2. The first side-by-side battle is Benson once again trying to get around Irwin. Now we've got Nadeau comfortably once again out front.
Yeah, Mayfield's looks like a little bit of a challenge here from Stewart as we go down the front stretch. Yeah, not a whole lot of passing. I think after seeing that wreck with Blaney and all them, they want to ride around for a little bit. Keep your equipment in good shape, boys. Race it out at the end. You can't win a race. You don't finish a race.
Looks like Mayfield has managed to hold on to that 2nd spot there. As Stewart and fellow Indiana native Irwin follow him there. And actually, Nadeau got the wall a little bit off turn 4, and that is going to allow for the first time outside of, say, a pit cycle, Jeremy Mayfield is going to be the leader here at New Hampshire. First time all season.
Yeah, his fans have got to be super excited. He won races last year. We know he's a better driver than 30th in points, and he's showing it today. Meanwhile, it looks like we're about to be 3 wide potentially for 2nd place with Stewart, Irwin, and Nadeau. Nadeau all the way back to 4th place now, stuck on that outside still.
Yeah, this place is a little bit like Martinsville, Chip, in terms of if you get stuck on that outside, you can go back a long ways if you cannot not find a hole on the inside.
You see Sterling Marlin there. One spot, one car between him and Ricky Rudd there. So he's currently gaining more points on that championship lead. And now Tony Stewart trying to get around Jeremy Mayfield off of turn 4, and Stewart going to be leading.
Well, Stewart has been very strong this year. Has won 2 races, but I have a feeling that somewhat controversial incident at Lowe's Motor Speedway where he missed the race after winning the Indy 500 may cost him being a serious contender for this Winston Cup. Stewart still leading here at New Hampshire, looking to win here once again after he won this event last July. Although now Nadeau trying to take the lead back with championship leader Sterling Marlin trying to follow him through.
Yeah, well, as we talked about last week, Sterling has been very consistent but only has 1 win. He certainly wants to change that. Stewart's actually holding pretty tough there on the outside, though. So I think Jerry is proving here he's got a good long run car. Oh, no, and Jack Ralphs just lost a lot of money. 3 of his cars there, the 97 of Biffle and the 99 of 6 all got into the wall.
So Nadeau does win the race back with caution. A few cars a lap down now, so coming to restart here. Ken Schrader to the inside of Nadeau, one of those lap cars, as Marlin has to get around him to secure his spot in second place.
Yeah, as we documented earlier, Bill, how hard it is to be on the outside, so if you're not the leader on these restarts, you better get around the lap traffic quickly and get the inside.
Yeah, that battle between the lap car of Schrader and Marlin on the outside is really giving Nadeau a pretty comfortable gap here at New Hampshire.
And man, he's got to be excited right now. Hometown crowd. Oh no, we got a big wreck there. That narrow front stretch. Michael Waltrip, Bill Elliott be fan back to Jerry Nadeau here. I think he's going to win a race back to caution, no problem. But let's just watch for a moment. Marlin's still having trouble with the 36 of Schrader there, and that might allow Stewart. It's going to be close back to the line. Looks like Marlin got him.
So yeah, let's take a look at this replay. Looks like Waltrip just gets spun off the nose of the 9 car. Robert Presley piles in. Good job there by Adam Petty, not getting into the back of the 11 of Brett Bodine.
Yep, yeah, solid day for Adam so far. 3rd start of the year for him. He's doing well. Again, only your best 17 races count towards Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. So we've got 17 races to go. Adam's already made 3, so he potentially could put the fight up to Greg Biffle, though Biffle's been pretty good so far.
Say Nadeau got a great restart there. It looks like Marlin has gotten through that lap traffic. The second restart a little bit better than the first, and now it's caught up to Nadeau. More with him. Coming off of turn 2, it looks like really these are the only 2 cars in the same zip code. Everybody else is pretty far back.
Yeah, I mean, I would say these are probably 2 favorites today. Tony had a good run earlier, but seems to have fallen off. I don't know what happened to Mayfield. Way up the track. Oh, no, yeah, not a good corner at all for Nadeau. He scraped the wall a little bit, and that is going to allow Marlin by take a lead here in the last third or so of this race.
Yep, and Marlin is clear as they go down the backstretch. See what develops here. Looks like Nadeau is not letting them get away very quickly, though. We also see Mike Skinner is up to third in that 31 car. Still searching for that first win. We've not seen Rick Mast in the 30 car lately, so that's allowed Skinner to shine a little bit. But that competition for the 31 continues.
Also, shout out Kenny Irwin, running top 5 at the track that nearly claimed his life a year ago. Adam Petty running the lead lap of this racetrack. Just great to see both of them in race cars and running well in race cars, too.
It looks like both Skinner and Nadeau have caught Marlin. And actually, we have a new player coming into view here, Dale Jarrett. I've talked about him all day, but he is 4th in the Winston Cup Championship right now, behind his teammate Rudd, Sterling Marlin, and Jeff Gordon. Could be a factor as we head down the road here. It looks like Nadeau is getting shuffled out of line and will probably fall to 4th, as now Skinner is up to 2nd place behind Marlin.
I think this might be the best Mike's run all year, and he was really good at Dover, another mile track, I do believe, a few weeks ago. So he's proven that was no fluke. Although, Sterling got loose, and now Jerry managed to make a pass on the outside to get the lead. We're going to have to take a look at a replay there. That is just a strange thing. Sterling's way off pace. Look at that. Sterling just got loose on the apron, and Jerry said goodbye.
Now, Nadeau once again leading in pretty single file front. Looks like Marlin fell back at least fifth there behind 31 of Skinner, the 88 of Jarrett, and his teammate Kenny Irwin.
And the hometown crowd has got to be loving this, seeing the 25 out front. And this could be a big win for him too. He recently, after that win at Charlotte, signed a multi-year extension with Hendrick Motorsports, and I think he's showing everybody why Rick believes in him so much. That 25 car, potentially looking at its first multi-win season in a very long time.
Yeah, ever since Tim Richmond left that ride back in the late 80s, it's definitely struggled a lot. They've had Ken Schrader in there, they've had Ricky Craven, Wally Dallenbach, but Nadeau is looking to be on his way to being the most successful driver in that 25 car since Richmond. As he comes to 2 laps to go here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
Yeah, Jarrett is gaining time a little bit up to second place, but I don't think fast enough. He was a little bit faster than Nadeau that last time by, but again, not fast enough. Jarrett's just got to make this final lap nice and smooth. No mistakes. There is going to be a lap car. It looks like Brett Bodine. Jarrett to the quarter panel, but not side by side. Coming with a white flag here.
Coming down the backstretch for the final time, Nadeau followed by Jarrett. That 11 car is out front, but I don't think it's going to matter. Nadeau to the inside, just going to try to follow Brett Bodine around the corner. Danbury, Connecticut. Jerry Nadeau wins in the Northeast in the New England 300. He gets his second win of 2001 and third win overall. His championship leader, Sterling Marlin, extends his lead by coming home fifth.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Can Sterling hold on here through the summer months? Seems to be pretty strong so far.
Yes, we'll have to see what happens in the coming weeks as the NASCAR Winston Cup Series 2001 season rolls on. As the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup Series rolls on to Pocono Raceway this week, so too has the 2002 silly season begun to heat up. Yesterday, Dodge Motorsports held a press conference confirming its 10-driver lineup for the 2002 campaign, headlined by the announcement of a third full-time entry for Chip Ganassi Racing, for none other than Indianapolis 500 winner Tony Stewart. Ganassi, the owner who Stewart won the 500 with, should be more open to his brash personality than current owner Joe Gibbs. Though it has not been announced publicly, all industry speculation points to Jason Leffler, Joe Gibbs' Busch Series driver who drove the number 20 Home Depot Pontiac at Charlotte after Stewart missed the race, moving up from Joe Gibbs' Busch Series team to the number 20 Home Depot Pontiac in 2002, running for Rookie of the Year honors. Meanwhile, Petty Enterprises will contract from 3 full-time teams to 2 full-time teams, with Kyle Petty retiring from full-time competition and moving into an ownership and management role. Petty will make a few select starts at the number 44 car. This move allows Dodge to remain at its target of 10 Winston Cup teams with Ganassi's expansion to 3 cars. One other announcement came from Melling Racing. They are bringing on Bobby Hamilton, who brings sponsor Kodak with him, aligning him with the same manufacturer in Winston Cup, Dodge, that he currently fields his Truck Series team with. Hamilton will be paired with existing crew chief Chad Knaus, as Stacy Compton looks for a new ride, and Morgan McClure Motorsports looks for a new sponsor and a new driver for the 2002 season. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series returns to Pocono Raceway for the Pennsylvania 500. Joe Gibbs Racing teammates Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte have swept the front row. while June Pocono winner Jeff Gordon starts fourth.
Yeah, Jeff, definitely going to be a car to watch today, although I'm interested to see these Joe Gibbs Pontiacs. Tony, of course, had a big announcement this week, moving to Chip Ganassi Racing. So he's a lame duck over there, but, he says he's still committed to this season. And
Pace car moving towards the long pit road here. Field in the hands of Tony Stewart. Green flag waving any second now, and we are racing in Pocono, Pennsylvania.
Pretty good start there by Bob Labonte on the outside. He's going to stay pretty even with Tony. See a lot of moving around there in the back. Looks like Dale Jarrett will be the first car to hop down the inside. That line will prevail through turns 1 and 2.
Look at this. Ricky Rudd gets a great start. Oh no, we got some contact there between all three Hendrick teammates. Looks like they are going to save it. Except they are going to stack up behind them. It looks like Dale Earnhardt and Joe Nemechek are collected in that. Meanwhile, up front, the caution is out, so we're racing back to the line. Ricky Rudd goes to the inside of Tony Stewart. Looks like Bobby Labonte is going to try to follow him through.
Yeah, Rudd got a heck of a start there. Really just got moving and was able to get past both those Gibbs cars. It's going to be a drag race here between the 18 and 20. Looks like the 20 is going to win out as we race back the line after caution on just this first lap.
And looks like most of the field will be going down pit road. An interesting fuel mileage situation here. Do we think these cars can make it to the end from here?
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll have to see. Pocono definitely is a fuel mileage racetrack, but you can see Rudd leads them down pit road, most of the field coming with him. 28's coming the first one to hit his box, followed by the 18 and the 20. Let's see here. It looks like Bobby Labonte just took 2 tires and some fuel, so he's going to be the first one off pit road. Looks like Tony and Ricky Rudd there stayed a little longer from extra service.
And we see Dale Jarrett actually decided to stay out here. A lot of cars stayed out. Jarrett, Kenseth, Kenny Wallace, Mark Martin, and Buckshot Jones.
Yeah, certainly an interesting strategy play here. We'll have to see how this works out. Single file restart, so pretty orderly so far.
Again, Bobby Labonte, the first driver to stop in any capacity, and then Ricky Rudd is the first driver with 4 tires and a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, Bobby Labonte made pretty quick work there with Buckshot Jones at 27, and it looks like he's coming up here on Mark Martin and Kenny Wallace as well.
Yeah, it looks like Labonte trying to get 2 for 1 here off of turn 2 around both Martin and Wallace, as Kenseth and Jarrett hold on to first and second right now.
Yeah, good run for Dale Jarrett so far. He has 2 wins on the season, Rockingham and Michigan. Look back here, yeah, Bobby got around Kenny Wallace. You see Kenny Irwin Jr. followed by his teammate of Sterling Marlin there, trying to follow him through as well.
You see 2 Roush Racing cars there, Matt Kenseth. And Bobby Labonte has made it through all those cars and has caught our leader, Dale Jarrett, as we work off of turn 1 here.
Yeah, we figured just a matter of time with Bobby having those fresher tires, and Dale's probably trying to save a little bit of fuel as well. So, it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out. But, Bobby's going to get through. And we talk about, too, Ricky Rudd, the first driver on 4 tires, has caught both of them. Looks like he's going to pass his teammate Jarrett pretty easily, but we'll have to see if he can get up to Labonte as well.
And we see Sterling Marlin set to follow the 18 and the 28 through there as well. Mark Martin and Matt Kenseth holding on there at the end of the top 5. Good runs for both of them so far. Labonte once again leading at the line.
We go on board Ricky Rudd here, still pursuing that 18 car. I'm imagining it's just going to be a matter of time before he gets up there to the inside.
Although it looks like Sterling Marlin is right on his back bumper. So Rudd needs to be careful here about going on the attack, because that 40 car is ready to pounce.
Yes, sir, he is. And Dale Jarrett there going to fall in line in 4th place.
Single file now up front with the 6 leaders. We see Back a little ways to that second group. In 7th place right now is Todd Bodine having a good run today.
Yes, he is. All the Fords seem to be having a good day. The 28, the 88, the 6 and the 17 up here front, and then, yeah, 66, another one of those Fords. Labonte once again leads the line, but 28 is there.
As we head down into turn 1, looks like Rudd is going to take a look to the inside of the 18. Is he going to get there this time? He will. They're going to be side by side as we head down towards the tunnel turn.
Yeah, and Rudd has had just such a great season so far, but been a little inconsistent. You know, he's had the blown motor at Michigan, and then the blown tire at Sears Point a few weeks ago. If it weren't for those, he might just be leading these Winston Cup points.
Yeah, 2 wins already, the Daytona 500 and the Talladega 500. Oh, and we have trouble further back here. Michael Waltrip and Johnny Benson. Looks like Steve Park gets a piece of that, as well as Bobby Hamilton. Let's watch the replay here. It looks like Todd Bodine gets really slowed up there, and that's what causes him to check up into Benson and Waltrip. They spin on the top of the racetrack, but then kind of come back down into traffic here, and that's where Steve Park, Waltrip's teammate, as well as Bobby Hamilton. Hamilton, of course, announced this week that he is moving to Melling Racing next year. Oh, and look at this. The woes continue for that inconsistent 2018. Looks like he is blowing up again.
Yeah, this team, like I said, they've had huge wins this year. Those 2 points wins plus the Winston. But then they have stuff like this. They blow motors and tires, and man, they are inconsistent.
So that will hand the lead to kind of the opposite situation. The 40 of Sterling Marlin is the definition of consistency, but only has 1 victory of the season so far.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to kind of watch the difference in how these two teams.
So Marlin, followed by teammate Kenny Irwin Jr., going to lead them back to the line, and then with Tony Stewart and Mike Wallace there in 4th place. Good run for him so far today.
Yeah, good job for Mike there. We saw Robbie Gordon in 5th as well.
Jarrett, a little further back there. That caution probably helps him in the fuel mileage game a little bit, but we'll have to see. Tony Stewart is going to make quick work of Kenny Irwin there, his future teammate, off of turn 2.
Yeah, actually, those are his 2 future teammates right there, Sterling Marlin and Kenny Irwin. When that Chip Ganassi team becomes 3 cars, that will be the lineup next year. So Tony better play nice with these guys.
Yes, although he's going to be passing them pretty soon. But yeah, like we said earlier, Mike Wallace having a great run there. Haven't talked about him a whole lot this year. A couple other underdogs due to sort of the jumbling of the field right now. We got Ricky Craven up there, the 32 car, 96 of Robbie Gordon, and the 21 of Elliott Sadler as well.
Well, once again, those are all Fords, and these Fords seem to get great fuel mileage. Jeff Burton, another Ford, creeping up in the view there as well.
Stewart now going to the inside of Sterling Marlin, trying to pass both of his future teammates and retake the lead here at Pocono Raceway.
Behind them there we see the 88 of Dale Jarrett has gotten by both the 96 and the 99 for 4th place.
Yes, good pass for Jarrett there off the corner. Looks like Irwin getting a little bit of a challenge there from his teammate Marlin, but that will not last as they settle in single file once again here at the front of the field.
We go on board with 42 Irwin right now. Looks like Stewart's starting to pull away a little bit. You know, Stewart being one of the drivers that got 4 tires on that earlier caution. Irwin only had 2, so we expect that he will drive away here pretty comfortably, although we see Dale Jarrett coming back to the inside of Sterling Marlin for 3rd place.
Yes, in fact, he's going for 2nd place right now, it looks like, on Kenny Irwin. So Jarrett really moving up. Robbie Gordon hanging pretty well with these leaders there in 6th place. It does look like his teammate Ricky Craven is losing a little bit of ground, although he still runs 7th. Jarrett does clear Irwin, for 2nd place as we go through the tunnel, and now he is on the heels of Stewart for the race lead.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff Burton trying to follow him through as well, get 4th place. But yeah, Jarrett's making good progress. Yeah, Craven running 7th right now. Great run for him, although Bobby Labonte trying to take that spot back. while Mike Wallace and Elliott Sadler round out our top 10 here at Pocono.
Stewart going down the long front stretch here at Pocono Raceway, and it looks like Jarrett's going to at least have a look to the inside here as we go through turn 1.
Yeah, that 88 car seems to really just be running well right now. I guess the only question is going to be, can he make it to the end given the alternate fuel strategy they're on?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, of course, some reliability concerns too, because that was his teammate, Ricky Rudd, that blew up just a few laps ago. So hopefully the engine holds on that 88 car as well.
Stewart does fall in line there behind the 88, so he's not going to get past.
And we see the 88 of Dale Jarrett has now caught some lap traffic, so that 99 of Jeff Burton already came to pit road, and that actually is going to allow Tony Stewart to get back to the inside here of Jarrett as we're coming up on the closing laps here at Pocono.
Yeah, they're both really attempting the economy run here. We see the 88, the 20, the 5, and the 40 are the main cars that have not pitted, because the 99 and the 7 were in the top 10 early, but they made those green flag pit stops.
Stewart almost clear off of turn 1, although it looks like the lap cars are going to allow Jarrett to at least remain on his outside. We see Bobby Labonte and Kenny Irwin rounding out our top 5 further back there. Also, Jimmy Spencer is running in 7th place right now, another one of those Fords, and he is on this economy run strategy, trying to hold out here.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon there holding on to the top 10 as well. Jeremy Mayfield, Matt Kenseth, and Bill Elliott, too, all having good runs. But again, that is conditional on can they make it back here these last couple laps on fuel.
Mayfield, of course, won here at Pocono last year after somewhat infamously wrecking Dale Earnhardt at the end of the June race, and he's been good on these flat tracks so far this year. Had a good run at New Hampshire as well. Yeah, Jarrett now coming back to the inside of Tony Stewart. So they've gotten around Jeff Burton to lap him. Mike Wallace now in the next lap car. Jarrett with a run down the straightaway as they head towards the tunnel turn.
Yeah, he's going to be the leader here, but again, the question is, can he make it back all the way to the end of this race?
Stewart trying to fall in line here behind Jeff Burton, trying to regroup here, potentially for another run at Jarrett. And now Jarrett trying to work his way around the 7 car of Mike Wallace.
Coming up here, coming to the white flag, looks like Tony Stewart has caught back up to Dale Jarrett. But of course the big question is, can these cars make it to the end? It looks like Tony Stewart has decided he is going to come down pit road.
Stewart heading to pit road, surrenders 2nd place. As we come to the white flag, the question is, can Jarrett hold on?
I don't know. It's been a long time since he's been on pit road. I know he's been saving real good as we see the 99 got back around him. He's got a big lead here, just needs to take it easy. There's no reason he has to get past the Burton brothers here. Just take it easy. The next car is Jimmy Spencer actually running 2nd right now. Another one of the cars on that economy run strategy. Trying to hold on and could be in a catbird seat if something happens to Jarrett here.
Jarrett heading down towards turn 3. We see Spencer almost a straightaway behind, so Jarrett can just pedal it all the way back around to the line.
Heck, he can go from here if he has to, I think.
Dale Jarrett of Robert Yates Racing holds on the fuel at Pocono and wins the Pennsylvania 500.
Jarrett's win there also moves him within 1 race of Sterling Marlin's points lead heading into Indianapolis next week.
We're at the Big House, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for the 2001 Brickyard 400. Defending race winner and defending Winston Cup champion Bobby Labonte leads the field, with Jeff Gordon, the inaugural winner here at the Brickyard, to his outside. Also, Indiana native Kenny Irwin starts 4th, while Indianapolis 500 winner Tony Stewart starts 5th. Gordon and Labonte lead the field to the green flag. More than 250,000 fans here at Indianapolis on their feet, and we are racing at the Yard of Bricks.
Great start by the 18-car Labonte. He's going to clear Gordon. Looks like Dale Jarrett, last week's winner, clears Kenny Irwin for third place. And maybe looking for more here on Jeff Gordon as they go into turn 2.
Labonte, not a great run down the short chute there. That's going to let Jeff Gordon get to his inside. A little bit of a scrape of the wall there. And Gordon now surging ahead down the long back straightaway here at Indianapolis.
Jarrett trying to follow Gordon through here. He looking to the inside of Labonte, potentially even more here on Jeff Gordon as they go off at turn 3.
Gordon and Jarrett now single file for positions 1 and 2 as they come around to complete lap 1. Jarrett's teammate, Ricky Rudd, who blew up last week at Pocono while leading, is right behind Bobby Labonte now as Labonte's teammate, Tony Stewart, is up to 5th place.
Looks like Bobby's trying to get back by the 88 car. We see once again here another good run or a good start for the 26 of Jimmy Spencer, who of course finished second last week. He is running in the 6th position right now as Jarrett tries to get to the inside of Jeff Gordon for the lead. Looks like he will with that draft from Bobby Labonte.
Also a good shout out to Kenny Wallace as well, running in the top 10 right now. Yeah, some of these smaller teams seem to be having some good runs here at these big tracks in the summer. Jarrett now leading as they head down the front straightaway. We see the 4 of Bobby Hamilton creeping into view as well there with Sterling Marlin right behind him to round out the top 10. Also current Rookie of the Year leader Greg Biffle is running just outside the top 10 as Marlin goes to the inside of Hamilton here.
Of course, Marlin and Hamilton will be manufacturer teammates next year at Dodge. We believe there's going to be a technical alliance actually between Chip Ganassi Racing and the 92 car Milling Racing, so they'll be getting to know each other a little better.
Yes, they will. We see up front here, mostly single file orderly line. It looks like Bobby Labonte would like to get back around Dale Jarrett, but I'm not sure there's a good opportunity right now. As Labonte runs second, Jarrett's teammate Rudd is third, followed by Stewart, Gordon, and Jimmy Spencer in 6th place.
Yeah, we see Spencer's teammate Todd Rodine running 12th right now, too. So Travis Carter cars having a good day.
All 3 of the leaders dive right down to that white line going through turn 1, but no progress for any of them. It looks like Jarrett's going to slip up the racetrack here a little bit off of turn 2, and that will allow Labonte, who we go on board with right here, to get back to his inside.
Yeah, long straightaway here. Labonte's probably going to get a draft from Ricky Rudd. He will. And as we get into turn 3, it looks like the 18 car is in the preferred position.
And that's probably going to cost Jarrett several spots as now his teammate Rudd and Tony Stewart all come to his inside. Jarrett actually gets the wall a little bit off the corner, so that's going to allow Jeff Gordon to sneak on through there as well. Labonte leads at the Yard of Bricks. Looks like he and Ricky Rudd are starting to break away from Stewart and Gordon a little bit. At the midpoint here at Indianapolis, it looks like Bobby Labonte is going to be the first one to leave the front straightaway, head down pit road. That will put Ricky Rudd out front. We see Kenny Wallace follow him down as well for his green flag pit stop.
Yeah, just no mistakes here, and Bobby should put himself back out front. It's a long, slow drive down pit road, isn't it, Bill?
Yes, it is, but you don't want to go any faster than that because you will get that speeding penalty. Carrying 4 tires and fuel for this 18 car here at the end of pit road. See the right side's going on. Jack drops. Going to put the left sides on now. And momentarily here, he should be getting back on the racetrack with a full tank of fuel.
Now the question, of course, is going to be where will he blend in comparison to that 28 car, who is not yet pitted. Actually, looks like Rudd's going to run another lap here. Still not pitting, so Bobby will not go a lap down here, but I guess it'll be about 3/4 of the lap down to that 28 car, who likely going to be pitting here in the next couple laps.
Yeah, we see Labonte going midway down the backstretch, and we saw Rudd just exiting turn 2. as he was there. So Labonte is now fully back up to speed, and I'm guessing will re-inherit the lead once Rudd likely pits here on the next couple cycles.
Yeah, that 18 car seems to be a rocket ship today. Go on board with Rudd here, expecting him to come down pit road this time, although it looks like he's not. I'm actually a little surprised by that. How long do we think he can go, Bill?
I don't know. That would be a long way to go to the end, but his teammate, Dale Jarrett, did make the economy run last week at Pocono, so I guess I wouldn't doubt Rudd. Against all odds, they have kept that 28 car on the racetrack. He has backed down the throttle a lot, which has allowed Bobby Labonte to get almost a quarter of a lap back on him by running full blast as the 28 is in fuel-saving mode.
Yeah, the question will be, is that enough fuel savings for the 28 to make it to the end? I don't know.
As we head down the backstretch for the final time, can Ricky Rudd hold on, or will Tony Stewart, who saved even more gas than him, get it? Or will all these cars run out and Bobby Labonte will make a comeback?
I don't know. I mean, at this point, he could almost coast from here, Bill.
Last week at Pocono Raceway, Rudd blew a motor and his teammate, Dale Jarrett, managed to save enough fuel to make it back to the end. It looks like today, Ricky Rudd is going to be the one with the economy run to make it back to the Yard of Bricks and win the Brickyard 400.
And what a season for Ricky Rudd. Daytona 500, the Winston, and a Brickyard. What a year.
Jeff Gordon managed to chop away 15 points at Sterling Marlin's points lead, as Dale Jarrett and now Ricky Rudd as well also remain within that one race margin. Here we are at Watkins Glen International, where we have a surprise pole winner today, one of our road course ringers. Dorsey Schroeder in the 41 car will compete in the Bud Shootout next February.
Yeah, that's a great run for a road ringer there. And that extra car, the 41 for Chip Ganassi Racing. Of course, that'll be a full-time team next year with Tony Stewart, but we got Dorsey in the 41 and Kenny Irwin in the 42 there. Lots of other road course ringers in the race today as well. We see Wally Dahlin back in 44 again, Scott Pruitt in 27, Boris Said in the 94, and don't forget Ron Fellows in the 87 as well.
Plus, Robbie Gordon, Jeff Gordon, and Tony Stewart are our full-time series regulars, always worth watching on road courses. Also, Mike Skinner, an outside pole winner. Pace car heads down pit road here at Watkins Glen. Field now in the hands of the 41 of Dorsey Schroeder. And he leads them back to the green flag.
Great run for the 41 there. He's going to clear the 31 into turn one, and actually that probably helps Mike Skinner too, because he's not going to get stuck on that unpreferred outside line.
Skinner, of course, won the international exhibition in Japan at Suzuka Circuit one year, so he is a road course ringer of sorts in the Winston Cup Series, just not in a points race yet.
Yeah, and of course he really could use a big day here at Watkins Glen, because there's some question about his future in that 31 car. I've heard the rumblings about perhaps Rick Mass or somebody else could be in that ride next year.
See, Irwin has settled into third place, while Dale Jarrett is in fourth, and we actually also see another road course ringer of Ron Fellows. That 87 car has cleared Bobby Labonte for fifth place.
Looks like Skinner's a little bit faster than Schrader right now, and he's catching him here. Dorsey Schroeder is going to lead this first lap, but I doubt he's going to be leading for long.
Yes, Dorsey Schroeder in that 41 car has a good run down the hill right here, but once again does not really hit the apex of that first turn well, and Skinner is gaining on him as they start to head up the hill here.
Man, what a beautiful shot by our camera crew of that hill, seeing all of the Winston Cup race cars just moving through there. That's awesome.
And say, look at this, Ron Fellows, we mentioned the other road course ringer, is working on fourth place, or at least trying to get a run on Dale Jarrett as they head towards the bus stop.
Yeah, he's going to get to the inside here, Jarrett, and easily clears him. Oh no, Jarrett sliding offline here into the sand trap. Looks like Sterling Marlin, and Scott Pruitt, and Steve Park. Oh, and Jimmy Spencer all pile in there as well.
Meanwhile, up front, Skinner has carved even more out of Dorsey Schroeder's lead. We head in the final turns here. We go on board with Skinner. It looks like he's going to be looking to the inside of the 41 of Schroeder as we head on to the front straightaway.
Yeah, he really wants to win this race. I don't think turn 1 here is going to be the passing zone, though. I think the passing zone is going to be the bus stop as they head up the hill here.
Yes, if Skinner can just stay there right on the bumper of the 41, he will have a good run heading into the bus stop.
Kenny Irwin has lost quite a bit of ground, actually, to these two leaders here. And may soon be falling in the clutches of the 87 of fellows. Looks like, oh, here we go. We got Skinner going to the inside. Can he get the pass done going to the bus stop? Looks like he's almost clear. And, oh, no! The 41 and the 31 just wrecked each other.
Yeah, let's watch the replay here. It looks like Dorsey Schroeder just gets in there a little too hot, and that's just heartbreak for Mike Skinner. Was having such a good run and just gets spun off the course. We go on board here with Skinner. He thinks he's clear. It looks like he's clear, and then the 41 just taps him in the rear, and they both go sliding off course. So that leaves Kenny Irwin, the other Ganassi singular car, as the race leader, with the 87 of Ron Fellows in second. Oh, we had a hard hit there. It looks like Robbie Gordon is going to get going again off of the final turn there, although not without expressing some displeasure there. Tony Stewart also gets spun offline there. But back up front, we've got the 42, but the 87 of Ron Fellows is in hot pursuit.
Yeah, Bobby Labonte there too, running third, having a good day. But yeah, I'd keep an eye on that 87 car.
So 41 coming up here to lap his teammate, or be lapped by his teammate of Kenny Irwin. Kenny Irwin has gotten by. The 41 had to make a pit stop after going offline with that altercation with Mike Skinner, but probably has a faster car than Kenny Irwin, so we actually think he may unlap himself here.
Yeah, Dorsey Schroeder gets by the 42 of Kenny Irwin here, and we see Ron Fellows coming up. Actually, Irwin got really loose there, and that's going to give Fellows a great run heading up this hill here.
Hey, Chip?
Yeah?
You remember what happened last time we had a attempted pass for the lead here in the bus stop?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Say, Ron, watch what you're doing here. Be careful.
Fellows drives it in. No contact this time, although he slides quite a bit, and that's actually going to allow Irwin to almost clear him as they go through the carousel.
Yeah, both of these cars really sliding around. They're still side by side as we head down the short straightaway here.
I'm not sure who has the preferred line. I think it's going to be Irwin into this corner, but then as they head towards the final corner, if the 87 can just stay there to the inside, he should have an advantage going down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Fellows really drives it in there. Going to be even. And he's going to lead the line. And it's clear. Ron Fellows leading here at Watkins Glen in the 87 for Nemco Motorsports. What a day for that little race team right now.
Say, Irwin on his back bumper right now is trying to get back by him. Irwin, of course, had a great run at Sears Point back in June, turned into quite a good road racer here with Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett right behind him.
Yeah, Fellows gets a little bit of a gap here going up the hill. But yeah, he needs to probably get a few more car lengths just to make sure Irwin's out of striking distance as they go through these passing zones.
Fellows swings way out wide. It looks like Irwin did not get a good run there through the bus stop, and that's going to give Ron Fellows the comfortable lead that he was hoping for earlier. Ron Fellows now leading a Winston Cup race by several car lengths. Can he hold on here at Watkins Glen? Final lap. Against all odds, Canada's Ron Fellows appears poised to win a Winston Cup race. The last road course ringer to do that was Mark Donahue back in the 1970s. Last international driver, fellow Canadian Earl Ross back in 1974. Also a good run today by the 92 of Stacy Compton, looking for a new ride next year as he fends off Scott Pruitt there. But up front, Ron Fellows is going to take it away. One final corner for that 87 car. He easily gets around it. Ron Fellows is a winner in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
You know, earlier today we added Dorsey Schrader to the Busch class. Right now we just added the 87 of Ron Fellows to the Winston.
Mediocre performance today allows Jeff Gordon to get to just 19 points behind Sterling Marlin for the points lead, as Ricky Rudd overtakes his teammate Dale Jarrett for third. Welcome to Michigan International Speedway for the second race up here in just 2 months. The 23rd race of the 2001 campaign. 2 Earnhardts on the front row today. We've got Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the inside with his father Dale Earnhardt Sr. on the outside. Earnhardt Jr. won 2 races in a row back in July at Daytona and at Chicagoland Speedway. Earnhardts lead them to the green flag here, and we're racing at Michigan.
Yeah, that's a familiar sight here at Michigan. You know, just a couple years ago in the IROC race is where Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dale Earnhardt Sr. had that photo finish.
Another one of the Earnhardt Incorporated cars, Steve Park, is coming into view here. He gets past his owner and gets into second place. Bobby Labonte also trying to follow Park there to the inside of Earnhardt Sr. Meanwhile, Earnhardt Jr. has clear track in front of him, appears poised to lead this first lap, although he gets pretty high off of turn 4, and that's going to allow his teammate Steve Park to reel him back in here.
Yeah, I think Junior's going to get this first lap, but Park's going to be there pretty soon. In fact, he's going to look to the inside here going into turn 1.
See both of the Labonte brothers running in the top 5 right now, followed by Earnhardt Sr. and Stewart, as Mike Skinner in 6th place tries to redeem himself after appearing to potentially have the race in the bag at Watkins Glen last week, only to get wrecked. And speaking of wrecks, we got a big mess in turn 1.
Yeah, we'll sort that out here in a moment. First of all, we got to see who's going to win the race back to the line. Is it going to be Steve Park or is it going to be Bobby Labonte? I think Steve Park is going to get there.
So yeah, let's watch the replay here. It looks like Matt Kenseth, maybe there's some oil on track or something, just gets a little loose. Several cars get loose, and they just start piling up. Not any super severe hits, but then they start to move back down into traffic. Look at this. You see the 43 of John Andretti gets hit by Stacy Compton and almost goes on his roof there. Steve Park leads them on the single file restart back to the line, followed by Bobby Labonte.
A good start for all of them. You know, all these drivers probably going to calm down a little bit. They saw that wreck. They don't want them to be that to be them. It's a 400-mile race, and you got to just get to the end if you want to be able to win.
Joe Gibbs' teammates Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte have caught Steve Park here. Speaking of Joe Gibbs racing in that 20 car, it was officially announced earlier this week that Jason Leffler is going to be the new driver of the 20 Home Depot Pontiac in 2002. He will make select starts at the end of this season, starting at New Hampshire next month.
Yeah, and that 20 Home Depot Pontiac's obviously a fast car. Say Tony Stewart just took the lead with that car. So Leffler is going to be in a great situation next year, and we'll have to see how he does as...
On board right now with Jeff Gordon, looking at the 2 Joe Gibbs teammates out front, Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart. Gordon hoping to maybe even get to the inside and make it 3 wide here for the lead.
Stewart still at the line there, but we see Bobby is to his inside. Let's see here. Bobby slipped up the racetrack. Jeff is going to be right there to pounce. Looks like Jeff gets up the track a little bit too, but is going to get around Stewart barely off of turn 2. It's a little close for comfort, I'd say. As the other Labonte, Terry, creeps into view there in 4th place.
Yeah, 2 Hendrick Motorsports cars up front here, having a much better day than Pocono a couple weeks ago when all 3 Hendrick cars managed to get into each other on the first lap. By the way, speaking of rookies next year, it has been confirmed Hendrick Motorsports is going to expand to 4 cars, bringing on Busch Series driver Jimmy Johnson in the number 48 Lowe Chevrolet.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon, takes the lead here, talking about Lowe's, Richard Childress Racing, so that 31 team just lost a sponsor, so they're in really kind of a pickle going into next year. I don't even know if Skinner is not. Oh no, We got trouble here. Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart got into our teammates.
Jeff Gordon wins the race back to the line, but let's see what happened here with the teammates running third and fourth.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, Bobby just gets too hard of a run off the corner. Tony doesn't lift, and you have to wonder, maybe there's a little tension there with Tony leaving the team next year. They've been teammates for 3 years, so.
And of course, the innocent victim here was Jimmy Spencer in 26th, and Mark Martin got a little piece of that as well. Actually looks like Spencer's teammate Todd Bodine as well.
Yeah, what a mess they created.
So with that leaves two other teammates, the Hendrick teammates of Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte as your leaders.
You don't get any ideas from that wreck we just had, boys. Mr. H just wants to see one of you win. It probably doesn't matter which one.
And actually two pairs of teammates up front, as Steve Park is now followed by his other Dale Earnhardt Incorporated teammate, Michael Waltrip, still looking for his first career Winston Cup victory. That over streak, now over 480 starts. By far the most we've ever seen, or that would be by far the most we've ever seen before a victory. Say J.D. McDuffie, of course, never won a Winston Cup race and has the record for most starts without a win, which Michael is not yet at. Gordon leads them at the line here. First lap after this restart, though. It looks like Terry Labonte. Closing laps here at Michigan. Terry Labonte has caught Jeff Gordon. Tries to get around to the inside, although I don't think he's going to get there before turn one. We also have a very hungry Michael Waltrip in third place, trying to push second place Terry Labonte past his teammate. Looks like that little bit of a draft from the 15 car is going to allow the 5 to get around the 24.
Yeah, and what a victory that would be for Terry. Say, if Terry wins here, all 3 Hendrick cars, Jerry Nadeau, Jeff Gordon, and Terry Labonte would all have 2 wins this year.
Gordon trying to get back to his teammate Labonte. We also see Kevin LePage having a good run here at the back of the top 10, that Hank Aaron Motorsports entry, as well as rookie Casey Atwood, the highest running rookie in this race right now.
Yeah, I don't know if Casey's got anything for Greg Biffle in that rookie of the year battle, but having a good run here today. We see him running there with the 16 of the Hank Aaron car and Dale Earnhardt Jr., and then we go on board here with Jeff Gordon. Can he get back to his teammate Terry Labonte as we go down the backstretch?
2 laps to go here in Michigan. Will Gordon have a run on Labonte as they head down towards turn 3? Labonte gets way loose. Gordon gets to his side, but that may have been the run right there. Coming back here to the white flag, and Terry Labonte has a very comfortable lead. All he has to do is get around 4 more corners.
Actually, it looks like Jeff's slip there is going to allow Michael Waltrip to get to the inside. I don't think he's going to get to Terry either. So, yeah, Terry Labonte potentially looking at his second win of 2001.
Park to the inside of Gordon now, trying to make a second and third place finish for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. Their boss, Dale Earnhardt, running 5th. Maybe he'll catch Gordon as well. Michael Waltrip gets a run down into turns 3 and 4, but it won't be enough. Terry Labonte off of turn 4, looking for his first multi-win season in several years. Terry Labonte wins at Michigan International Speedway.
And once again, a bridesmaid for Michael Waltrip on second.
As the Winston Cup Series rolls on to Bristol Motor Speedway next week, Jeff Gordon is now the points leader, chasing his 4th Winston Cup, as the victory today vaults his teammate Terry Labonte up to 7th. The NASCAR Winston Cup Series schedule is once again expanding in 2002. Texas Motor Speedway will receive a second date, the Haviland 500, in September. Meanwhile, New Hampshire's second race will move from that September slot to Mother's Day weekend, allowing the same start and end time for the 2002 season. Texas Governor George W. Bush and Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones were on site for the announcement today. Jerry Jones, of course, rumored to be buying into Andy Petree Racing. We're back in Thunder Valley for the 2001 Sharpie 500. 1999 winner Dale Earnhardt starts from the pole tonight with Dale Jarrett to his outside.
Yeah, Dale's going to be one to watch. Back in 1999, that was a pretty controversial victory when he wrecked Terry Labonte. Of course, he's still looking for his first win here in 2001 as well.
Jeff Gordon starting deep in the field tonight as he continues his quest for the Winston Cup Championship.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of cars to pass if he wants to have a good run tonight, and he better if he wants to stay in this championship battle.
Pace car headed down pit road, field in the hands of Dale Earnhardt. Coming off turn 4, green flag in the air, and we are racing here in Bristol, Tennessee.
Great start for Dale there. Gets a huge jump on Dale Jarrett. So we've got Ricky Rudd, Jarrett's teammate, coming to his inside now, and he is clear as well.
Yep, Earnhardt should easily lead this first lap as we see Bobby Labonte get around Dale Jarrett as well. Looks like it's going to be mostly single file on the bottom as we round lap 2 here. Looks like first side-by-side is well outside the top 10 right now. Yeah, Rusty Wallace back here passing Ricky Craven.
Yeah, Rusty needs a good run tonight, that's for sure, as Dale leads the second lap as well.
Earnhardt still leading here at Bristol, but he has caught some lap traffic. The 33 of Joe Nemechek is right in front of him as we go on board. As we see Sterling Marlin and Bobby Labonte are side-by-side for that second position behind him.
Yeah, his son, Dale Jr., coming into view here as well. We see Sterling's got a run on the bottom right now with Nemechek holding up Dale Earnhardt. We'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, Earnhardt trying to use the top side of the racetrack right now, but he gets the wall, and that's going to allow Marlin to get the lead as he finally clears Joe Nemechek in the 33 car.
See Dale Earnhardt Jr. here trying to follow Marlin through here. He's on the bottom right now as Marlin's trying to lap Casey Atwood. We've got the battle of the beer wagons up here. Looks like Sterling is going to win out for now, although Jr. is once again to his inside as they do get around Atwood.
Door off the corner. Earnhardt Jr. leads that lap, and looks like he's going to clear Marlin going into turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, oh, we got trouble here. Looks like Mike Skinner, Mike Watson, oh no, and then Benson and Stewart getting that. Looks like Junior will win the race back to the line. Let's take a look at a replay here.
Yeah, it looks like Skinner just gets loose on the apron and gets tagged by Ricky Rudd. Michael Waltrip also collected. Terry Labonte gets a piece of it there as well. And then they just slide right into the path of Stewart and Benson. So it looks like most of the field is going to be headed down pit road here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will lead them, followed by Sterling Marlin.
Yep, everybody just needs a smooth 4-tire pit stop here. No mistakes. Remember, we do have 2 pit roads here at Bristol.
Yes, we see Earnhardt Jr. followed by Marlin and Earnhardt Sr. coming in here as they go the long way around here to the other side of the pit road where they will get their service.
Got a few lap cars there waiting to stay out, potentially going to take the wave around.
And here come the leaders towards their pits. Earnhardt Jr. the first one in.
Sterling Marlin now in as well. Dale Earnhardt has that number 1 pit stall, so he's going to be all the way at the end here. Let's see, we got some lap cars then coming out of the pits as the leaders are coming in.
And Earnhardt Jr. first one out, followed by Marlin, it looks like. Kenny Irwin Jr. gets a great stop there as it looks like Dale Earnhardt's team is holding him a bit long.
Yeah, coming to restart here, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in heavy lap traffic here, wave around cars. Lap cars on the inside, so Sterling Marlin's going to see if he can use this as the opportunity to get the lead back.
See, they were 3 wide there a moment ago with Skinner, Labonte, and Kenseth, and still lots of chaos here at the front of the field.
Yeah, Sterling's going to go to the inside here and go on board with him and easily pass Junior. Get through all of this mess.
Yeah, Junior's really getting held up there by that hornet's nest of lap cars. Looks like Kenny Irwin Jr. may get to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well. Marlin now working some lap traffic, and that's allowed Kenny Irwin to reel him back in. Irwin looking to the inside of Matt Kenseth, Marlin to the outside.
Yeah, we'll see. Normally that inside's better, but not when there's... Oh, we got big trouble here on the backstretch. Looks like Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, off the corner here, looks like Gordon gets loose with Mike Wallace, and that sends him into Kevin Harvick. Kevin LePage gets a piece of it there, Robert Presley, lots of good cars.
I think Gordon will be able to continue here, though, and that's important for the championship.
Chip Ganassi racing 1-2 on this restart. Sterling Marlin followed by teammate Kenny Irwin Jr. Another dodge there on the inside. Ward Burton trying to get his lap back.
Yeah, good start for Marlin. He is going to clear Burton. See there, Dave Marcus in this race tonight as well, having a decent run. Still in it, which is better than a lot of cars.
And take a look who's up to second place. Rusty Wallace. We've not really talked about him all season. Penske Racing as a whole has struggled. Both cars currently outside the top 30 in Winston Cup points. But potentially a chance here to redeem himself as he goes around the outside of Sterling Marlin to take the lead down the backstretch.
And man, all the fans going wild here in Bristol. One of Rusty's best tracks. Lots of his fans come here every year, and now he is leading.
What a redemption arc on his season a win tonight could be.
Yeah, that would just mean so much for Rusty, I think. It's been a hard year because of that whole organization, and he's earned their goal of maybe just trying to get up to top 25 in the points by the end of the year.
And just the last thing Rusty Wallace wanted to see, spinner Ken Schrader.
Yeah, Rusty's got to be frustrated about that. He had a huge lead going there, and was coming up on about 15 laps to go. But he's going to have to fend off Sterling Marlin here in a restart now. Trying to sort out all the lap cars here.
Come to the restart. Wallace does have a few cars between him and Marlin as this is a single file restart with less than 10 laps to go. Ward Burton there, the 94 Fermi Sadler, and Bill Elliott are all not on the lead lap, and then Sterling Marlin now is the second place car.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly helps Rusty, but we'll have to see what Sterling can do with these lap cars here.
Wallace really is holding a good line there as we go through turns 3 and 4 right on the bottom. That's what you got to do here at Bristol.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really put on a clinic tonight. And like I said, what this would just mean for this race team. Such a hard season. And be leading here in one of their best racetracks, that's got to give us some confidence. You look back here at Sterling Marlin, he has not made any progress on these lap cars yet. That's certainly helping Rusty Wallace. Going to be coming up on 5 laps to go here pretty soon.
We do have a car smoking there on the inside. That's the 66 of Todd Bodine. Looks like that will not affect the leaders, though, and we are going to stay green.
Yeah, that's, Rusty actually probably would have been happy about that if that had been a caution, because that would have ended the race. But still, he's looking pretty good here. Still got those 3 lap cars between him and Sterling.
Yep, he really just needs to hold on here. We see Johnny Benson there on pit road. Fans are just absolutely electric here in Bristol tonight for Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, that would be a popular win, that's for sure. There'd be a lot of Miller Lite use when you get down here.
Including by you, Chip?
I don't know if I'm supposed to answer that question, Bill.
Marlin still behind Bill Elliott there. 3 lap cars between Wallace and Marlin. We do see Ward Burton here appears to want to get back on the lead lap. He's really hounding Rusty Wallace. It looks like Rusty got in a little bit tight there, kind of slid below the apron there a little bit. Actually, that's going to happen again. It looks like that 2 car, the handle is starting to go away on it. Come to the white flag. Meanwhile, Marlin is looking under Bill Elliott here.
Man, Rusty is not handling well at all. That's allowed Sterling to get all the way up to his back bumper here. What's going to happen to turns 3 and 4? No. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah, Rusty Wallace's car, the handle has just gone away from it, and Sterling Marlin steals one here in Bristol.
Yeah, let's watch the replay here. Looks like, I don't know, that car just was not sticking to the banking those last couple laps, and that allowed the 40 car to get around the outside. And man, there's a lot of unhappy people here in Bristol.
Meanwhile, Marlin's victory vaults him to a narrow points lead over Jeff Gordon. Now we're in Darlington, South Carolina for the 2001 Mountain Dew Southern 500. Michael Waltrip has the pole as he still seeks that first career win.
Yeah, Darlington here, that's where he led the most laps in the race back in the early 90s. so it could be a good track for him. See Mike Skinner to his outside, and then Gibbs teammates Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, defending winner of this race, starting behind him.
Pace car down pit road. Waltrip and Skinner head for the green flag, and we are racing in the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Skinner got a pretty good loss there. He's staying even with Mikey in the turn one here.
Going to wash up the racetrack there a little bit. That outer line just does not work through turns 1 and 2, and that's actually going to allow Stewart to get under him. Yep, and I think we got the first Darlington strap of the night. We saw Kenny Wallace there in a 55 get the wall a little bit off of...
Turn 2 is now Stewart's holding a good line off of turn 4. Remember, turns 3 and 4 a little tighter, and now Mikey gets a Darlington strike, and that's going to allow Tony Stewart to get to his inside. Stewart now leading here at Darlington.
Looks like Stewart's teammate, Bobby Labonte, follows him through as well, as does Jeff Gordon. And now Waltrip's teammates, oh, we got a big wreck here. Looks like Greg Biffle goes upside down. And meanwhile, we're just going to follow the race back to the caution here. It looks like Stewart will easily win it with his teammate Labonte in second. But yeah, let's take a look at a replay here. What happened here?
Looks like Elliott Sadler just got loose there. He's had a hard year. And then, yeah, Greg Biffle gets into him, and there's just a whole pack of cars just flying in there. Looks like Terry Labonte, Bill Elliott, and, yeah, just everybody's involved in this.
Go on board with Casey Atwood here. It looks like he just has nowhere to go here. Lots of cars everywhere, and he gets into the back of Greg Biffle, and that will probably end his day as well.
Yep, and there goes Biffle on his roof.
Restart here. Scoring update. Looks like Mark Martin now is in second place. Not entirely sure why, but...
Yeah, I don't know if the person that gave Brett Bodine his only win get back in the officiating booth or what here. I don't know.
But that moves Labonte back to third, and Gordon now is in fourth.
Let's see Steve Park there in fifth place, having a good run tonight. He one of his better tracks. Of course, he's still looking for our first victory on an oval.
And then we see near the back half of the top 10, Sterling Marlin, last week's winner and championship contender, having a decent run tonight.
Yeah, he off to a good start so far. That's how you win a championship. And Ricky Rudd, a little further back, he's probably the worst of the three big contenders here for the championship so far.
Meanwhile, looks like the 18 of Bobby Labonte has gotten around Mark Martin, and now Tony Stewart has some company from his teammate.
Yeah, Bobby, like we said, he won this race last year. Now, granted, that was a rain out, but still, that meant he had a fast car. So he's good at Darlington, and he only had one victory of the season at Martinsville. So, kind of a little bit of a post-championship hangover. You see Tony Stewart gets the Darlington truck there off of turn 2. We go on board with Dale Jarrett now, who's up to second place, trying to chase down Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, Darlington is definitely a racetrack that brings out the best in drivers. And we currently have the last two Winston Cup champions, Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett, running 1-2 right now.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett got a little bit low the white line there. That's allowed Bobby to run away a little bit here, although Bobby now gets the Darlington stripe as looks like Steve Park and Dale Earnhardt have passed Jeff Gordon.
Look at this. Steve Park has now caught up to Bobby Labonte, potentially taking a look at the lead here.
Yeah, he's been running real good the last few weeks. Third place at Bristol last week, and looks like he's going to be leading here in Darlington now.
So move Park to first place as Tony Stewart and Kenny Irwin try to follow him through. Labonte's still on the outside. We see Earnhardt there running fifth. He's got to be pretty excited seeing his driver out front right now.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated's really stepped it up this year. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has 2 wins. Park has a win. Just got to get Mikey one, I guess.
Yeah, Waltrip has certainly faded a little bit since starting on the front row today. We see several cars, Park, Stewart, and Labonte all get the wall there off of turn 2. We go back to Earnhardt. He's not been the championship contender he was last year, but he's put together a quietly consistent season, flirting with the top 10 in points. As is Park. He's and the leader is coming to pit road here under green. Steve Park has a pretty comfortable gap there to second place Kenny Irwin.
Yeah, just that one team really just needs no mistakes here, and he should be able to come back out with the lead.
That pit speed sure looks slow, doesn't it, Chip, under green flag conditions?
Yes, it does. That's painful watching all those cars flying by, but he has a fast stop. He'll have nothing to worry about.
See some cars that came in the previous lap completing their service as Park begins his. Expected to be 4 tires and fuel for everybody here. Park's owner Earnhardt is away. And now we see Sterling Marlin just entering his pit. Jarrett exits as well. They're just finishing fuel on the one car. Earnhardt Jr. moving away. Any second now, we expect the one car to roll out of his pit, and we'll have to see where he blends on the racetrack.
Yep, Park is away, as is Irwin, so he's going to beat Irwin out of the pits. We'll have to see. I believe Tony Stewart is the first driver that pitted a lap ago, so will Park get out in front of him here?
See Stewart there, rounding turn 2 behind the lap car of Ken Schrader. It looks like Park is going to beat him off pit road, but how long will it take for him to get up to speed?
Yeah, it's going to be close here coming into turn 3 and 4 as Schrader dives down to pit road. Looks like Park is ahead of Stewart for the time being, although Stewart has a run here off of turn 4.
Steve Park now leading the Southern 500 once again, but Tony Stewart wants to take it back.
Yeah, Park slips up the hill a little bit here. That's going to allow Tony to his inside.
Go on board with Stewart. Coming off of turn 2 here, he is clear. As they lap Todd Bodine. And looks like Dave Blaney, the lap car, actually pulls up in front of Stewart as he exits the pits. And that will kill his momentum a little bit here.
Yeah, Stewart quickly going to work here trying to see if he can get to the inside of Blaney because he does not want to get held up. He doesn't want Park to reel him back in.
Yeah, those tires are probably just getting warm on the one car, so he should improve here. It looks like the 93 is going to hold up the 20 here a little bit, and that's going to allow Park to get back to his back bumper.
Yeah, Park looking to follow Stewart here under the 93, side by side. That's going to slow up Tony. Kenny Irwin back in third place, too, is probably watching this right now, just loving this, hoping these two wreck or something.
But that might be what you're hoping for, too, Chip.
Hey, I don't want anybody to wreck. I mean, if it happened, it would be entertaining, but I don't want it to happen. Looks like Tony gets the wall there a little bit off of turn 2, and that is going to allow Steve Park to the inside.
And Park, who's had the dominant car so far today, trying to clear Stewart off of turn 4. Not quite clear. Stewart gets the wall, and that is the help that Park needs. Steve Park leading here at Darlington in the late stages.
Yeah, he just needs to hope no cautions, and he'll have it. Say, look who the next lap car is here. Is Jeff Gordon. He's fallen back a lot from running the top 5 earlier, and that's certainly going to hurt him in the points.
Come to the white flag here at Darlington. Tony Stewart has stayed with Steve Park, but still about a car length back. Steve Park got his first career victory last season at Watkins Glen. He won earlier this year at Sears Point Raceway, but he has never won a Winston Cup race on an oval. Tony Stewart gets one final Darlington stripe there off of turn 2, and that appears to be all Steve Park needs. He can just coast home now. Steve Park wins the 2001 Mountain Dew Southern 500.
What a win for Steve Park. That's awesome.
Jeff Gordon's subpar run allowed Sterling Marlin to open up his points lead by another 18 points. We're in Richmond, Virginia for the 2001 Chevrolet Monte Carlo 400. Kenny Irwin Jr. in a Dodge leads the field tonight with yet another pole for him this season. But we see several cars with Looney Tunes paint schemes tonight, those Chevrolets. We also see Dale Earnhardt Jr., one of 5 drivers going for the Noble $5 million bonus. He won at Daytona. The other contenders are Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt, Sterling Marlin, and Ricky Rudd.
Yeah, I like them Looney Tunes cars. Jeff Gordon looks pretty good purple there.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting look for him. Park there, another one of those cars. Last week's winner starts 5th as Kenny Irwin leads them to the green.
Good start by Irwin, and Looks like good start by Earnhardt Jr. too. He's probably going to take second here as we go through turns 1 and 2, passing both Jeff Gordon and Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, he's already won the $1 million bonus once this year at Daytona back in July, and certainly another $1 million would be very nice for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as Kenny Irwin leads the first lap here, 5 bonus points.
Yeah, I think Kenny's probably a little bit too far back to be a championship contender.
Oh, and we got spinner here, Dale Jarrett. Looks like Dave Marcus just gets through that. Lots of other cars scattering. Kenny Irwin is still leading here at Richmond and should easily win the race back to the flag. As we see Dale Earnhardt Jr. and now his teammate Steve Park run second and third.
Yeah, I want to see a replay of this mess here down in turn 1. Turns 3 and 4. Looks like so Mike Wallace gets the wall, and then yeah, lots of cars kind of have to scatter. Dale Jarrett's one of them. Looks like Jared Nadeau gets a little loose, and yeah, kind of a big mess down here. It looks like Casey Atwood spin as well. Probably not terminal for any of these cars, but definitely put some dents in them.
So now the leaders are going to come down pit road, as well as that smoking lap car of Mike Wallace. Kenny Irwin Jr. leads them down, followed by the Dale Earnhardt Incorporated teammates of Earnhardt Jr. and last week's winner, Park. Irwin with that number 1 pit stall is in, as are the 2 No Bull 5 contenders of Earnhardt and Park. Gordon, meanwhile, settles into that second pit stall. We're going to have to see if he can make any progress here with his pit crew, as Dale Jarrett is just now reaching his stall, the driver who spun in that last caution.
Earnhardt Jr. first one away, but number 1 pit stall prevails for Kenny Irwin.
Irwin going to lead them back to the restart here as we see Mike Skinner, another one of those Looney Tunes cars, is up to 4th place.
Earnhardt Jr. going to try the high line here in turns 1 and 2. Gets some progress, but I don't think it's going to work as Steve Park thinks about taking them 3 wide. Thinks better of it, though.
Earnhardt Jr. is almost clear of Irwin there, but Irwin gets a good run through turns 3 and 4. It looks like now Irwin is going to clear Earnhardt Jr., and Park is going to try to follow him through here.
Yeah, not one team has just been on it lately. We see Jeff Gordon get past Mike Skinner there. Also want to give a shout out to 6th place, Kevin LePage right now. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, LePage absolutely having a great run tonight for that young Hank Aaron Motorsports team. 6th place, and of course, if he could get up to 5th, that would make him eligible for that $1 million bonus at Talladega. We see here Jeff Gordon trying to pass Dale Earnhardt Jr. for 3rd place, as Kenny Irwin continues to lead, but does have that lap car of Joe Nemechek starting to hold him up a little bit.
I think Gordon wants more, too. It looks like he's a little faster than Steve Park right now. Is he going to try to force the issue, push Park up the hill here through turns 1 and 2?
I think it might be a little bit too early for that, Chip, but yeah, he does appear to have the faster car. Just needs to wait for the right opportunity for the pass to be made.
Actually, it looks like both these cars have got Kenny Irwin. You know, Chevy, I'm sure, wants to win this race. Monte Carlo 400 does not want to see a Dodge out front. And it's got his 2 Looney Tunes cars running 2nd and 3rd. Just needs one more pass, and he'll be in front here.
Looks like Park is going to get his chance here underneath Irwin off of turns 3 and 4. And now Gordon is going to take them 3 wide. Park will get 5 bonus points for leading that lap, but he will not be the leader for long, it looks like, as Jeff Gordon drives it in deep in turns 1 and 2. It's going to be clear, or almost not quite clear off the corner.
Yeah, I think he will get it done probably here in 3 and 4. Now Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to pass Kenny Irwin and potentially his teammate Park as well for 2nd place.
We also see LePage there trying to make a pass on Mike Skinner for 5th place. Again, if he finishes top 5, as does anybody else, they will be eligible for that $1 million at Talladega. Oh, and we got a wreck here. It looks like Terry Labonte and Jeff Burton will spin there on the front stretch, as now Gordon is going to lead them back to the caution, followed by Earnhardt Jr. and Park. 3 Chevrolets leading here at Richmond, although the Chevrolet that cannot win the $1 million bonus is the one out front. That is Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, I'm sure either Park or Earnhardt Jr. would really like to get him out of the way.
We see lap car Bill Elliott here battling Gordon a little bit off the corner, wants to get back on the lead lap. as Earnhardt Jr. is trying to pass Robbie Gordon there on the outside.
Yep, and there goes LePage up to 4th place now. What a run.
Highest running non-Chevrolet in this race right now is LePage. Meanwhile, Gordon and Elliott still going at it here. Looks like Gordon is finally going to clear Elliott here off the backstretch as they head down to turn 3.
Yeah, that's just so frustrating when you're a leader in the lap car over you. But Jeff's got a nice clean racetrack in front of him right now. So he should try to pull away here from Earnhardt Jr.
Meanwhile, Sterling Marlin running near the back half of the top 10, as is Kevin Harvick, making his final start of his 7 planned starts here in 2001 before running a full Rookie of the Year campaign next year. Having a nice top 10 run tonight.
Yeah, he really is, and it's cool they let him in on this Looney Tunes promotion tonight as well. We see now Earnhardt Jr. and Park battling for 2nd place. Like you've got the 16 there of Kevin LePage trying to get the inside. No, Jeff Gordon gets loose, and that'll allow Earnhardt Jr. through, and looks like they're trying to all scatter. Oh no, now Park gets loose and spins. That will bring out the caution, and that puts Mike Skinner up to 2nd.
Yeah, it looks like Park was trying to avoid Gordon there, and then that just collects Bill Elliott, Dale Earnhardt, another one of those $1 million contenders back there, as well as Ward Burton. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. now in position to win $1 million here at Richmond if he can hold on.
Yeah, meanwhile, that's allowed Kenny Irwin Jr. back up to 2nd place, and Mike Skinner, whose job we've really heard may be in danger, is he's several spots below his teammate Dale Earnhardt in point standings, runs 3rd. A win, really, it's a must-win situation for him.
Meanwhile, look at this, Kevin Harvick trying to fight his way into the top 5 here, right behind Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, we got a battle for the lead here, too. Kenny Irwin and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Looks like Irwin's got the preferred line here off of turn 4. And he's going to be leading here once again at Richmond. The pole sitter trying to stink up the Chevrolet party here.
Yeah, he's out front here. Meanwhile, looks like Skinner is perhaps in the unpreferred line there with Todd Bodine going to his inside. That's going to allow Jeff Gordon to try to take them 3 wide. He really wants to get back up there after losing that lead, getting loose.
And look at this, too. Looks like Kevin Harvick is now going to be the highest running driver in Richard Childress Racing tonight. He's up to 4th place, followed by Kevin LePage.
Now, important note, if Harvick does finish in the top 5, he is not planning on running Talladega, so he will not be eligible for that $1 million bonus, and the 6th place driver would become the 5th contender.
Speaking of $1 million bonuses, Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to take the lead back here from Kenny Irwin, trying to get his 2nd bonus in 2001 tonight.
Earnhardt Jr. Hugs the yellow line right off the corner here. That's going to allow him a run on Irwin here as we head down the front stretch. It's going to be tight going into turn 1.
Yeah, Earnhardt Jr. and Irwin still side by side. I don't think he's going to get him down the back stretch, but he'll probably get him here at turns 3 and 4.
Crowd rising to their feet. Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking to win at a track the 2nd time, the 1st time in his career, as he got his 2nd career win here at Richmond last year, and win the $1 million bonus for the 2nd time in 2001. 2 laps to go for Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to lap teammate Michael Waltrip, and oh no, we're hearing he has a flat tire.
Man, a flat tire just cost Dale Earnhardt Jr. $1 million. That's one expensive tire.
That puts Jeff Gordon now as the leader, going for his 3rd win of the season. Although, look who's right behind him, becoming the white flag, Kevin Harvick, trying to win in just his 7th start, running a partial schedule.
Yeah, come on, Kevin. He's right there. He could get to Gordon, especially if Gordon slides up the racetrack a little bit here off the corner.
Harvick's going to have one more shot at it if we go through turns 3 and 4. He looks to the inside of Gordon. He's not going to quite get there. Jeff Gordon wins here at Richmond as Kevin Harvick finishes 2nd.
And Kevin LePage comes home in 6th, but since Harvick finished 2nd, that will make him the 5th contender for the No Bull 5 at Talladega.
Gordon winning while Marlin finished 4th narrows the points battle slightly. NASCAR makes its second trip to the Granite State in 2001 with Mike Skinner and Ricky Rudd on the front row.
We also see Jason Leffler, who's been announced as Tony Stewart's replacement at Joe Gibbs Racing next year, making the first of 3 starts he's going to make here in the last 10 races in that 81 car. Again, the 81 and 20 have the same Home Depot paint scheme, except for the 81 has black trim and the 20 has white trim.
Coming to the green flag here, we've got Skinner on the inside. In a desperate situation, we hear Richard Childress Racing could announce his replacement as soon as next week. So even a win here today might not be enough for him.
Could be a good audition for another ride, though, as he does clear Ricky Rudd off turn 2 there. See Rudd's teammate Dale Jarrett trying to get to the inside here as Leffler settles in 4th place right in front of his teammate Bobby Labonte.
We also see Dale Earnhardt Jr. had that heartbreaking loss last week, settling into 5th as Skinner gets 5 bonus points for leading the first lap here. And Casey Atwood there back in 6th place. He is in a very tight Rookie of the Year battle with Greg Biffle. Biffle has the preferred position right now, but Atwood could get back into this. So we'll talk more about that in a second as Dale Jarrett has gotten to the inside here of Mike Skinner as we go off of turn 4. And actually, Jason Leffler is going to try to follow him through for 2nd place.
Yeah, what a move by Leffler there as Jarrett gets those 5 bonus points. You know, he's potentially an outside contender for this Winston Cup, especially if he gets another win here today.
See Earnhardt Jr. trying to move on Bobby Labonte as Dave Blaney has passed Atwood. Having a great run for him here tonight. We hear that BP sponsorship may be going away next year, so he could be looking for a new ride, but he's had a solid season, comparable to his teammate Ward Burton, so certainly would be a candidate for a lot of rides in Winston Cup next year. Yeah, as we were saying about Atwood, he would need to be the highest finishing rookie, not just beat Greg Biffle, but actually the highest finishing rookie in most of the remaining races in 2001, but that team has really stepped it up over the last few weeks, and he's at least got a chance.
Yeah, and of course, he's doing that right now, too. He's the highest running rookie in front of Biffle. We look at Biffle back here in the 97 car. Had a solid season, especially compared to his teammates. Grouse only has 1 win with Jeff Burton of Texas this year, so, oh no, and we see Sterling Marlin has a problem under the hood coming down pit road here. We're hearing that may be the end of his day, too.
Yeah, what a mess for the championship contender. That's the last thing he needs right now. Meanwhile, Jarrett leads with Leffler still holding on in 2nd place and his teammate Rudd in 3rd.
Well, it looks like Rudd's going to try to get a run on Leffler here off the corner as Junebug's caught up to Mike Skinner there for 4th place.
Jarrett appears to have the dominant car so far today. Smooth sailing for him. We see the 93 of Blaney up to 6th place there.
Of course, Jarrett's last win this season came at Pocono, another flat racetrack like this. Oh, and we got trouble here. Turn 1, Bobby Hamilton in a 4 car.
Jarrett will easily win the race back to the line, but he is going to have to face a restart here. And with the green flag, Jarrett followed by Leffler as they head back up through the gears. Easily going to pull away from the field as there's no lap traffic or wave around cars for him to have to navigate through.
Yeah, that certainly helps. It's been a clean race so far.
Oh, more trouble in turns 1 and 2. Johnny Benson and looks like the 97 of Greg Biffle and the 92 of Stacy Compton get into him as well. Jarrett will win the race back to the line as Dave Blaney is up to 2nd place.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the replay of this wreck. So it looks like Benson just gets loose here in front of Adam Petty and gets a little piece of Ward Burton, and then, nowhere for Stacy Compton to go. And then, Greg Biffle, that's hard. As we mentioned, the Rookie of the Year fight is tight, so that's not what he wanted to see. But again, Atwood needs to be the highest finishing rookie, not just beat Biffle today.
So the green flag is back out here, and looks like Blaney is really hounding Jarrett here on this restart.
Yeah, that would be a huge win for Blaney if he could get it done today. He has looked to the inside here down the back stretch, although I think Jarrett's going to clear him in the turns 3 and 4 here.
Meanwhile, Leffler continues to impress there in third place. In fact, he's trying to take second back from Blaney here off of turn 4 as Earnhardt Jr. runs fourth. And now Casey Atwood running in fifth place. He is the highest running rookie right now.
Yeah, Tony Stewart, the other Home Depot Pontiac, is in sixth place. It's a little confusing having those two cars out there, I have to admit. But I'm getting through it. It'll be okay.
I guess I'm glad to hear that, Chip. Dale Jarrett is happy to see Leffler and Dave Blaney running side by side for second place as he continues to lead here at New Hampshire. Oh, and we're going to have another restart as Todd Bodine spins once again, turn 1.
And man, looks like Jarrett wins the race back in the caution, but Leffler almost got there.
Coming to the restart, Jarrett followed by Leffler. Does Leffler have anything for Jarrett here in these closing laps?
Good start for Jarrett. I think he's going to be pretty hard to catch here.
Coming to the white flag. Jarrett leads by a comfortable margin. Dave Blaney in third and Jason Leffler in second. Looks like for the second week in a row we may have a part-time driver planning to be a rookie next year finishing second. It was Kevin Harvick last week. This week it may be Leffler. We also see Casey Atwood has fallen back a little bit, but he has held on to be the highest finishing rookie today. Meanwhile, another solid top 10 run for Jeff Gordon is going to help shore up his position in the points. And Dale Jarrett wants people to know he's still in this championship battle. Fourth victory of 2001 for him. The Sterling Marlin's mechanical issue now makes Jeff Gordon the points leader, with Ricky Rudd now under one race of the points lead and Dale Jarrett under 200 points from the lead, heading into race 28 at Dover.
And folks, here are the top 10 for the most popular driver award. Be sure to cast your vote.
Another silly season shocker in the Winston Cup garage. Matt Kenseth will leave Roush Racing at season's end for Richard Childress Racing's number 31 entry, bringing with him sponsor DeWalt and crew chief Robbie Reiser. Busch Series points leader Kurt Busch is seen as the front runner to replace Kenseth as Roush, as Mike Skinner is now left a free agent. The final push for the Winston Cup begins today. We're in Dover, Delaware for the 2001 MB&A Cal Ripken Jr. 400. Today's field is led by Kenny Irwin Jr. with yet another pole, with Dale Jarrett to his outside.
Behind him we see Greg Biffle there. Of course, he's in that tight rookie battle with Casey Atwood, and Ricky Rudd to his outside as well.
We also see Jeff Gordon there on the third row. The other coming to the green flag here, pace car down pit road, and we are racing here at Dover.
Jarrett got a good start there on the outside. He's going to stay even with Irwin into turn 1, although it looks like Irwin is going to clear him off of 2.
We head down the back, we see they are 3 wide there momentarily for third place. Gordon trying to get around both Biffle and Rudd, as Irwin is going to comfortably lead that first lap and get those 5 Winston Cup bonus points.
Kenny Irwin, he's probably out of this championship battle, but, we'll see what happens. I'll tell you who's not is Ricky Rudd there in the 28. He could still make some noise. A lot of talking about Gordon and Marlin, but he's definitely still in this. He starts to move up through the field here.
Further back there, we see a good start for Joe Nemechek so far. There's been a lot of rumblings around his future as the talk of Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones buying into that team next year increases, and it has been confirmed that Oakwood Homes will not return as the sponsor of that 33. Meanwhile, up front, it's all Irwin. We go through turns 3 and 4 here with Dale Jarrett. Kenny Irwin Jr. now in some lap traffic. The 36 of Ken Schrader holding him up there. We go on board with the 31 of Mike Skinner, who of course was announced earlier today to not be returning to this ride next year. Matt Kenseth will take it over. As Irwin works through this lap traffic, it looks like that, actually Schrader gets a little loose there, and that's going to allow Mike Skinner to lead here at Dover.
Yeah, what a great audition that would be for a new ride next year, although it looks like Irwin's going to try to battle back to the bottom here a little bit. Skinner did get those 5 bonus points for leading that lap there, but Looks like Irwin's going to take it back over here as he's going to have to fight the lap car of Jimmy Spencer here off the corner.
Yes, sir. As we mentioned, Mike Skinner will not return to Richard Childress Racing in 2002. His sponsor, Lowe's, will depart for Hendrick Motorsports as he finally does get the lead there. Matt Kenseth will bring sponsor DeWalt and crew chief Robbie Reiser over with him from Roush Racing.
Yeah, certainly an interesting situation for. I think Matt, Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt are going to be a strong team there at Richard Childress Racing. But
Mike Skinner continues to lead here at Dover, although Casey Atwood has caught his rear bumper. The rookie now in second place and is trying to challenge for the lead here.
Yeah, Casey needs to be beating Greg Biffle almost every week here for the rest of the season. He's doing exactly that right now and more. Although it looks like as they continue to work this lap traffic, Irwin's going to try to make the pass on the outside here. 92 is Casey Compton holding up Skinner, another driver looking for a ride next year as Bobby Hamilton's one of that car.
Yes, it looks like Kenny Irwin gets a huge lead here after 92 gets a little bit loose there in front of Skinner. So put the 42 back out front here at Dover.
Meanwhile, we see the car Kenny Irwin used to drive, the 28 Ricky Rudd there, also trying to get around Atwood and Skinner here. Of course, his teammate Dale Jarrett won last week in New Hampshire. Meanwhile, we look further back there. Yeah, Greg Biffle is behind the 19 of Casey Atwood right now. That's very important for those rookie points.
Good run today, though. We see not too far there behind other championship contenders Jeff Gordon there, as Irwin continues to lead here at Dover. More lap traffic for Kenny Irwin Jr. here. He's got up to Adam Petty, Dave Blaney. Oh, it looks like actually we have some slow cars here, perhaps on the bottom of the racetrack. Ricky Rudd going all the way to the top around the outside. And yes, he's going to use all that lap traffic as a pick and come away with the lead here. What a move.
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know how Ricky made through all that. Look at the replay here. Yeah, there's just this line that opens up on the outside. He goes 4 wide there down the front stretch and goes away with the lead. What a move by Ricky Rudd.
So now Rudd finds himself out front, chasing his 4th victory of 2001. Ricky Rudd and other leaders pitting here at Dover. We see the tail end of the field coming in at the same time as the leader. A few cars staying on track. Crowded pit road, though. That makes for Ricky Rudd.
Yeah, he just needs a clean 4-tire stop here to get him to the end. These Dover races tend to run green. So, yeah, just no mistakes by that crew right now.
Rudd now in his box receiving his service. That'll be 4 tires and fuel for him and all the other drivers here. You see Jarrett there in front of him. He should easily beat Jarrett out. The jack is down, and the 28 is pulling away. Say Jeff Gordon there is a lap down. Oh, it looks like Kenny Irwin there did get past Ricky Rudd, and yes, he is going to be the new leader. All that traffic held up Rudd there in the pits, so put the 42 back out front here at Dover.
Yeah, what a move by that 42 team. Great job getting him on and off pit road.
So now with Irwin leading, I believe Rudd is still in second back there, but it's going to be quite the gap to make up. Yeah, we see he is just now reaching the apex of turns 1 and 2 as Irwin is further down the backstretch. Kenny Irwin Jr. still leading here at Dover, though we've got trouble on the racetrack. Rusty Wallace around. That is just the last thing he wanted to see. It looked like he was sailing away there. That is going to bring the field back to him. See the replay here. Actually, it looks like Rusty's brother Kenny gets spun off the nose of the 4 Bobby Hamilton, and here at Dover, those cars all just slide down into that inside wall. So the spin there brings the number 28 of Ricky Rudd back to the rear bumper of Kenny Irwin Jr. It's going to be a quick dash here to the finish with lots of lap cars to the inside.
Yeah, well, you know, it is notable, even though it's late in the race, the fact that the restart did not come with under 10 to go. They still had lap cars on the inside, and we see we're going to be 3 wide here underneath the leader with Kenseth and Labonte, and it looks like that Rudd is going to be able to sail right through there. Irwin's going to get real held up on there on the outside, so they don't wreck into Bobby. And, yeah, Ricky Rudd leading here once again at Dover.
So and it looks like Jeff Burton trying to follow him through as well.
Yes, looks like they're going to be 3 wide there again. Second place, lap car Matt Kinseth on the outside. Burton to the inside of Irwin there as Rudd has come for a lead. Meanwhile, we look back here. Casey Atwood's actually fallen back a bit, and that means that Greg Biffle is now the highest running rookie. So that's going to tighten up that rookie battle even more. So Greg Biffle one spot closer to clinching that Rookie of the Year title here.
Come to the white flag here. Clear track in front of Ricky Rudd. Kenny Irwin runs second. So it looks like there's going to be no challenge. And actually, we've got trouble further back. Championship contender Sterling Marlin in the outside wall. Light spin. The caution is out, but they're going to race it back here. Ricky Rudd, no contest whatsoever. Just has to get off this final corner. Ricky Rudd had never won more than 2 races in a season prior to 2001. Here he comes for his 4th win of the season.
Yeah, what a win by Ricky Rudd. Let's take a look at the point standings here. Yes, he is now just 91 points behind points leader Jeff Gordon. That little spin there takes Sterling Marlin back a little bit, 27 behind. Meanwhile, Jarrett and Irwin there are just on the cusp of being within 1 race of the leader.
For the first time, NASCAR is racing at Kansas Speedway in the 2001 Protection 1 400. Steve Park has the pole today with Jeff Gordon to his outside. Tony Stewart and Joe Nemechek make up the second row. You see Dale Earnhardt and Kenny Irwin Jr. back there in row 3. Further back, we once again have Jason Leffler in the field with us today, making one of his few starts here before taking over the number 20 Home Depot. See, the pace car has gone down pit road, field in the hands of Park and Gordon, and green flag is out here. We are racing for the first time at Kansas Speedway.
Great start by Park there. Actually, good start by Joe Nemechek there on the second row, too. Looks like he's actually going to clear Tony Stewart there on the inside. So this track very similar to Las Vegas, where we raced back in March. A flat, V-shaped 1.5 mile oval here. Looks like Tony is going to get back the inside of the 33 and Nemechek there as Park comfortably out front. Looks like Tony now going to challenge Jeff Gordon for second place.
First driver to ever lead a lap here in a Winston Cup race, Steve Park. 5 bonus points for him.
Yeah, and he's probably not in the championship conversation, but certainly could be looking at a top 5, top 6 in points. I believe he was 7th entering today. 2 wins on the year at Darlington and Sonoma.
Although looks like he's got company. Jeff Gordon coming to the inside with Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt, and Dale Jarrett all in tow.
Yeah, 24 car was really fast in practice yesterday. We're going to have to see how he does over the longer run as Park's going to get freight trained here, go back several positions. You see his owner, Dale Earnhardt, there going up to third and potentially challenging for second or more here in a second.
Earnhardt still winless on the 2001 season, as he now looks inside Tony Stewart for the lead. He's had a decent year, not quite as good as his runner-up last year, but could be a contender for a top 10 in points. But he certainly does not want to have an empty win column.
Stewart here has stabilized that lead a little bit, stays in front of Earnhardt as Gordon slips in there in 4th place. Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett, you see up there, and last week's winner, his teammate, Ricky Rudd, now coming the inside of Earnhardt Jr. for 6th place.
Little contact there, actually, between those two. We also see Ricky Craven having a solid run so far, that 32 car, trying to fight his way into the top 25 in points, get that bonus money, as Tony Stewart continues to lead here at Kansas, though Dale Jarrett is coming to his inside.
Yeah, looks like he's going to lead another lap here, but watch out for that 88 UPS Ford.
Say Stewart, is in his final races now with Joe Gibbs Racing as he slips up the racetrack. That's going to allow Jarrett through. But I'm sure that team would just love to finish off this season with another win or two.
Yeah, I think Mrs. Charlotte probably, probably makes it so he's outside the championship battle. But certainly Tony's in it. We see Jeff Gordon coming back here to the inside of Dale Jarrett, and Steve Park has gotten back into the top 3 as well.
Gordon leads at the line that time, and yes, Park is back in the battle for the lead. Jarrett slips way up the racetrack, as does Gordon, and even Park a little bit. So they are very sideways through that turn 1 and 2. As now Ricky Craven tries to break in the top tire, and we've got trouble further back. The 9 of Bill Elliott and the 77 of Robert Presley. Racing back to the line, Steve Parks took a look to the inside of Gordon, but it looks like Gordon is going to get there. And now we are under caution here at Kansas. Coming to the restart, single file, no lap cars yet. Jeff Gordon leads them with Steve Park behind him. Green flag back in the air here at Kansas Speedway.
A little bit of a slow start for everybody in the field there. Looks like Stewart and Bonnie, those two even supposed to be side by side there. And yeah, Ricky Craven running in fourth right now as Steve Park looks back to the inside of Jeff Gordon right now.
Looks like Dale Jarrett going to try to follow Park through there to the inside. In fact, he might take it 3 wide here into turn 4. So yes, 3 wide at the lead. We'll have to see how much room there is here at Kansas. Looks like they're going to make it stick. And at the line, Dale Jarrett. Important to note, if we get a photo finish coming to the end, that the inside did prevail there.
That's going to allow Ricky Craven to reel all 3 of these guys back in as Gordon now goes back to the inside of Park, potentially the inside of Jarrett here.
Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte, a name we've not mentioned a lot lately, is trying to creep his way into this battle. He's running the top 5. We also see the number 28 of Ricky Rudd there, and another solid run by Joe Nemechek. Labonte now taking Craven and Jarrett 3 wide for second place. Gordon loves to see this in his mirror as he extends that lead here at Kansas.
Yeah, 24 cars from Grayson's mile and a half this year. It's not surprising to see him out front. A little contact there between the 18, 32 there, 32 and the 88 are up the track, and oh no, the 88's around. We're under caution.
Yeah, Jarrett was having such a solid run there, although he was lucky nobody hit him. Once again, still no cars a lap down here with those 2 early cautions. So Gordon will lead them back here. Ricky Rudd now in second, going for his 2nd consecutive victory.
Yeah, that 28 team came in today 96 points back. Really wants to show that they are part of the championship battle. They've had a lot of great runs this year. They just had some inconsistent issues. Blown motors and otherwise.
Yeah, we saw Steve Park took a quick look there to the inside of Ricky Rudd on the back stretch, but looks like that's not going to amount to anything. But I agree, Chip, that he could absolutely be up there with Gordon and Marlin if not for some of those blown motors and other issues that team has had. Gordon, meanwhile, is just putting on an absolute clinic so far today. Has led by far the most laps of anyone so far, and just seems to be cruising right now here at Kansas Speedway.
Go on board with Rudd. Yes, we see again 91 points behind Jeff Gordon in the standings. So yeah, not too far back, but certainly needs to pass him here for one. A 5-point difference between first and second, so Gordon's currently gaining 5 points on him. If we can pass Gordon here, Gordon will be losing 5 points.
Also see side by side further back there, Kenny Irwin getting to the inside of Tony Stewart first. We've talked about him today. As now Rudd does get around Gordon, and I'm sure we'd love to see Labonte and Park pass Gordon as well. That could potentially swing the points up to a 15-point gain, close to just 5 here. It looks like Joe Nemechek getting to the inside of Gordon as well.
Yeah, great run for Nemechek, and like I said, he's actually had a big announcement this week. He's going to replace Robert Presley at Jasper Motorsports next year at 77 car. So he did find a landing spot. Have to see where Robert ends up, but he decided with all the uncertainty with that 33 team to just take another ride for next year. And 77 car, I think that's a better program than a lot of people think. So we'll see how Joe does there.
Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte has passed Rudd, and looks like Nemechek is all the way up to second place here.
Yeah, he's certainly showing those Jasper guys why he was worth hiring. Maybe we'd love to send Andy Petrie Racing off for the win here if, in fact, that team does get backed by Jerry Jones.
Meanwhile, Labonte has the best lead that we've seen him have in several weeks right now. The defending Winston Cup champion only has 1 win in the season, although, once again, look who's creeping into view. Kenny Irwin Jr. arguably should have won last week had it not been for that late caution with Rusty Wallace. He is up to 3rd place, and he is coming fast.
Yeah, he already got around Gordon. We thought Gordon had the best car today, and Irwin just drove by him like he was nothing.
Yes, and further back here we see Jason Leffler, the 2 Home Depot cars running nose to tail. Hope that isn't too confusing for you, Chip.
Hey, that's not very nice. But, yeah, no, Jason's having another good run.
Here we also see Ryan Newman in the 02 here. It was also announced this week he's going to run this number 02 full-time next year. Penske Racing will expand to 3 teams. So it's going to be a very crowded rookie class with Newman, Jimmy Johnson with Hendrick, Kevin Harvick, Jason Leffler, and also we believe Kurt Busch is presumed to be the leader to replace Matt Kenseth of Roush in that 4th team there, as we see Kenny Irwin coming to the inside here of Bobby Labonte. There's just no stop of that 42 car. He's been on a march to the front the last few laps, and he is now leading here comfortably as they come to the line here at Kansas Speedway.
Yeah, that 42 car looks pretty dangerous today, Bill. Hard stop then. Bobby drove it in, trying not to let him get clear, and that really backfired there. Bobby's falling back into the clutches of Ricky Rudd. Irwin is just driving away.
Can Irwin redeem himself after a heartbreaking loss at Dover last week? Kenny Irwin Jr. still leading here at Kansas Speedway, coming up on some lap traffic. Bobby Labonte behind him with Tony Stewart in 3rd, Nemechek in 4th, and championship leader coming in today, Jeff Gordon in 5th, looking to extend his lead.
Yeah, we just got to give a lot of praise to Joe Nemechek today. What a great run that team has had. In fact, he's lapping his teammate, Kenny Wallace, right now. So, not a Andy Feature Racing thing. That's purely a Joe Nemechek thing.
Meanwhile, near the back half of the top 10, we see Sterling Marlin going to lose more points to Jeff Gordon today. Will stay ahead of Ricky Rudd, though, in the standings.
Yeah, this 40 team needs to just get moving. Well, they need to not wreck like they did last week, and they're doing that, but need to have some better runs, too, as we see the leaders coming around here. And look who's got the back bumper, Kenny Irwin. Bobby Labonte.
Yes, can Labonte put up any kind of a fight here for Kenny Irwin? We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Tony Stewart, his teammate, actually looking to his inside. That's going to slow up Labonte a little bit, and is going to allow Irwin to sail away here a little bit to Kansas.
Yeah, let's see here, coming around turns 3 and 4. Looks like Jeff has gotten back to the back bumper there of Tony. But, yeah, coming back to the stripe here, coming to the white flag for Kenny Irwin. Smooth sailing.
Yes, that 42 car has just been absolutely on rails today. Started further back after lots of great qualifying efforts this season. But that has not slowed him down. Perhaps, Chip, this team's focused so much on starting on the front row. Maybe today the secret was just focusing on not so much where you start, but where you finish. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon fighting his way up to 3rd place here as they go through turns 3 and 4. But coming off of turn 4, the first winner at Kansas Speedway is going to be Kenny Irwin Jr., 3rd win of 2001.
Yeah, that's awesome. 5th win for Dodge now in their return to Winston Cup Series. They have to be really happy with that season. Of course, all those have been Chip Ganassi's cars. If you see one of Chip's cars, Sterling Marlin there is 2nd in points, 55 back. That moves Irwin actually up to 4th place, 243 back.
Here we are in Charlotte, North Carolina, the 2001 UAW GM Quality 500 at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon, the Winston Cup points leader, got the pole today with Dale Earnhardt to his outside. Meanwhile, last week's winner, Kenny Irwin Jr., starts on the 2nd row, as does Rookie of the Year leader Greg Biffle.
Gordon, of course, has 3 teammates today instead of 2. Today is the Winston Cup debut of Busch Series driver Jimmy Johnson.
Yes, that number 48 Lowe Chevrolet, that brand new paint scheme that he's going to run next year at Hendrick Motorsports full time. Johnson, a little bit of a surprising hire, only has 1 career Busch Series win and is 8th in the point standings there, but I would never question Rick Hendrick.
I certainly would not say 30 car there of Rick Mast also in the field today. This is actually Rick's last scheduled race in that 30 car. I think he's probably a little bummed to not get hired for the 31 ride, but still he's had a good chance to showcase his talents this year.
Yes, actually we're hearing the 31's going to show up 2 more times this year with Ron Fellows behind the wheel at Homestead in Atlanta, the winner back in Watkins Glen. But yeah, coming here to the green flag, we've got Jeff Gordon to the inside, Dale Earnhardt to the outside, and we are racing here in NASCAR's home turf in Charlotte, North Carolina.
This was a race that Dale had a great run in last year. I'm sure he'd really like to get that first win of the season here today.
see last week's winner, Irwin, already challenging Gordon to his inside.
Yeah, I believe they ran the same car last week that they brought this week, and, you know, why not? Get another win, or, you know, they're not completely outside this Winston Cup battle. So, although they are as long as the 24 is leading this race, I'll tell you that.
Gordon gets those 5 bonus points for leading the first lap, further extending his points lead. We do see Marlin there in the back half of the top 10, as we do Ricky Rudd. Although ahead of both of them is Casey Atwood. He is passing Greg Biffle right now to be the highest finishing rookie today. That rookie battle has tightened up even further. He really needs to be the highest finishing rookie, and I believe all but one race for the rest of the season now is Kenny Irwin. Looks to the inside here of Jeff Gordon. Gordon gets 5, or he already got 5 bonus points for leading that first lap, but he leads the second. Now Irwin looking to lead the third.
Yeah, the whole Dodge Brigade up there. We got Irwin, we got Atwood, and we got Sterling Marlin there all on the inside. As Gordon starts to fall back a little bit, Sterling's hoping that Jeff just kind of gets railroaded there on the outside, and that allows him to get around.
Meanwhile, Tony Stewart looking to the inside of Irwin. He only has 7 races left with Joe Gibbs Racing before he becomes Irwin's teammate next year. Would love to send that crew he's been with for the last 3 years off with a win. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr., a name we've not said a lot lately, is up to 2nd place.
Yeah, he's had a solid season, sophomore season, 2 wins once again. Would love to get another one, but hasn't quite taken that next step, has he, Bill, to being a championship contender.
Yeah, I think we maybe expect a little more out of Junior this year, but, you know, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated did expand to 3 cars, and sometimes it just takes a little while to learn, although I can tell you who it's not taking a little while to learn, Casey Atwood. Dale Earnhardt Jr. now comes to the inside of Tony Stewart to lead here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Crowd on their feet, going wild. Excited to see this.
Yeah, and look who's behind him now, Casey Atwood. Come on, Casey, you can do it. You can lead a Winston Cup race.
Yeah, Atwood is on fire here today. He's looking to the inside of Earnhardt Jr., the rookie sensation, potentially going to be leading here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, if not this time, next time by.
Yeah, he is. He's doing awesome so far today. Come on, Casey. We're still in this Rookie of the Year battle. Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, Atwood must be the highest finishing rookie in all but one of the remaining races.
And of course, that highest finishing rookie in the other remaining race cannot be Greg Biffle. It has to be Ron Hornaday, Hermie Sadler, or Adam Petty. Because Biffle could get more rookie points there for being the highest finishing rookie. So that's assuming Biffle does not improve his score at all by not being the highest finishing rookie with those drop points. But I tell you what, Atwood is doing everything he needs to right now, leading this race. And of course, if he and Biffle would tie, I believe, obviously a race win would be the tiebreaker. Biffle does not want a race. So that could change the calculus a little bit in terms of that math we just showed you would be for an outside win, outright win, not a tie. Speaking of being on the outside, that's where Casey Atwood is now as Ricky Rudd comes to his inside, followed by Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, Sterling really needed a run like this, and see Jeff's not even in view there at the front. That's the kind of run Sterling needs. Get back in this championship battle. He's not had a bad couple of weeks. He's just been running a few spots behind Jeff. As he looks to the inside, gets these 5 bonus points here, get back in the Winston Cup fight. So you can't win a race for Winston Cup today because you can lose with Sterling. Just don't drive too hard. Don't wreck like you did Dover. I don't think you tried to do that, Chip. Well, I know, Bill, but still, just don't wreck yourself. Stay in the championship battle. You can get there, Sterling.
Dale Jarrett there is up to second. He fell back to 5th in points last week after Irwin's win at Kansas. I don't think he's going to be in this championship battle, but you never know, Chip. Meanwhile, Earnhardt still looking for that first victory of 2001. Up to 3rd place, looking for 2nd.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon there looks like he's back to about 15th or so. He's really fallen off this lead pack. So great points today for Sterling and Ricky Rudd there on the outside. As now Jarrett leads us here at Charlotte, looking for his 5th victory of 2001. That'd be the most for any driver.
Dale and Dale show up front. Meanwhile, we look back here at Elliott Sadler in the 21. It's been announced he will not return to this ride next year. He's been with the Wood Brothers for 3 seasons, has not won a race. It's been okay, but certainly running top 10 today would be a great audition for a potential new owner next year.
Although, you know, you got to wonder, you know, his brother's the owner with Rock Racing, maybe they could pick him up.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with that situation for sure. And I'll say, too, that Wood Brothers car does have Roush Racing support, so it would be a good landing spot for a free agent driver. Meanwhile, Dale and Dale show continues up front here. Dale Earnhardt to the inside of Dale Jarrett, and he is leading here at Charlotte, North Carolina. We heard cheers for his son leading earlier. I think we're going to hear him again here for the Intimidator.
Yeah, these North Carolinians sure do love their Earnhardts, don't they? Earnhardts are awesome. So,
although it looks like Irwin in that 42 car that won last week is going to put up a fight here to Earnhardt. Irwin coming to the inside. Earnhardt's going to get those 5 bonus points for leading a lap here. But Irwin set to retake the lead here at Charlotte.
I got to say, Kenny Irwin Jr. is definitely the breakout star of this 2001 season. That kid's been amazing this year.
Irwin leads here at Charlotte, followed by 3 Dale. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Kenny Irwin still leading here at Charlotte, followed by Dale Jarrett and Dale Earnhardt. Tony Stewart has passed Dale Earnhardt Jr. for that 4th position, as now Jarrett looks to the inside of Irwin.
Stewart now taking a look to the inside of Earnhardt Sr. there as well. I think he's got a good car, a long-run car that we're going to see more and more in this race. Of course, his teammate Bobby Labonte there up to 2nd place, up to 5th place. As Kenny Irwin Jr. looking to fall back to 2nd place here as Jarrett moves to his inside.
See, Casey Atwood's great top 5 run continues there as he is back there. Actually, he's in 6th place. And we also see the 21 of Elliott Sadler. Once again, he's out of a ride for next year, but this is going to be a great audition for a potential new team.
Yeah, Jarrett now once again leading here at Charlotte. Earnhardt trying to follow him through, as does Stewart.
Yes, and we see the 31 of Mike Skinner there, another driver looking for a ride next year. And Jeff Gordon now running in the top 10 as well.
Hey, what happened to Sterling Marlin? He was up there earlier, and yeah, he's now behind Jeff. So that's hard for him. Yeah, I can't say enough about Casey Atwood today. Casey's been awesome. Had the run of his career so far. You know, Ray has announced he's going to be back in that 19 car next year, which no surprise to anyone with how he's ran, but excited to see what he can do with year 2, especially in Dodge's year 2 as well. You know, Dodge just came back to Winston Cup this year, and I'm excited to see how that program can expand.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt looking back to the inside of Jarrett here down the front stretch. Stewart going to give him a push through. And Irwin in 3rd place going to see if he can follow suit as well.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt seems to have one of the better cars today. Seems like him and Jarrett, maybe Irwin, top 3, although that 20 car certainly is coming alive right now.
Looks like Bobby Labonte has caught up to this pack as well. Defending winner here of the fall race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As Casey Atwood in 6th place trying to get into this battle as well.
Yeah, Tony now has got up to Dale Sr. Looks like he's right on the back bumper there. What's he going to do as they head down the back stretch here?
Looks like he's just going to follow Earnhardt Sr., who continues to lead here at Lowe Motor Speedway.
Here we go on board with Tony. Looks like he's going to have a run here down the front stretch. Looking inside of Dale. I'm sure folks at Lowe's would be too excited to see Home Depot Pontiac out front here at Lowe's, but it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yes, Earnhardt way up the racetrack going into turns 1 and 2, almost gets the wall off the corner. And that's going to allow Stewart to lead them down the backstretch with future teammate Kenny Irwin Jr. giving him a big push.
Yep, he's got current and future teammates there. He's got Bobby Labonte in 3rd, Kenny Irwin Jr. in 2nd. Stewart leads him off at turn 4, and he is leading here in the UAW GM Quality 500 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, or sorry, Lowe's Motor Speedway. He's going to have to probably pay a fine for not saying Lowe's there. Lowe's. Say Lowe's.
Tony Stewart coming down pit road, the race leader, comes to his box under green.
Yeah, he's got a massive lead here. Not too much to worry about. Just don't speed. You know, I just remember something, Bill.
What's that, Chip?
This is Tony's first start here at Charlotte Motor Speedway 2001. He was not in the Coke 600 back in May.
Yes, you're right. I suppose that is true, Chip. First intelligent thing you've said all day.
Whoa, whoa, hey, that's not very nice.
Anyway, Tony Stewart here in his pit box, getting his service. We see several cars he's nearly lapped there. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and others pulling out as Tony Stewart completes his service. He is off pit road, getting ready to merge. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, he's not going to have any issues coming out the leader here once this all cycles through. A few cars are still yet to pit, though, so have to obviously see what happens there. But, assuming everything works out as normal, Tony is going to easily be the race leader here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. See, I said it right that time, Bill. I said it right.
Good job, Chip. You should feel proud of yourself. Meanwhile, Stewart's teammate Bobby Labonte now runs in second, nearly half a straightaway behind him. And we also check in here. Yeah, Mark Martin is actually the race leader right now. He is not pitted as he laps Jimmy Johnson there, making his first career start. And actually, he's not that far behind lapping Tony Stewart. But yeah, again, he's going to have to pit here. Probably just waiting to see will a caution come out or something else. Why not? Mark Martin and really all these Roush cars have had just kind of an okay season so far. Let's see, actually, yeah, Bill Elliott there is actually in second place. He is also on this long-run strategy. So two series veterans who have not won races this year, the teams and points, just looking to see if they can steal a win here.
Yeah, why not roll the dice a little bit, see what can happen. You see Mark Martin work the outside there.
Martin still is not pitted here at Charlotte. He's going to have to do so soon, and that is a welcome sight. We see caution lights on the racetrack. Not clear on what the cause is. Actually, I think we're hearing it's just debris. So, what a lucky break for Mark Martin in that 16.
Say, was that just like a water bottle from his crew chief or something?
Hey, we shouldn't speculate that, Bill. We don't know if that's the case, but... Okay, so coming back to green here, Tony Stewart has cycled back through as the race leader. However, very few cars are on the lead lap. That's allowed Mark Martin here to remain in the top 10. Actually, he's in second place right now. Tony Stewart was the only car on the lead lap when that caution came out.
Yes, that worked out good for Tony, but not so much for Bobby and a lot of other guys. Yeah, Mark Martin in second place right now with fresh tires. Meanwhile, we see Tony working around lap cars, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and a 97, Greg Biffle, and then right in front of him, Dave Blaney and others took the wheel around. Heck, even Jeffy Gordon had to take the wheel around there.
Please never call him Jeffy Gordon again.
I'm sorry, Bill, I won't. But anyway, yeah, looks like Jeff's up there, and Tony's doing good. Just needs to navigate the lap traffic. But yeah, what a strategy play by Mark Martin and Pat Tryson. Even if they only finish second, that's going to be a great run, probably better than they would have had.
Can't count out Bill Elliott in that 99 team either. We see he's running in third there, right behind Mark Martin.
Yeah, so really just amazing strategy with both these guys. Meanwhile, we see Casey Atwood there. He did have to take the wave around, but he is the highest running rookie right now. Going to keep that Rookie of the Year fight alive.
Yes, oh no, we've got big trouble here on the front stretch, or back stretch, sorry. Joe Nemechek, Jeff Burton, that's going to bring the caution out and be a welcome sight for all those wave around cars. Tony Stewart going to try to put a few of them a lap down again. In fact, he might have a chance to put Jeff Gordon a lap down here. It looks like he is going to let him go as they come back to the caution here.
Yeah, Biffle, Tybo, Don, some of those guys, they are trapped a lap down after that, so that's unfortunate for them.
So that caution sets up a one-lap dash here for Tony Stewart, and it's going to be an easy one for him. Lots of lap cars in between him and second place, Mark Martin.
If you sorry, no, it's Bill Elliott now in second place, Mark Martin in third, and Matt Kenseth in fourth, all taking advantage of that strategy.
Meanwhile, Casey Atwood is the highest running rookie as they run right now. He's going to keep that fight alive at least another week. And Sterling Marlin is beating Jeff Gordon in this race by serve response. That's going to tighten up the championship battle a little bit.
Coming off of turn 4, looks like Tony Stewart is going to get one last win here with Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yes, Tony Stewart gets his 12th career Winston Cup victory, which moves him up to 6th in the points there, as Sterling Marlin closes up the championship lead to 37. Front Row Joe, living up to his nickname here at Martinsville Speedway. Joe Nemechek, the pole sitter today. With Tony Stewart to his outside, Casey Atwood starting third, still fighting for that Rookie of the Year battle title.
Yeah, Casey's been on a roll lately. Meanwhile, we got some breaking news. Elliott Sadler is going to move to Rock Racing in 2002, the team co-owned by his brother Hermie.
Yeah, we hear that Hermie's going to go just part-time. Elliott's going to run that 94 car full-time, and yes, Dave Blaney is going to move over from Bill Davis Racing. There's been a lot of questions about that Amoco sponsorship on that 93 car. They may be looking for a funded driver, so that's a great ride for Blaney. Meanwhile, Joe Nemechek leads them to the green flag.
Yeah, although I think he may just get a win, perhaps in 2001 before he does that. He ran great at Kansas, and he had the pole today.
Stewart, last week's winner, holding tough there on the outside of Nemechek as they come around this first lap. Nemechek does not quite clear him, but does get those 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Meanwhile, Atwood clear for 3rd place there. We go on board with Jeff Gordon, who looks to the inside of Todd Bodine for the 5th position.
So Gordon, once again, ahead of Marlin in this race right now. Needs to expand that lead a little bit, as now still side-by-side for the lead.
Yes, Stewart appears to have the faster car than Nemechek, just not the full line. The question is, how long can he hang there on the outside? That's going to burn up his tires a lot more than it would on the inside.
Looks like he may just get the pass done on the outside here. We'll have to see. Looks a little closer at the line this time than it was last time.
Yeah, Nemechek seems to still have a qualifying setup there or something, because he is not moving away from this field at all. Stewart is hanging on his outside, and Atwood and Steve Park there are having great runs too.
Yeah, still side by side here for the 4th lap in a row. Nemechek has led all of them so far, but Stewart still making a little progress lap by lap here.
Meanwhile, Sterling Marlin, he was 37 points behind Jeff Gordon in the Winston Cup standings entering today. He is way back there. He's looks like about 15th right now. Oh, and we've got a car stopped on the front straightaway, Jeremy Mayfield, as Tony Stewart did finally get around Joe Nemechek there off the corner. Let's see the replay here. It looks like Nemechek got in there way too hot, just got loose down in the grass, and that allowed Stewart past. Single file restart, no lap cars so far. Tony Stewart leads them back to the green.
Yeah, and I'm expecting that 20 car is probably just going to sail away here because he appeared to be a lot faster than Joe Nemechek there on that last run.
We see Jeff Gordon still running in 4th place, so once again extending that championship lead over Sterling Marlin so far today. Nemechek's actually fighting back here a little bit behind Stewart. Perhaps being in traffic is getting a little bit of a draft, perhaps, as he's actually looking to the inside of Stewart here through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think his car fires off better than it runs, so we'll just kind of have to watch here.
Yet another stopped car here on the racetrack. 92 of Stacy Compton's. That's going to bring out the caution here once again at Martinsville Speedway. Tony Stewart had begun to lap some cars here, so it looks like he's going to easily win this race back to the caution over Joe Nemechek. Let's see, can he get 2 wins in a row here as he dives down to the inside of some lap traffic here as they sort out for the pace car.
Yeah, actually Mike Wallace got in the back of him there a little bit. And what's this we're hearing on the radio? Tony is stuck. Tony's stuck in the grass.
So Tony Stewart, that's crazy, Chip. Tony Stewart got stuck on the grass there after a hit from Mike Wallace, and that puts him at the tail end of the line. Ouch. And that puts his teammate Bobby Labonte now as the race leader with Steve Park, Jeff Gordon, Casey Atwood, and Michael Waltrip behind him.
Yeah, poor Tony there. That hurts, man. Leading the race, and Mike Wallace just wins in the back yet.
Well, Labonte leads them back to the green in heavy traffic here of lap cars and wave around cars. Meanwhile, looks like Sterling Marlin has gotten in the top 10 there. He's running 8th behind the 31 of Mike Skinner, so at least stopped the bleeding there a little bit with Gordon running in front of him. Labonte here, the winner in the spring, and is leading pretty comfortably right now, although all this lap traffic is going to slow him up a bit here, as that's going to allow Steve Park back to his inside. Jeff Gordon, who we go on board with here, is trying to figure out what to do here. Should he take it 3 wide underneath Park? Should he just follow him through? Looks like that is what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's probably the right move. Ways to go in this race. So just follow Park past Bobby here, and then see what we can do with that. Come on, Casey, running 3rd once again. Great run for him. Going to keep the Rookie of the Year fight alive another week.
Yes, he's doing everything he needs. Still on thin ice in terms of he can only afford one race where he's not the highest finishing rookie, but so far he's been the best rookie every week ever since that became the case.
Meanwhile, looks like Sterling's passed some more cars. He's up to 6th place. As looks like the 32 car there got a little loose. Ricky Craven going in the corner. That allows Jeff Gordon to get back to Steve Park's bumper. And Casey Atwood there hanging tough there in 3rd place.
Yes, we look at Sterling here. Yeah, it looks like running in 6th. Going to the outside of Mike Skinner. Matt Kenseth is a lap down. Actually, he's going to get 5th there from Skinner, so now he's only 3 spots behind Gordon as Park continues to lead here at Martinsville. So, staying in this championship fight. In fact, it looks like Atwood is going to get to the inside here of Gordon off of turn 2, so that could potentially be another spot for Marlin.
So it's got to be a little uncomfortable for Matt Kenseth seeing the car that he's going to drive next year about to lap him, but who knows, maybe that just means the equipment's better as Richard Torres racing.
And look at this, Atwood trying to follow behind Park here, although it looks like the 32 of Craven gets loose on the corner, and that's going to allow Jeff Gordon to pass on the outside to get the lead here at Martinsville.
It's the last thing Sterling Marlin wanted to see. Jeff Gordon going to be leading the race.
1.5 laps to go here at Martinsville. Jeff Gordon leading over Bobby Labonte. He's working lap traffic around Robert Presley and Ricky Craven. No contest there. White flag in the air.
Oh, we got a spinner up here in the corner, 99 of Jeff Burton. So, yeah, the caution lights are out, and actually, that was before Jeff got to white. They're saying that they threw the yellow for 99. So Jeff just got to follow the pace car back here. Don't blow a tire like Sterling did at Rockingham, and he'll have himself another win.
Jeff Gordon coming around for his 4th victory of the 2001 season, looking to extend his points lead here over Sterling Marlin. Looks like Bobby Labonte is going to get 2nd, Steve Park 3rd, and Sterling Marlin 4th. Casey Atwood, highest finishing rookie, in 5th place. The 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup season is in the home stretch. Can Jeff Gordon hold on to win his 4th championship? Can Sterling Marlin cap off Dodge's triumphant return to the Winston Cup Series with a title? Or will Ricky Rudd, NASCAR's longest tenured full-time driver, battle his way back into this championship fight? Here we are at Talladega Superspeedway for the 2001 EA Sports 500.
It's in the game.
Were you paid to say that, Chip?
Possibly.
Anyway, Jeff Gordon, championship leader, one of 5 drivers going for the Winston Noble $5 million bonus today, alongside underdog favorite Kevin LePage.
Yeah, it's awesome to see Kevin there.
An all Earnhardt front row, something that will certainly excite the crowd here at NASCAR's biggest and baddest track. Green flag in the air, and we're racing in the EA Sports 500.
It's in the game.
You have to say that every time I say EA Sports?
It's in the game.
I guess so. Anyways, we head into turn 1. Dale Earnhardt surging to the lead. Will he go up in front of his son, or is he going to stay there in that middle lane with Ricky Craven?
I don't know. The run's on the outside. I think he's got to go up there and block his son, but we'll see what happens as they head down the backstretch here for the first time.
We see the car he owns. Michael Waltrip took a look there to the inside, as now does Dale Jarrett. He's going to make a 3 wide. Earnhardt Jr. gets a big run off the top.
See, I told you Dale should have gone up there.
And yes, Earnhardt Jr. is going to be the leader as they come off turn 4. This race marks 1 year since Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s final win, which came here last fall. Can he break that streak today? We'll have to see what happens as his son leads lap 1.
Of course, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was running really well in that race last year. As we see, look at this, 4 wide. That's been trouble here in the past. Jeff Gordon, the Noble 5 contender, goes there all the way to the bottom.
And in addition to potentially winning $1 million by winning this race, I'm sure Jeff Gordon would love to extend his lead over Sterling Marlin in the points. We see Marlin there on the inside, 3rd car back after Gordon and Labonte. It looks like he and Gordon are going to try to break free and head for the lead now themselves.
We'll see Kenny Irwin there and Steve Park, two more, or Park's not, but Irwin is a No Bull 5 driver. Had a great run there at Richmond. Yeah, lots of contenders up here. We're 4 wide again there with Stewart, Craven, Irwin, and Jarrett there. They've still not wrecked. That's amazing. We saw lots of wrecks in the spring when they went 4 wide. Look at this here. Irwin now all the way up to the second row there. Look at the inside of Mike Wallace and Dale Jr. and Jeff there in the middle. Can't tell on the helicopter. Yes, that is.
Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett there further back looking to make it even wider as Bobby Labonte has some kind of an issue here. We're hearing he's coming to pit road with a blown tire. The whole pack has to slow down to dodge him here.
Yeah, that was quite the evasive mover, Bobby right there. Nobody hit him. Good job, guys.
So that puts Sterling Marlin out front with a huge lead. He's absolutely going to get reeled back in, but that's 5 bonus points.
Mike Wallace, too. Nice job by him getting through that. See what happens here.
So the pack has reeled Mike Wallace and Sterling Marlin back in. We see Michael Waltrip, first car there on the inside with a run. Rusty Wallace now goes 3 wide underneath Park and Ricky Craven. And we see Kevin LePage, that No Bull 5 contender, creeping into view right now.
Yep, we're going to be 3 wide from the lead off the corner. We've got Michael Waltrip, Mike Wallace, and Rusty Wallace. Mikey's in a Waltrip or a Wallace sandwich right now.
LePage now looking for more. He goes to the inside of Nemechek. We go on board with him down into turns 3 and 4. He's all the way up to second place now behind Rusty Wallace. And now he's looking for more. He's going for the lead. Kevin LePage potentially in position to win $1 million here at Talladega, although there's still a long way to go.
And look who's coming in inside, my boy Casey Atwood. Since we get a past Greg Biffle here for leading the Rookie of the Year fight at Talladega here, highest rookie. And he's looking for more too. He's going for the lead now as we head through turns 1 and 2.
The intensity is absolutely ratcheted up here at Talladega Superspeedway compared to the spring. Lots of lead changes, 3 wide throughout the pack as they come up to lap Bobby Labonte, who is back on the racetrack now. On the bottom, we've got Todd Bodine with Jeff Burton in tow. On the top, Casey Atwood has a narrow lead, but now Bodine goes to the bottom and LePage remains in the middle.
Yeah, cars are everywhere right now. There's almost too much action to call. This is crazy.
Todd Bodine chooses the middle. Looks like he's going to get slowed up a little bit by the lap car of Bobby Labonte. That's going to allow Jeff Burton, and now Ward Burton's going to take them 4 wide momentarily at the front of the pack. Jeff Burton leads the line that time, and now 2 Dodges, Ward Burton, Kenny Irwin Jr., actually now 3 of them, Dave Blaney, also in a Dodge, are going to push through to the front.
Yeah, Dodge has really had this race circled for a while. They've ran great on super speedways this year, but haven't had a lot to show for it. The Yates cars won at Daytona, Talladega in the spring, and Chevrolet DI won at Daytona in July.
Now look at this, Dave Blaney going for the lead in one of his final 5 races there with Bill Davis Racing, the team he's been with for 2 years. He will race for the Wood Brothers next year. But now Greg Biffle goes to the inside of him, trying to win his first career race, as is Blaney as well.
Yeah, in terms of a first-time winner, this absolutely could have played in place that could happen, although we got a seasoned veteran there. Mark Martin, we got trouble behind him. It looks like the 9 car. And, Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, oh no, and Sterling Marlin, championship contender. That's huge implications there for this championship with having Sterling in that wreck.
Meanwhile, they're racing back to the caution. Biffle leads right now, but he has not much of a tow there as Earnhardt Jr. is getting a good push there from Ricky Craven on the inside. Craven looks to the inside of Earnhardt Jr. He's got help from LePage now. Who's it going to be coming back to the caution here? Much more competitive than we normally see at some of the intermediate and short tracks.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's anybody's game coming back to the caution here. Going to be a drag race between the 32 and the 8, I think. I'm pretty sure the 8's going to prevail on the outside, but what a run by Ricky Craven there.
Yes, Earnhardt Jr. gets him at the line. So let's look at this replay here. Yeah, there's just nowhere for a lot of these guys to go. And, Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, Sterling Marlin, Matt Kenseth, Jerry Nadeau, and Ricky Rudd. So, yeah, Rudd and Marlin, that's huge hits for their championship hopes. Coming back to the green here, single file restart. Bobby Labonte on the inside of the lap car. Earnhardt Jr., Craven, Biffle, and Kevin LePage there, the highest of the No Bull 5 drivers, their top 4. Then looks like Biffle's going to be the first one to pull out of line here, try to push the lap car of Greg Biffle, or the lap car of Bobby Labonte, sorry, as now we're 3 wide there for 5th place with Mark Martin, Ken Schrader, and Dave Blaney.
Yeah, that wreck certainly didn't seem to scare anybody. They're back racing like crazy once again here at Talladega.
Meanwhile, Earnhardt Jr. still leads single file out front. Craven holding tough there in 2nd.
You also see 2 more of those No Bull 5 drivers, Gordon and Irwin there, further back in the pack. We'll have to see, lots of good contenders for this million today. We'll see Mark Martin there taking them 3 wide. We'll have to see if he can make any progress.
Of course, Martin had a great run 2 weeks ago at Charlotte, or Lowe's Motor Speedway, where he made a great fuel strategy play. But he's still looking for a first victory in 2001 as the pack is all over the place down the backstretch. 3 and 4 wide even. We see 4 wide there with Schrader and the Burtons. And they're spinning here. Jeff Gordon into the wall. And looks like they're going back into the traffic there. And the 31 upside down. Mike Skinner rolling down the banking here at Talladega. So I guess Sterling Marlin's only solace is now that his other championship contender has also crashed out of this race, as Dale Earnhardt Jr. is once again going to beat Ricky Craven back to the caution here, with Kevin LePage in 3rd.
Yeah, it looks like 4 wide just doesn't work at that part of the racetrack, and then they get spun back up into traffic, and Adam Petty nowhere to go, and then 92 is Compton is who sends a 31 of Skinner upside down there. See, Joe Nemechek nowhere to go. Jeff Burton takes a pretty nasty tumble there. And Jeff Gordon's run for $1 million ends there prematurely with all those guys as well.
Going back to the green here, Earnhardt Jr. once again has Bobby Labonte, the lap car, to his inside. 2 Fords there, Craven and LePage, 2nd and 3rd. Actually, a 3rd Ford there, Greg Biffle in 4th place. Once again, now we are 3 wide for the lead. Earnhardt Jr. still leading at the stripe, but new player up front, Tony Stewart, alongside Ricky Craven there. Stewart's got a push from the 26 of Jimmy Spencer. Say 2 big crashes has thinned out this field, but it has not tamed the racing at all, has it, Chip?
Yeah, they're still driving like nothing bad has happened all day. Heck, maybe they'll wreck again. That'll be fun.
I'm not sure we should be rooting for that, but it certainly has made an interesting race, Chip. I'll give you that. Meanwhile, Michael Waltrip drops down behind his teammate Steve Park, going to give that inside line a big push. That's going to allow Stewart to surge out front down the front stretch here as Spencer, Park, and Waltrip all give him a push.
Then what's Dale Sr. going to do back there? Saw him bouncing between the lines. As meanwhile, here we go again. Michael Waltrip taking him 4 wide down into turn 1.
Yes, Waltrip certainly an aggressive move there under his teammate Park. That's going to move him all the way up. He looks like he's looking at 4th place right now, as Stewart has established himself as the leader here down the backstretch. Meanwhile, Ken Schrader drops down behind Waltrip as Park picks his teammate up once again. And Waltrip now looking to the inside of Jimmy Spencer there for that 2nd position.
All this jostling on the low lines allowed Ricky Craven there on the high line to get a good run. Although here comes Waltrip and Park teammates to the front.
The last time we were on the Super Speedway at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated Car 1. Can that happen again here as Michael Waltrip looks for his first career Winston Cup victory? That 0 streak keeps climbing. We're up to 494 races for him now without a victory.
Yeah, he's had some good runs this year.
Michael Waltrip still leading here at Talladega. Meanwhile, 2 No Bull 5 contenders, Kenny Irwin Jr. and the 16 of Kevin LePage, have moved up through the pack here.
And got to not count out Ward Burton there in the bottom there too, as Kevin LePage now leading down the backstretch. What a win that would be for Hank Aaron Motorsports. They could get $1 million.
I doubt he'll be out front for long there, though, Chip, as Greg Biffle comes to his inside. Say Casey Atwood is no longer in this pack after some of those accidents. So So we do believe that the Rookie of the Year fight is going to end today with Greg Biffle winning that award. So congratulations, Greg Biffle, who leads this race actually right now. Imagine that, Chip, if Greg Biffle could win his first career race and win Rookie of the Year on the same day. Say, Chip, are you okay?
Just give me a minute. I'm pretty disappointed about Casey losing the crap there.
Well, we'll give Chip a minute. Meanwhile, Ward Burton has gotten a huge push here by Dale Earnhardt and Mark Martin using that lap car, Rusty Wallace, as the pick. And Ward Burton now leading here at Talladega as Mark Martin looks to the inside of Earnhardt.
Yeah, Ward's good at these super speedway races. Bill Davis Racing arguably has been the second best Dodge team this year after obviously Chip Ganassi. Actually, we see his teammate there, the 93 of Dave Blaney coming into view here as well. So both Bill Davis cars in the top 5 right now.
Ward Burton here going to lead this one at the line. Coming into the closing laps here. Meanwhile, Earnhardt settles in there in second. Everyone's single file up front. Who's going to make the move? It looks like it's going to be Ken Schrader as they go into turn 2.
Yeah, Schrader's got a good run there on the inside. Another one of those underdogs. Anybody can win here at Talladega. Schrader has not won a race in almost 10 years.
He's getting a push from Winston Cup Rookie of the Year, Greg Biffle, as they go down the backstretch. As Biffle's teammate, Mark Martin, once again looks to the lead. And actually, if Biffle can close the gap there, he's going to be able to help Martin as they come around turns 3 and 4 here. Interestingly enough, Ward Burton's teammate, the 93 of Dave Blaney, has not stuck with him as they come to the white flag here. Mark Martin is going to lead them at the line. Who is going to make it back first?
It's going to be quite the race here. Looks like 7, 8 cars to settle it here, all the way back to Schrader.
Can Earnhardt get anything done? Last year, he made a daring move all the way up through the pack in the final 5 laps. He only has to pass 2 cars this time. They head down the backstretch. Martin gets a good push from Dave Blaney and his teammate Greg Biffle, but he's not able to clear Ward Burton there on the outside, who has help from both of the Earnhardts.
Yeah, overall, I think probably Burton's in the catbird seat right now, but I wouldn't count out Dale doing something going on his own that could really hurt the momentum of that line.
Greg Biffle goes to the inside off of turn 4. That is going to hurt the momentum of that inside line here. They are door to door. Martin and Burton coming down the front stretch. Remember the start-finish line all the way down towards turn 1? But I don't think that's going to matter. Ward Burton wins at Talladega Superspeedway.
Man, that's going to be an awesome post-race interview. I can't wait. That's going to be awesome.
Say, Chip, if you're the one that interviews Ward Burton, I'm not sure any of that interview is going to be understandable.
Hey, my speech isn't that bad.
Say, please say for me, cat, skid, skier, low.
Cat, skid, bop.
Welcome to Phoenix International Raceway in the Checker Auto Parts 500. Tony Stewart leads us here to the green flag with Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Rusty Wallace starts 3rd. Casey Atwood starts 4th. Say he is just going for good runs at this point. Greg Biffle did win the Rookie of the Year award last week.
You had to point that out again, Bill.
Hey, I'm just saying it as it is. As we come to the green flag here, Tony Stewart leads them to the green, and we are racing in Phoenix, Arizona.
Good start by Tony. Good start by Rusty there, too. Rusty needs a good run. Had a hard year, of course, almost won at Bristol back in August, and he's a good run. Of course, 3 wide there, Jeff Gordon, and looks like Sterling and Marlin there looking the inside of Gordon.
Both of those drivers need a good run today. Last week, the championship fight really got out of focus after both of them crashed out of the race at Talladega. But with just 4 races to go, it's hard for it not to be in focus today. Tony Stewart leads lap 1, gets those 5 bonus points. We believe he is too far back to be a serious threat for this title. Oh, and we've got trouble here off turn 1. Terry Labonte and Bill Elliott, or off turn 4, sorry, as Tony Stewart works turn 1. Caution is out. Looks like Stewart's going to win the race back to the caution as Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Casey Atwood battle for 2nd place there.
Yeah, it looks like Rusty's going to win out for 2nd there, as Sterling has driven up to 5th.
Coming to the green flag, yes, Sterling Marlin actually in 4th place now, so that's good for him, especially ahead now of Jeff Gordon. So he is closing that points gap back up a little bit as they run right now. We're on board with Sterling Marlin. He has passed his way all the way up to second place behind Tony Stewart. He clearly has a fast car in the long run today. Let's see, can he make it work here on the inside? It looks like he is going to get a run down the backstretch and potentially challenge Tony Stewart for the lead here.
Yeah, 5 bonus points. That would be big for Sterling. Oh, we got trouble. Robert Presley, turn 1. Caution is out. Sterling is going to win the race back to the yellow here. Tony gets the wall there.
Going back to the restart here, Marlin now the leader with Tony Stewart in second.
Oh no, and we got more trouble. Jeff Gordon in the wall. Another caution here.
So coming to another restart here, Sterling Marlin now is not only leading this race, but his main championship rival is out of the race. So good job by Sterling. Going to the white flag. No challenge whatsoever for Sterling Marlin here at Phoenix Raceway. He's led the most laps. He's got 5 bonus points for that, 5 points for leading a lap, and his championship opponent, Jeff Gordon, crashed out. This could be a big race in a few weeks when we look at the final standings. Going through turns 3 and 4, Sterling Marlin looking for his 3rd victory of the 2001 campaign and looking to get his quest for the Winston Cup back on track. Sterling Marlin wins in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, what a statement by Sterling there. Had a hard few weeks and capitalized on Jeff's misfortune and drove a heck of a race himself, too. Great job by Sterling. We look at the points here. He's now got 60 points on Jeff Gordon. That's a massive swing today. He came in almost that many behind. That's huge.
We're in Rockingham, North Carolina for the 2001 Top Secret 400. Ricky Rudd leads from the pole with Dale Earnhardt to his outside. Earnhardt still looking for his first victory of 2001. Coming to the green flag here, Ricky Rudd gets a massive jump on the start. He's going to clear Earnhardt going into turns 1 and 2.
Jeff Gordon there, we see he started 3rd. He's already trying to get around Earnhardt for 2nd. And he really needs to get moving quickly because 60 points, that's a lot that he's got on Sterling. We see Sterling is in the top 10 right now, too.
Rudd, it looks like, is going to lead that first lap, get 5 bonus points. We believe it would be a long shot for him to be in the championship hunt right now. Looks like Marlin is actually having a little trouble here on the start. Gets caught on the apron there a little bit. But overall, though, still holding tough in the top 10, the championship leader is. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon, as they go through turns 3 and 4, has a run on Ricky Rudd. He looks to the inside down the front straightaway. Looks like Rudd is going to lead this lap, but probably not the next one.
We see there, too, Michael Waltrip, 496 career start, and he's still looking for that first win. He's up to 3rd place today right now.
As we mentioned at the beginning, Jeff Gordon 60 points behind Sterling Marlin for the championship lead after his DNF last week at Phoenix. He is going to get 5 bonus points right now, and I believe is 7 positions ahead of Marlin. That would make it a close battle. Oh, we've got trouble here. Mike Wallace in the wall. Caution is out here at Rockingham. Jeff Gordon wins the race back to the caution. Oh, and narrowly gets into the side of Mike Wallace there. I think he will be able to continue, though. Coming down pit road here, everyone coming in for 4 tires and fuel, we believe. Jeff Gordon's teammate, Terry Labonte, there is 1 lap down, got lapped right after the yellow came out. Gordon pits near the exit of pit road. Going to have to go all the way down here as here he finally comes in for his service. No adjustments expected on that 24 car. He's having a great day so far. We see Waltrip and Rudd have now reached their pit stalls, as does Earnhardt. Gordon's going to be almost done with his service by the time they're just starting theirs. Gordon wins the race off pit road easily, although it looks like Irwin there having a good run as well. Here we go. Looks like Ricky Rudd has completed his service, as does Earnhardt. We're going to see what the running order is. Irwin was also a lap down, so Michael Waltrip is now up to second place. As we come back to the green flag here, we're racing at Rockingham once again. Ken Schrader takes the wave around as Dave Blaney and Stacy Compton try to get their laps back there on the inside.
Yeah, Gordon got pushed up the hill there a little bit by some of those lap cars. We see it looks like Ricky Rudd trying to battle back with Michael Waltrip as they head down here towards turns 3 and 4.
Waltrip to the inside there. Nadeau a lap down as well, but yes, Ricky Rudd lead lap. Oh, and man, that was a hard hit by Dale Earnhardt. Caution out once again here, Rockingham, North Carolina. Jeff Gordon wins the race back to the line, followed by Ricky Rudd. Going back to the green here, Jeff Gordon followed by Ricky Rudd once again on this restart. Michael Waltrip in third. Looks like Gordon's teammate Nadeau trying to get his lap back, as is Martin, who also is trying to pass Nadeau. Oh, and we got trouble. It looks like the 31 of Skinner gets tagged there going down the backstretch. Racing back to the caution, it looks like Ricky Rudd is actually going to come away with the lead here, using those lap cars as a pick. And yes, Ricky Rudd wins the race back to the caution here. Let's take a look at the replay. So, looks like Jarrett and Skinner just kind of get tagged there, and that ends their day. Coming back to the restart, Ricky Rudd to the outside of Mark Martin, going for his 5th victory here in 2001.
Yeah, Ricky's had a heck of a season, although he may fall prey here to the same thing that happened to Jeff Gordon in the last restart, which is getting caught to the outside of lap cars.
Yes, that is going to allow Gordon to get back to the inside of Rudd here, as looks like Michael Waltrip also stuck behind a lap car there, the 21 of Elliott Sadler. He actually gets the wall a little bit off the corner. Gordon does lead them at the stripe here, and yes, the lap cars are going to separate. Oh, more trouble here. Terry Labonte and the 9 of Bill Elliott here spinning down the front stretch. Caution out once again. It looks like that started with Kevin LePage getting the wall, and then that spins Labonte down to traffic, Dave Blaney, and then Bill Elliott there as well. Coming back to the restart, Jeff Gordon followed by Ricky Rudd once again. Mark Martin still trying to get back on the lead lap.
Isn't this like the 3rd restart that Mark's been fighting to get back on the lead lap? It's never going to happen, is it?
He's going to try again here, though. Oh, and he gets Gordon into the wall a little bit. That's going to allow Rudd to get a run on Gordon down the backstretch here. And yes, Ricky Rudd leading here at North Carolina Speedway.
Man, Gordon gets the wall again off of turn 4, and that allows Michael Waltrip to sail on through the second there. And he finally gets that win today.
We look further back there. It looks like Sterling Marlin running there in the 5th position. Just 1 or 2 spots there behind Jeff Gordon, so the points lead is not going to shift by a lot today. Maybe it'll go from 60 points to 50, but still, definitely much better than it could have been if Jeff Gordon was still leading this race. As Ricky Rudd continues to lead as the laps wind down. Going to the white flag here, Ricky Rudd coming for his 5th victory of the season. Jeff Gordon runs behind him, is going to close up that gap on Sterling Marlin, but is not going to retake the points lead as Marlin also runs within the top 5. Going around turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Ricky Rudd coming for his 24th career NASCAR Winston Cup victory here at North Carolina Speedway.
Yeah, great job by Ricky. Let's see what happened with the points here. Yes, that actually, he does get up to only 68 points behind Sterling, so, I mean, he's still in there 2 weeks ago. Jeff, big day for him overall, shaved 38 points off that lead, but Marlin still leads.
Here we are at Homestead, Miami Speedway for the 2001 Pennzoil 400. Championship runner-up Jeff Gordon, 22 points back, has the pole today. Sterling Marlin starts 3rd, the points leader, with Dale Earnhardt still looking for his first win of the season to Gordon's outside, and Michael Waltrip still looking for his first win ever. Meanwhile, further back, Ron Fellows makes his oval debut today. He won at Watkins Glen. He's going to race full-time in the Busch Series for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated next year, as well as select starts in the Winston Cup Series. He's decided to come to NASCAR full-time. Coming to the green clear, Jeff Gordon gets a great jump. We are racing in South Florida. 2 races to go in the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup Series.
Sterling, great start there. Gets the inside of Dale going into turns 1 and 2. It's a real flat, wide racetrack. Lots of lines you can run. And it looks like Sterling is going to clear Dale off of turn 4 for second place.
So as they run, Gordon would have 5 more points than Marlin for leading this race. It looks like he's going to get 5 bonus points, so Gordon would be tightening it up to just 12 points as they run right now. Although I would not be surprised if that 40 car is the leader before too long.
They will see Ward Burton there in third place. If he won at Talladega a couple weeks ago, he's having another good run today. Really, the whole Dodge Brigade has really stepped it up here to the second half of the season.
Go down the backstretch, mostly single file. Looks like the first 2-wide action is Greg Biffle there on Ricky Rudd for 6th place. Marlin gets a little loose there. That's actually going to allow Ward Burton to his inside and allow Jeff Gordon to get a little bit of a gap here. So they come down the front stretch for the second time here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Dale Earnhardt looking to the inside of Jeff Gordon, and the fans are excited here in South Florida. Can he avoid going winless here in 2001?
I don't know. I'll tell you who else is excited about that. Sterling Marlin. He's going to try to follow Dale through, and that takes Jeff out of the lead, too. Potentially prevents Jeff from leading the most laps and winning this race.
Earnhardt gets 5 bonus points there at the line as Marlin and Earnhardt's driver Michael Waltrip try to follow him through underneath Gordon.
Yeah, Sterling's got to run here off of turn 2. Takes a little bit to make a pass here at Homestead. Not going to clear him this time, but I think he might in 3 and 4.
We head down here towards turns 3 and 4. Marlin actually looking to the inside of Earnhardt here, it looks like. That would be huge if he could get those 5 bonus points for leading lap. Currently, he and Gordon are even on points. Marlin is earning 5 more points for his position right now. And now, look at this. Sterling Marlin to the inside of Dale Earnhardt down the back straightaway here at Homestead, Miami. And that would take them from even to Sterling Marlin gaining points on Jeff Gordon today, now that he's probably going to get 5 bonus points for leading this lap here.
Yeah, that's huge for Sterling. 22 points is not a lot. And say with Ricky Rudd running behind these guys, he's basically taken himself out of this championship. We didn't think he really had much of a chance with 2 races, 68 points, but right now it really looks like he's going to be done after today. So it's just these two. As Gordon continues to battle Earnhardt there for second place, and Sterling sails away.
Green flag pit stops have begun here at Homestead, Miami. Gordon going to stay on the track another lap as Marlin comes down the long pit access road here and heads towards his stall.
Yep, just no mistakes, keep it clean, and that looks like that's what Sterling's hoping to do here.
See Earnhardt also coming in, as does Rusty Wallace. Earnhardt having a great run so far here at Homestead, Miami. As Sterling comes across the line, Gordon did get bonus points for leading that lap here. Gordon once again does lead the lap, which adds to his total for the most laps led bonus for the day.
See, Marlin's hitting his pit stall right now. Looks like Dale will be coming in soon. 4 tires all around for all these guys and fuel. Right side's done on Sterling. Here they go around the left side. No issues. Tires off, tires on. Jack drops, and he's away.
Marlin beats Earnhardt off pit road. We will have to see where he blends. Say Gordon had not pitted yet, so actually the blend's really going to come the next time around since that's still happening. Marlin gets out in front of the lap car there of Jimmy Johnson, making his second career start here today. Gordon is in his stall now. Has that number 1 pit stall by virtue of being the pole sitter. They're working on the left sides now, so we're going to have to see where does he blend in comparison to Sterling Marlin here.
Ward Burton had a good stop there too. He comes out behind Gordon. Yeah, no contest. Sterling is way out in front of Jeff here at Homestead Miami Speedway.
Can Marlin potentially lock up the championship today? Well, not lock up per se, but certainly if he would win and lead the most laps, that would put him in a much more comfortable spot going into Atlanta next week. Oh no, and we've got trouble. Jeff Burton in the wall. Just the last thing that Sterling Marlin wants to see. That is going to bring out the caution. So Sterling Marlin is going to have to face a restart here at Homestead, Miami.
He did win the race back to caution. That's good, but still, yeah, last thing he wanted to see, that's for sure.
Coming back to the restart here, Marlin in first, Gordon in second. The two championship leaders set to battle it out in this race.
Both those teams have really stepped it up in the last couple weeks, and we're seeing the results of that.
Marlin up the racetrack a little bit off of turn 2. As the lap car of Elliott Sadler, as well as the other lap car there of Bobby Hamilton, actually going to take them 3 wide up front. That's going to send Marlin way up the racetrack and give Gordon an opportunity.
Yeah, I cannot imagine Sterling Marlin is too happy there. Oh, and he's going to get the wall with Elliott Sadler. He's got to be very unhappy with Elliott Sadler there. As Gordon, Earnhardt, and Stewart here work their way through. Looks like Earnhardt is the one that's going to prevail here. At least that's a consolation to Sterling that Jeff's not going to win this race. But still, yeah, he's got to be very mad at Elliott Sadler.
Fans excited here in Miami. Dale Earnhardt leading in the closing laps. Can he get a win here in 2001? We'll have to see as Jeff Gordon tries to battle it back to the inside here off of turn 4.
Yeah, Sterling Marlin is Dale Earnhardt's biggest fan right now. He did get going again. He's still around the top 10, had a little damage, but he just cannot afford for Jeff to win this race. As Jeff is now looking around Earnhardt, and he is once again leading here. But yeah, that would pretty much have them even, or I think that would put Gordon ahead by a little bit here if Gordon wins this race and Sterling continues to run as he is.
Yeah, certainly not what he wants to see. Jeff Gordon still leading here at Homestead, Miami, although we have a new second-place runner, Michael Waltrip. Gordon gets caught behind the 99 of Jeff Burton, and Michael Waltrip uses that as a pick, and now he is leading. Is his 497th career start. Can Michael Waltrip finally do it, or is his team owner, Dale Earnhardt, going to try to pass him here? Say, if you were Dale, what would you do, Chip?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we see on screen there 497 Cup starts. 0 wins. That's only behind J.D. McDuffie, who had 653 starts. And yeah, Dale, do you pass your driver or do you bring him home? I don't know. I think Dale's going to fight, but maybe not as hard as he would if that was not his driver there. Say he's got a run here potentially with Michael all the way up the racetrack there, although. Looks like Michael is going to get out in front here, continue to lead down the backstretch. That's good for Michael. He's just keeping a good gap here to Dale. We're going to have to see what happens through 3 and 4 here. But, yeah, Michael's running a good race right now.
Best position he's ever been in. Meanwhile, further back, it looks like Sterling Marlin. He is still 15 points ahead of Jeff Gordon as they run, so that's good for him. Gordon's fallen back a little bit, so he is going to gain some points. But yeah, up front, Waltrip still out front here at Homestead, Miami.
Earnhardt now with a run to the inside, though. We're going to have to see what happens here down the back straightaway.
Waltrip manages to hold him off again, though, as they go through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, I just can't decide. How hard is Dale pushing right now? He's pushing somewhat hard, but you got to think he wants to see Michael win this race as much, if not more, maybe, than he does. Here comes the white flag here at Homestead.
Michael Waltrip has made 496 starts previously in the Winston Cup Series. Dale Earnhardt, who we go on board with right now, gave him the chance this year. But as they come down the backstretch for the final time, even though a lot of people question that decision, it appears to have been the right one. 2 turns left for Michael Waltrip here at Homestead Miami Speedway. Dale Earnhardt's going to get a look to the inside, but it's not going to be enough. 497 races. He's finally going to get it done. Michael Waltrip is a NASCAR Winston Cup Series winner.
Man, I am so happy for Michael right now, and I'm sure Dale is too. Even if he goes winless this year, that's got to be a win in itself. Michael Waltrip has finally won a Winston Cup race.
Speaking of wins, Sterling Marlin was able to stop the bleeding. Jeff Gordon is still behind him, but only by 12 points. This is it, the final race of the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup season, the Napa 500. have we got a championship fight on our hands, Chip? Two drivers come into the day separated by just 12 points. Jeff Gordon starting second and Sterling Marlin starting third look to battle it out for the Winston Cup. As 7-time Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt looks to cap off a top 10 point season with a win. Jeff Gordon has been in this position many times before. 3 times he's prevailed. In 1996, Terry Labonte outdueled him. Meanwhile, Sterling Marlin looks for his first title and to cap off a triumphant return to the Winston Cup Series for Dodge. Further back, lots of drivers making their final starts with their 2001 teams as Tony Stewart, Elliott Sadler, and others move on to new pastures in 2002. Earnhardt and Gordon salute the fans here one final time as the pace car is about to turn down pit road. From all of us who have brought you this season, we want to say thank you. This has been an excellent year of Winston Cup racing. 500 miles still to remain. Green flag in the air here at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Good start for Dale Earnhardt there. He's going to clear Jeff into turn 1. Jeff is not concerned about Dale today. He's only concerned about that 40 car behind him.
Although, keep in mind, one spot is not enough for Jeff Gordon to overtake Marlin in the standings. He would need 2 spots and potentially a bonus to get there. So he is going to try to challenge Earnhardt here off of turn 4. It's going to be interesting to see who leads them at the line. Gordon's got the momentum, but who's going to make it back first? Looks like Earnhardt gets those first bonus points. So Gordon has not gotten the bonus yet.
Meanwhile, Casey Atwood here is up to second place to go on board with Sterling. He's got to run to the inside of Gordon. He's hoping to do the first of those 2 to get 5 bonus points for leading the lap here.
Atwood looks to follow his Dodge teammate through to the lead. Certainly he would like to win a Winston Cup race today, but part of his concern has to be getting Dodge that championship.
Although keep in mind, it's the driver's championship, Bill, not the manufacturer's championship. Chevrolet has easily clinched that. They've got a lot more good race cars out there. But yeah, Sterling Marlin gets 5 bonus points for leading the lap here at Atlanta, and Jeff Gordon now has fallen back a little bit. That gives Sterling a decent points lead here in these early laps here at Atlanta.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Passes Atwood, as does Greg Biffle. Sterling Marlin still leads here at Atlanta and leads the Winston Cup standings. Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte, defending champion for the last time today, is up to second place, and we've got trouble behind him. Jimmy Johnson spins, as does the 11 of Brett Bodine, and Ken Schrader gets a piece of it as well. Labonte and Marlin going to battle it off the corner. It's going to be very close at the line here. Looks like Labonte got him. Coming down for what could be the last pit stop of the season, Bobby Labonte, Sterling Marlin, and last week's winner, Michael Waltrip.
Yeah, I cannot say enough about the job Michael Waltrip did last week and really all season. You know, we said last week Dale took a chance on him, and he's proved himself this year. And I'm guessing he'll be with Dale Earnhardt Incorporated for a while.
Labonte, the first one in his box. He's getting all 4 tires changed. Looks like the right side is already done. As Michael Waltrip here is going to take just 2 tires, and he comes out with the lead. Looks like the 21 of Elliott Sadler and the 16 of Kevin LePage do that as well.
Actually, LePage lapped down, but yeah, Sadler as well, so it's going to shuffle up the order here a little bit.
Yeah, so as we previously documented, Waltrip and Sadler only took 2 tires there. They're going to have the lead coming back to the green, as Labonte and Marlin, the first with 4 there, battle it out for 3rd place.
And Sadler, trying to get a win here before his time with the Wood Brothers is up. So, the car he's going to drive next year is probably not quite as good as this at 94 Rock Racing. So, if he wants to win a Winston Cup race today, may be the day for a while. We'll have to see.
Sadler to the inside of Waltrip here off turn 4. He's going to lead this lap of the line. But now Steve Park has cracked his way into the top 5 as well. He battles for a top 5 spot in the Winston Cup standings today, potentially, with Dale Jarrett, Tony Stewart, and Kenny Irwin in that fight as well. Meanwhile, we go on board with Sterling Marlin. He pushes Bobby Labonte past Elliott Sadler down the backstretch. Those fresher tires starting to prevail. 4 tires is better than 2. And now Marlin himself going back to the lead on the inside of Labonte.
Hey, there's one way for Sterling to control his own destiny today. That's to win a race. That's what he's trying to do right now. He's out front here leading at Atlanta. We got two DEI teammates, the one apart, and the 15 to walk up there behind him to go on board. Jeff Gordon not having a bad run here on the top 10, but that's not going to be enough. He's got to step it up if he wants to have anything for that fourth title today.
Marlin now single file out front as Labonte and Steve Park battle for second place there. All three Dale Earnhardt Incorporated cars in the top 5 right now. Sterling Marlin has an interesting competitor for the lead right now. The 81 car of Jason Leffler. This will be his final race in that 81 car before going full-time in the 20 next year for Rookie of the Year honors. But he's looking to try to win a race here in Atlanta before he even becomes a rookie.
Yeah, and the 81 car really is not of concern to Sterling Marlin. He doesn't have to win a race today. He's beating Jeff Gordon. That's all that matters right now.
You see Gordon has passed Dale Earnhardt there and continues to run in the top 10. But he has to beat Marlin by 3 spots, we believe, to be able to win the Winston Cup. Both have led a lap today. Marlin currently has led the most laps. So that would mean that Gordon has to probably beat him by 3 spots, maybe 4 spots, depending how far back in the field they are. And Marlin is currently beating Gordon right now. Leffler leads that lap as now his teammate, Bobby Labonte, comes to his inside. Looks like we're going to be 3 wide for the lead here going into turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, Bobby, I'm sure would love to get a second win here to cap off the season. Not as good as last year, but still has a decent run. And, that's his new teammate there leading the race, Jason Leffler. Getting some good camaraderie there. I guess we'll have to see, though. Bobby and Tony have wrecked each other for the lead a couple times this year. Make sure he doesn't do that to Jason here. And now Sterling looking back to the inside of Bobby and Jason.
Marlin looking to follow Labonte through, maybe more, as he sticks to the bottom very tightly off of turns 3 and 4. We go on board with him. And it's going to be a drag race back to the line. I think Labonte is going to get there this time. But by next time by, Sterling Marlin may be once again back in command of the Napa 500 here, the final race of the Winston Cup season.
Leffler trying to battle back, follow Marlin through past his teammate. All 3 of these guys putting on a great show for these fans here today.
And you just have to imagine the nerves inside that 40 car right now, knowing obviously he could win a race, but he could also win the Winston Cup as well. He wants to get this win, but he wants to focus on the big picture even more. So even if that means letting Leffler or Labonte go. Under 10 laps to go here in the Winston Cup season. Marlin with a massive lead out front. Oh, we've got trouble. That's going to make things interesting here. It looked like Marlin was going to easily sail away to a Winston Cup. Now he's going to have to battle on a restart.
Yeah, just absolutely the last thing he wants to see. We see Jeff Gordon there. This is his chance. Looked like it was completely hopeless there. He is going to get a restart. So what's going to happen here as they re-rack him?
If we look at the replay here, it looks like Kyle Petty, there was a slow car of Ricky Craven on the apron, and he just got into the back of him, and Johnny Benson had nowhere to go there as well. So, on the restart here, Jeff Gordon is up to second place. Sterling Marlin's teammate there, Kenny Irwin Jr., the lap car on the inside, easily lets him go. Looks like he's going to be a good teammate here and not only let Marlin go, but actually hold up Gordon a little bit. Marlin controls his own destiny as long as he's the leader. If Gordon gets by, Marlin would probably have to fall back to 4th or 5th. So right now, Irwin is doing a great job of holding up Gordon, and that's going to allow Marlin to scoot away here in the closing stages of the Napa 500.
Yeah, that might have been the championship move right there. Good job on Kenny, being a great teammate. Say his year will come one of these times, and I'm sure Sterling will be willing to repay the favor. Although Jeff has gotten by, though, and he's coming in a hurry at that 40 car. But luckily for Sterling, there are no more lap cars out in front of him right now.
And, oh no, more trouble behind the leaders. We got the 55 of Kenny Wallace, Irwin, Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte, and others. So Once again, there's going to be a restart here at Atlanta. And it looks like hard hit here for the 28 of Ricky Rudd after the fact there, and he actually goes for a flip, gets a hard hit from Adam Petty there, the 45 car. Yeah, man, that's a rough end of Ricky Rudd's season, that's for sure. Coming to the restart here. Once again, lap cars on the inside. More than 10 laps to go here at Atlanta, but not a lot. We've got the 77 of Robert Presley to the inside of Sterling Marlin. Marlin, once again, just like with Irwin last time, is able to clear Presley into turn one, although it looks like Gordon may be able to as well.
It'll be mano-a-mano out front here for the Winston Cup title.
Gordon cannot control his own destiny here. Even if he passes Sterling Marlin, if Marlin finishes second, he will not win the Winston Cup.
That has to just be kind of a helpless feeling for Jeff Gordon right now, knowing that even passing Sterling will not be enough. Who knows, maybe he'll wreck Sterling, Bill.
I would not count on it. Jeff Gordon is not the type to usually do that.
Come on, that's the only way he can win a Winston Cup. Get up there, just shove Marlin into the fence, and you got yourself a championship. I don't see what's wrong with that.
I do. I think we're just going to have to disagree on this one, Chip. Marlin off of turn 4, still leading here at Atlanta as the laps wind down on this season. Five laps to go for Sterling Marlin here at Atlanta. He's got a comfortable lead over Jeff Gordon, who has fallen all the way back now actually to 4th place behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Bobby Labonte as well. Really, all that needs to happen is Sterling Marlin just needs to come back around under power. No blown tires, no running out of fuel. Otherwise, he's got himself a Winston Cup.
Yeah, and I got to say, Jeff put up a heck of a fight here, and of course, it's not quite over yet, but this has been one of the best fought championship battles in the past few years.
Defending Winston Cup champion Bobby Labonte now up to 2nd place as Jeff Gordon works on him for that 2nd position. He got around Dale Earnhardt Jr. for 3rd. Marlin just loves seeing all this in the rearview mirror. Lap traffic still a ways away as he's coming to 3 laps to go. Just keep it nice and smooth here. He didn't even have to win this race necessarily today to win the Winston Cup, but why not get another win for Dodge?
Yep, and Marlin's just going to sail right around these lap cars here. Spencer, Page, the 93 of Blaney, and Jimmy Johnson. Looks like he's going to clear Spencer here off of turn 2. So just yet another thing between him and Gordon.
Jeff Gordon here still in 2nd place, although it looks like Greg Biffle, Rookie of the Year, is going to try to challenge him to the inside.
Just had to bring that up one more time, Bill, that Greg Biffle's Rookie of the Year, not Casey Atwood, huh?
Hey, it's true, Chip. He won Rookie of the Year. Meanwhile, Steve Park looks to the inside of Biffle, although Gordon's going to use these lap cars as a pick to get to the outside here.
Man, that's just got to be so helpless. Running 2nd, but there's nothing Jeff Gordon can do as he runs down the back stretch here. He can barely even see that 40 car in front who is lapping Mike Skinner right now. So no hood, kind of a sad end for Mike Skinner's tenure of Richard Solis Racing.
Coming to the white flag. Sterling Marlin took him almost 10 years to win a Winston Cup race when he finally won the Daytona 500. Won that race back-to-back in 94 and 95. After moving on from Morgan McClure Motorsports to Sadco Motorsports, was the benefactor of Chip Ganassi buying into this team this year. Dodge is going to cap off a triumphant return to the Winston Cup Series with a Drivers' Championship. Sterling Marlin wins the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup.
Man, I'm so excited for Sterling. And Jeff Gordon, just a little too close, too little too late there. But Sterling, that is awesome for Chip Ganassi. Say Sterling Marlin 1st, and Kenny Irwin Jr. 4th. Dodge, that's just awesome.
Yes, Dodge won. That would be their 8th win of the season. 4 for Marlin, 3 for Irwin, and 1 for Ward Burton. We look down the standings. Dale Earnhardt did finish in the top 10. Steve Park ended up getting 5th in the standings after a strong 3rd place run there at Atlanta. And to review, Greg Biffle is the 2001 NASCAR Winston Cup Series Rookie of the Year. Chevrolet is the 2001 Manufacturers Champion. This just in, Kenny Irwin Jr. has been voted NASCAR's most popular driver, capping off a triumphant return to the Winston Cup Series this year as his teammate, Sterling Marlin, takes the championship. This is Bill and Chip signing off for the season.